Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Business and Emerging Tech Conference. Hosted by ZBX, chaired by Monty Munford, Forbes. A nuanced fundraising mechanism for tech startups. Decentralized autonomous trusts, DATs, promise to overcome key challenges for AI and blockchain startups. Let's explore Malta's leadership role in this exciting era. David Orban, Network Society Ventures.
We are living in exciting times. Artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies have been developing, the first with several decades, the second for more than 10 years. And they have the features of exponentially accelerating technologies. The first phase is deceptive, and it is easy to try and ignore them. But the second phase, after a threshold is crossed, is really disruptive. The impact on the business models around us is huge. If businesses at the beginning pretend that they don't need to embrace these new technologies, in the second phase they realize that they cannot afford to ignore them. My name is David Orban, and I am very grateful for having your attention and for being able to interact, not only during my talk, but hopefully also after. Feel free to connect online and send me your questions. In order for together to analyze and understand how the interaction of exponential technologies together with a naturally occurring decentralization of our socio-economic activities is leading to new opportunities and new needs. Specifically today, I want to analyze how can we align the interests of entrepreneurs and investors better than it has been happening before. Entrepreneurs want to passionately execute their projects and implement their ideas, attracting and retaining talent. They want to corral and deploy the financial resources necessary to do so, while at the same time they want to minimize dilution and retain control of their startups. On the other hand, and often unfortunately in an opposite direction, investors who are deploying the capital want to minimize risk while maximizing upside and want to manage their portfolio of investments statistically resilient to failure, aiming for the best moment to gain liquidity. So really new models are needed, and that is what Thibault Favre, founder and CEO of Fairmint, little more than a year ago proposed through the DAT and continuous offerings. Based on a double bonding curve, continuous offerings have many advantages for those startups that embrace them. These advantages go from risk mitigation to the effort that is continuous rather than this, set in specific segments of the life cycle of the startup, well aligned with all the stakeholders, including employees and the larger ecosystem of participants, as well as with the current sentiment of the market, while at the same time achieving good liquidity in a non-dilutive manner with an approach that is affordable and fast, and compares very positively with alternative fundraising mechanisms. It is well suited to revenue-generating companies, those that already found their product market match, and potentially they can deploy this mechanism avoiding to have to raise equity funding in their future. Malta, as an island of a technology ecosystem, embraces innovation. It must experiment in order to find what works. And this experimentation is catalyzed through the Malta Digital Innovation Authority that, in coordination with the Malta Financial Services Authority, looks at what are the opportunities available at any time and rapidly goes on implementing sandboxes in order to test new tools and then broaden their implementation and deployment. My local team based in Malta, Network Society Lab, led by CEO Randy Boyer, is working with these two authorities as well as with Malta Enterprise in order to make a sandbox for continuous offerings available to startups here in Malta and elsewhere. Recently, the CEO of Malta Enterprise, Kurt Farrugia, has been quoted saying as such in Forbes magazine. And we truly believe that what we are seeing today through these technologies is not a bubble. It is not a coincidence of enthusiasm that is overblown, but it is really something that is happening all over the world, and Malta can take advantage of this transformation in order to design a desirable future, both for itself as well as for those who want to embrace it. There are many people who believe that artificial intelligence and blockchain must be implemented through the innovation that they afford in a decentralized and distributed manner in order to provide the benefit that they can. And as we look at what works and what doesn't work, as we iterate in order to arrive to solutions that we can embrace, I am sure that the empowerment, both through the startups as well as larger enterprises, for billions of individuals is going to create an unstoppable movement where the toolbox of solutions that the MDIA and Malta Enterprise, as well as my local team, Network Society Lab, are making available to startups is going to be extremely attractive. If you want to learn more, you can go to netsoclab.com, as well as visit the Network Society Lab booth in the exhibition area, booth G7, and I invite you to engage with my team and learn more about the DAT and the continuous offering, an exciting new way of raising funds in blockchain and artificial intelligence here in Malta. Thank you very much.
Bringing AI and blockchain into the enterprise ecosystem. Even as AI and blockchain transition towards ubiquity, Enterprise decision makers have yet to fully understand how to integrate these technologies into their business. Time to dig in. Moderated by Mark Mueller-Eberstein, Agitech Corporation. Fred Almeida, Alik Inc. Yelena Kensborn, Lucky.io. John Chai-Kit, Synopsis. Tiffany Wang, Tribe Accelerator.
Good. Please, thank you. Oh, good morning. So after this exciting introduction, we are going to figure out what is this AI and blockchain thing doing and transforming the real companies out there that are building things and keeping our world running. Having a background in IT for like 30 years, working for companies like HP, Microsoft, and a lot of enterprise customers, I've seen them struggling with anything from the internet over mobile and social and how these whole thing work. And now they're in front of a big revolution on two core technologies that I believe will change the world. But we have a fantastic panel on stage here today that can share with us what are those key concerns and how to overcome them and take advantage of those technologies as quickly as possible. So I'd love to start with a very quick introduction and some key thoughts of what you think are the key opportunities and obstacles for enterprise in the AI space. And maybe let's start on the left with Tiffany, please.
I think if there's only one key point is the technology development and adoption within enterprise, there's definitely a customer gap. I will elaborate more later on in the panel discussion.
Hi everyone, my name is Chai-Kit. I'm the CEO, co-founder of Synopsis Solutions. We basically focus on anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and KYC softwares for our clients in financial services sector as well as non-financial services sector. So to this topic, I think whether we actually realize it, a lot of even ourselves in Synopsis as well as a lot of our clients in the banking and financial services sectors, they are already using some parts of AI and blockchain, which I'll elaborate later on. But yeah, even without us realizing that this is already in it, a lot of the banks and the FIs have already started using them to improve their business and operational processes already.
Yeah, hello everyone. I tend to work with ideas that, you know, on paper shouldn't really make sense, but somehow happen anyway. And if you look at blockchain, the way it sort of came about is it was an idea that, you know, was unbelievable, but yet we're here today. Mm-hmm. So I really like the technology to push the boundaries and work with that. How do you make it happen on a day-to-day basis? You know, how do you change a company into something that isn't? You know, that's the question.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fred Almeida. I'm actually the CEO and founder of Alice.ai, and also a technical advisor for Mobi.ai, which is just launched yesterday at AIBC. And I actually think maybe the number one concern going into the future with AI into enterprise is probably going to be, do people really understand how to turn their problems into an optimization issue, right? Because if you're going into enterprise and you're thinking, do I have enough data to solve a problem from customer gaps to, you know, KYC or trust or reputation modeling, you're going to run into this problem where if you don't know what you're optimizing, you're not going to achieve it.
Mm. Okay, so we have the big opportunity here today, having people from San Francisco, Singapore, Malta, Tokyo, and Seattle. There's one, of course, big gap, which is what's happening in China with AI and blockchain just over the last couple of weeks. Do you think, based on your global experiences, there are some key differences geographically and also opportunities?
Maybe I can start.
Yeah, please.
I actually think so. I think that there's still a large gap in AI capability across nations. Mm-hmm. So we're seeing this between, of course, China and America, the two large players, and then you get smaller players like in Japan and in other cities like maybe even Malta. but there's key geographic benefits. I think each country kind of brings something to the AI world. Specifically, one benefit, for example, in Japan is you're probably going to pay half or a third of salaries you'd pay in the United States, so that's a benefit.
I guess it depends if you're in Austin, San Francisco, or somewhere in Kentucky. Yeah, but
it's interesting because I'm personally based in San Francisco, and I'm part of a Singapore government-backed accelerator. So I do see the differences, between Asia and the U.S. It's interesting. In the U.S., what you heard the most about is, Telegram was slammed by SEC. Regulation barriers, a lot of, doubts about, blockchain. Versus in Singapore, the accelerator is actually backed by the government, and government is very open, to private players to understand how really they can foster an environment for the private sector like blockchain to prosper. So there's definitely a big difference between the two. And I've thought hard about why, See, there is actually a very prosperous investment ecosystem, like VC, super angel, all the way to actually corporation innovation arms in the US. And in Asia, for the longest time, we're mainly seeing centralized money, from Temasek, GIC, which is government money, all the way to corporations. But the grassroots actually investment is very limited. Blockchain really actually brings this layer of grassroots money into the system, which allow actually the startups to prosper, which actually directly related to the whole economy of the country. So it makes a lot of sense for a government like Singapore to foster that environment, not only just for blockchain, but for actually the national level development of economy.
I think in terms of Malta, it takes up a good opportunity where you have a very limited crowd. So here we can implement new systems very quickly. And I think for something new, a new system like blockchain, it really makes sense, for places like Singapore or places like Malta, where you can geographically really experiment in something, a really small area.
Well, I think my view on this is that, as with a lot of things, particularly for technology, where it's kind of borderless, you don't actually have restrictions around borders, technically speaking. But the trouble is that if each country, let's say Singapore or Japan or US or China, starts to do its own things, right? Whether you do it within the country, because that's just within what they can do, but there isn't really a standardization across the world, and therefore there will be gaps, because as with all end consumer or customers, you're always going to be global citizens at some point. So you cannot be limited to just being operating in one location or two locations. You'll be in multiple locations. So the inability for various, this is not a criticism of governments, the inability or the slowness of the ability to work together collaboratively at the public sector or the government level that will result in a slower adoption at the private sector, I believe, at the enterprise level. Because you end up with smaller solutions that's coming up, within a corporation, within a group of corporations, or even solutions providers trying to solve problems. But a lot of these problems are actually much greater than what a private sector company can solve. So, like, for example, digital identity is one area whereby it needs to be like a government, a centrally driven solution before you can actually get a mass adoption. This is one example.
So it's interesting, as we all, I think, summarized quite nicely that wherever you are worldwide, innovation is there. But it's not necessarily driven by everybody. So when we talk about the enterprise, I think it's really interesting to see different areas and different industries. It's interesting for me, I have the good fortune to help with the FinTech Ideas Festival that happens every 2 years, and you have to be the CEO of one of the largest US financial institutions to participate, +1. So it's a very small group, but 2 years ago, the topics of blockchain and AI were barely on the radar. Just this April, doesn't matter which financial institution it was, MasterCard, Visa, all the big banks, they were all over the topic already. So in the finance industry, I think I've seen this big change, for sure. But what about the other industries?
We're seeing it, actually. So just a little bit of background. I've actually started...
Oh my God.
Wake up, everyone. So I've started about 5 AI companies so far in the last 5 years, and from robotics to finance to, and now with Mobi, decentralized ledgers. So one of the things I'm noticing actually is there's been a shift between kind of this monolithic approach to AI, like I want a model and I want to stick it into my pipeline and hopefully it's going to work, to maybe kind of a human AI interface. So there was a study done at Stanford where an AI to determine if you had like some damage to your retina, for example, had an error rate of about 96%, right? Which is a pass rate of 96%. So it was basically 4% off, and but doctors had a 97% or 98% accuracy rate. But when combined together, it was 99.95% accurate. It was just completely much better than just a doctor by itself or an AI by itself. And I think this is where maybe people are starting to see real value, where it's not really replacing people, but maybe enhancing them and creating a new layer of kind of interaction.
So you say finance, medical, but what about automotive?
So I have maybe some insight into that because I actually started the first self-driving car company in Japan. And I think actually this is a big change. I think a lot of people think it's too early for autonomous driving to get on the roads, but it's already there actually. A lot of it's hidden from you. But I think in the next few years you're going to see these new kinds of rollouts, much safer systems. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk from the cool machines from the cars, go to machines in general. I think machine-to-machine communication is not that new. Internet of Things, my God, we're now 10 years in that. It's so ancient. But I think, Jelena, when you combine it with AI and blockchain, I think that's where you can see a lot of opportunity, correct?
Well, I guess we're at the stage where we're technically very advanced. So we cracked the system of machine learning, we cracked the system of AI. Now the battle is who gets the data first, right? And it's kind of a tricky and sensitive topic at the moment because people don't want to share the data, yet we, the developers, we need the data to make all these ideas work. And I guess blockchain is about, us understanding the world at the same time as the world understands us. And it's that two-way communication. Now, hopefully, that means that we can create some trust. It is something that everyone can access and something that everyone can look at the moment.
So let's make this, sorry, good.
Yeah. No, I'm just agreeing with her. I think the idea of having AI and blockchain together at this time really starts to resonate. And with us, it's exactly what you said. It's really about trust. And I think the decentralization of AI, it actually brings the good part of AI out. I think everyone's worried about the Terminators or the killer cars.
Okay, then let's leave science fiction and talk about the real application. Because technology, at the end of the day, for the enterprise, needs to provide business impact. So what do you see?
Can I just go first? I think one example that I could share, and some of you may have seen this before, in the trade space, so including trade finance, right? The settlement and tracking of commodities trading process has always been very, very manual and very, very analog with lots of bill of lading, insurance papers, and everybody have to stamp and sign and acknowledge receipt from ports to ports. So I think there has been quite a lot of various banks and insurance companies testing this in Asia, particularly in Singapore, to basically use blockchain to do the tracking and signing of, from passing from one party to another party, so that the signatories of this can be with blockchain implemented in the enterprise level. And this has been tested quite last couple of years. Now, with the AI component coming into this trade tracking space, it will be the very basic technologies such as optical character recognition recognition and even facial recognition or video recognition, which is quite. It's been there for a long time, and in fact, a lot of the bigger tech companies have already commoditized these products. So that is, I would say, is a good example of certain components of AI, some verticals of it, bringing together an enterprise blockchain level to then solve this very cumbersome trade finance process. And it's real. It's happening.
Tiffany, it looks like you want to jump in.
Yeah, and to the point before that, I come back to applications. I was at a dinner. Peter Thiel said something which was really interesting. He said that AI is communism and a blockchain democracy. Well, you can arguably say, hey, they're decentralized AI, but think about it. Without data, you cannot do AI, right? You kind of need to feed the baby with food. And then, of course, blockchain, we all know why it's called democracy. Now, coming back to applications, look, it would be foolish for us to believe AI is not in your phone right now. They're not tracking where you are right now. They don't know your body temperature one day. They will tell you where to go for your next coffee, and they will tell you actually your body temperature, therefore, if you should get coffee or not, right? It is everywhere in our world. In enterprise world, it would be also foolish for us to believe that your sales team is not enabled by AI right now, and then your service team is not. L'Oreal actually is not using AI to actually happen to know actually that banner accidentally pop up in the publisher you're reading. AI is everywhere through enterprises applications. Now, to be precise, there is a big variation as to what really means in AI. It could go from data analytics, just statistics, all the way to neural networks, right? And today we're talking already the BMI, the brain-machine interface, like how really you use your brain to control the machine. And then in that gradient of applications, enterprises are only in the early stage. I started saying there is a big customer value gap between what is ready as technology and what enterprises are ready to adopt.
Okay, let me wrap up on this because we need to wrap up. I would love to have one final statement from you, because you're saying where you are right now is that, so what is the 1 or 2 areas enterprises should focus on today to not miss out on the AI and the blockchain space? What would you recommend them?
Start with the problems. I think really, well, this is a buzzword. Customer centricity is important, and use the technology which solves the problem instead of going too far in the spectrum of AI.
Solving the problem. Okay.
I would say for the small, medium-sized enterprises out there, which actually powers a large part of every country's economy, don't look at AI and blockchain and assume that they are very expensive and they are very unreachable. They are actually a lot more reachable and a lot more affordable than you think.
I think every big company should have a small team dedicated to new ideas that works specifically with AI and data, and then take a risk.
I think maybe the best thing is that if you're not building AI into your enterprise, if you're not really using ledgers to track all the different kinds of processes, you're probably going to lose in the future competition. Everything is going to be smarter and decentralized.
So thank you very much. What I've learned today is AI is here, blockchain is here to stay. The leaders in every industry are embracing it, seeing the potential for their companies, and it doesn't really matter where they are worldwide. The leaders are everywhere and driving business on a global scale. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and have a wonderful day here in Malta. Thank you.
Libra, cracking the code of Facebook's ambition. Libra has generated massive media attention and controversy, whilst attracting the ire of regulators on a global level. But what's Facebook's real goal? Let's find out. Tom Trowbridge, Hedera Hashgraph.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for being here this morning. I appreciate it. It's early. this is probably at least the second, if not third, Libra-focused presentation you've heard, but it will be different. There's some things I think that haven't been said. So first, let's talk a little bit about why I'm here. I helped found Hedera Hashgraph. Hedera Hashgraph is a next-generation distributed ledger, like an Ethereum, but much faster, fairer, and safer. It's governed by a council, and this council is IBM, Nomura, Deutsche Telekom, Swisscom, DLA Piper. We met with Facebook to try to get them to join our council back in early 2018. You can tell they didn't, and they copied a lot of elements of the council that Hedera has. And so Hedera took out this Wall Street Journal ad thanking Facebook for validating the council model. So let's talk a little bit, and so sort of have some experience and dove into exactly what they're doing. So let's talk a little bit about Calibra and Libra. Libra is the currency, and I want to make sure everyone's clear on this and the association. Calibra is Facebook's wallet and the sub. Very different, and I'm going to use them quickly going forward, so I just want to make sure we have that. What is the Libra association? It's 28 companies governed by a Swiss foundation. Whoops, scratch that. It's 21 companies now. Political pressure, as everyone's aware, has forced many to leave this association. They want to provide a currency to help the unbanked and underbanked, allegedly. But why are people joining this? You could create, any group of companies could create the same thing. It's Facebook's distribution through the wallet that's critical here. Let's talk about Facebook's involvement. So when you look at this, it's just one of 100 members. Mark Zuckerberg says this continually, just one of 100 members. But this Calibra wallet is critical to everything. Facebook doesn't even have to be a member of Libra because Libra is only distributed through this wallet. The wallet will be native in Messenger and WhatsApp. Remember, no other wallet will be allowed in those chat apps, and no other currency or digital asset will be allowed in those wallets either. So that's very important to realize. So Libra is 100% dependent on Calibra on Facebook. And you got to understand those distinctions pretty carefully. So what are the benefits of this? There's a lot of discussion of lower transaction fees, access to products more easily, all the different things you can do, remittances, you can lower cost, faster transfers of money. But guess what? This is all already possible. You can already do this with existing cryptocurrencies. The only thing different here is scale. So let's talk about the scale. So this is the number, roughly, of blockchain wallets in the world today. And these are hard to nail down exactly, but it's pretty close. So now let's look at active wallets, which is about 12 million. So a smaller, obviously, number because a lot of wallets are inactive. Now, how many users are there? A lot of people who use blockchain have multiple wallets. How many people here have more than one wallet? Right, a bunch of people, right? And some will have as many as 5, some 2, right? So the actual unique wallets is probably around 4 million. Now let's look at the number of Messenger and Facebook users, right? It's a big number, right? And then if you add in WhatsApp, it gets even bigger. I think it's going to take a little while to load here. There's, boom. So it is a very, very big cataclysmic impact for the industry to have this amount of volume. And I think that's what people are kind of instinctively reacting to. And there's both a benefit to this because it shows the potential for huge adoption, but there are massive risks associated with it. So how will Facebook get people to use this? Everyone says Facebook isn't trusted. Why will anyone, and also we know consumers are not quick to adopt new technologies. Well, I think it's very likely that Facebook pays people to do it. And they will just, one day you'll wake up, you'll have a wallet, and every time you do a post, every time you do a share, you will get Libras in that wallet. And think about it, regulators are always saying we want people to be paid for their data. So Facebook will say, sure, we'll pay you for your data, here's some Libras, here's some Libras. And this wallet balance will keep growing until you say, you know what, screw it, I'll do the KYC, the know your customer, I'll go through the proper channels so that I actually have the knowledge that I'm the actual adoption I can have. And so I think, basically hours after launch, Facebook will be the dominant provider, the dominant wallet in the world. And why do they want to do that? Because paying people will be expensive. It's because they want your bankable identity. And that, when you join Facebook right now, all you have, it gives your email address and a couple other pieces of information. That's not bankable. And why do they want your bankable identity? Because they want to sell you financial products. That's the key element. David Marcus already said this in front of Congress, that they will sell financial products via partners. And with the KYC information, that's the missing piece. This is the model they're going after, which is Alipay and Ant Financial. They have 1 billion users in Alipay. Ant Financial is worth $150 billion. They sell all these products to their customers, banks, credit cards, loans, insurance, including the world's largest money market fund. If Facebook is valued on the same metrics as Calibra Wallet is, it would add $500 billion to Facebook's value. It would double Facebook's value. And that doesn't even take into account that Facebook users are wealthier than Alipay users. So that's clearly what they're after. This is a quick map to show how it works, although it may take a moment to load. It's showing exactly how they deposit fiat and receive Libra coins, but it may not load, in which case we'll keep going. There we go. So users contribute dollars, they get to the Calibra wallet, they get Calibras back, and it goes to the Libra reserve. Now, what's really important is this Libra reserve, and that's where I think people haven't really focused so far. All the money that goes in effectively goes to this reserve. This reserve buys assets from central banks. So the cash is there, and this could be an enormous pool of assets. This, if every Facebook user put in $450, that Libra reserve would be $1.5 trillion. It'd be the size of JP Morgan's balance sheet. And guess what? There are no regulations to govern how that is spent, and their current plan is to just invest in any countries, the currencies that they want to have in their basket of currencies. So they could be the largest fund in the world by a material amount. Let's talk about the goals. They claim to want to help the unbanked, but let's talk about the unbanked. About half of them live in Bangladesh, China, India, Indonesia, Mexico. Guess where cryptocurrencies are illegal? Almost all those countries. So how on earth is this credibly an attempt to help the unbanked when cryptocurrencies are illegal in most of those countries? By the way, if you want to help the unbanked, allow any wallet access to Messenger and WhatsApp. And once you have any wallet, allow any currency there. How are you going to drive adoption to the unbanked with such a limited scope of technology? And if you want to help the unbanked, you're talking about people that live on $1 a day and are very uneducated. Are you going to explain to them what a Libra is? How on earth are they going to understand what this new system is? You would do a digitized US dollar, euro, or local currency, rupee, you name it. So I think it will only, the new currency only adds friction and slows adoption. So why would you do that? You do that because you want this Libra reserve. And they want this Libra reserve because if they just use another coin, they'd be buying that coin and there'd be no reserve, no dollars that this Libra reserve could allocate. This $1.5 trillion, and this gets a little complicated, but they could put, right now they've said we're going to buy dollars and British pounds and yen, but they could do whatever they want. And with $1.5 trillion, they could go to India. By the way, Facebook's largest user base is India. And say, okay, India, we'll buy all of your external debt for 3 years. How about you allow Libra then? Maybe you don't allow other competing currencies. And you could very quickly end up with a company that literally drove policy around the world as the largest buyer of government debt globally. That is incredibly powerful, and I don't think that has been fully recognized. Even US dollar, if 2/3 was in the dollar, and you had $1 trillion buyer of US debt, I think people would be very conscious of what that entity was interested in. So Facebook's ultimate ambition, it wants to be at least $1 trillion company. Calibra needs Libra, Libra needs Calibra. Calibra potentially could be the largest financial provider in the world. That is, with power larger and over almost any government. Where do I think this goes? I actually think Libra could launch without Facebook. You know, Mark Zuckerberg in his last hearing said Libra could launch, they may not be a part of it. He actually, now it's in motion, it could actually be easier for him to launch without Facebook. But it doesn't matter because they would still be dependent on the Calibra wallet for distribution. So even not being a part of Libra, Facebook would still have a huge influence in that company. And that also makes it easier for Facebook to launch the Calibra wallet. And that's what it's really after. And so I think that if it left Libra, it would be much easier to launch this wallet. It'd go a little bit under the radar, it'd be seen as giving in to regulators, and they could deploy Libra in it when they so chose. And when they do that, Facebook ends up with the same outcome, which is Mark Zuckerberg's the king of the world. So thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Analyzing the architecture of crypto exchange hacks. Nearly $1 billion have been stolen from cryptocurrency exchanges since their inception. Let's take a closer look at cybercrime techniques and what forward-looking businesses can do about it. Svetlana Shubina, Kaspersky.
Hello, everyone. Today, we all met at blockchain island, crypto-friendly island. Somebody is investing, somebody is trading, somebody is developing some projects. All we know is that crypto is our future. It will not disappear, it's pretty obviously already. But still, from different estimated, amount of users of crypto is around 13 or up to 25 millions of users, which is pretty not that much to take crypto so seriously. My question to you, why we at this stage still? What we need to do and why it's happening, like when we actually achieve a massive adoption of the crypto. And I would like you to ask, to forget about what you're doing here for a moment. Just let's think as a potential investor, as a user maybe, which like not really innovator and early adapter, but kind of massive person who are thinking about to use a crypto. But then he can go to the internet to search some information about what is a crypto about, how to use it, and etc. And what he actually can see in the internet. Unfortunately, almost every month we see a lot of hacks. And of course, we know that there is a lot of scams, a lot of projects and so on, but it creates really borders for the massive adoption for the crypto. And I would say that before a certain level of security will be provided, only bravest risk takers will venture in the crypto sandbox. This year is not over yet, but it's already was stolen more than $2 billion, which is crazy. And of course, the biggest portion of this amount, it's scams, when project just disappeared with money. But it's like the theft already became a game changer. There is a lot of regulations will come to us, we know about it, like for example travel rule, which need to be adopted like till June 2020. If we're talking about, if we'll talk about exchanges, there is already, this amount is exactly of hacks, which amount was stolen. And like average sum of hacks around $28 million. Unfortunately, we need to take that hackers will never stop. If before crypto is appeared, they need to steal information, then they need to steal this information, to sell this information, then only then they can get the money. But now it's became much more easier for them to hack any crypto exchange and any project and then just disappear like in a moment. And so let's have a closer look on how they do it and if there is a business can do anything about it. Let's start with a simple example. Spank chain. They lost around $40,000 during the ICO. The technique, it's a re-entrance attack. The target was smart contract. What is the re-entrance attack and how does it work? Most probably the most famous vulnerability of Ethereum, which appeared in DAO hack. You probably know about it. But how does it work? Let's imagine that user asks you for a transaction, request for a transaction. Your smart contract needs to do two things. First of all, you need to send this amount to the user. Second, you need to change the balance. But the reentrancy allows to users ask for several, maybe 10, maybe 20, the same transactions until you change the balance. This is how it works. The solution here is pretty simple. It's audit of the smart contract. I would say that the most important to do it, before publishing the audit of the final version. And my recommendation to you to choose provider who not only checking the vulnerability in the smart contract, but also give you a report with recommendation, and then he do a second pass check to be sure that the smart contract, that you fix everything in correct way, and you didn't create a new vulnerabilities. And from business perspective, the audit can include the final clean report, which actually can create a bridge between a project and between an investor. Because investor will never check the smart contract by his own. It's not his job, basically. But the report from third part, from cybersecurity vendor, can show that the condition in white paper was programmed in a proper way. Back in 2014, Koinomi, the oldest multi-asset wallet with millions active users. This incident wasn't confirmed by the company, but was confirmed by the investor who lost his money, and he did a detailed investigation. In a short way, how does it work? He found a crucial vulnerability in the wallet. When you passed the text box where you passed your passphrase was discreetly and immediately sending this information to Google APIs.com through a Chromium component browser for a spelling check. And somebody who had a request for this just used this passphrase to steal his money. It's just one case how one vulnerability and pretty easy can affect you. What is the solution can help you here? How you can avoid such situation? I would say the most important thing you need to understand that you need to put regular assessment of your application as a basis in development process, because new vulnerabilities appear because of reconfiguration, new updates, major updates, and coding errors, of course. And the only reliable way here is to do it regularly. You can do it, the cybersecurity vendor can offer you several ways of application security assessment. Like first is the auditing of the source code, then the provider hacking your application with a basic access, and when the third one, which called black box, without any knowledge about your application, it's hacking you and then to prepare your detailed report about how they did it. can you imagine that hackers silently replace the wallet address during the ICO and stole around $7 million during 24 hours? Of course, it's not money of the project, but it's investment which they were planning to get. Lessons to be learned, which one? Single page, landing page, website, if it includes any transactional information, payment transaction, it needs to be audited by security, from security perspective. And regular pen testing of your network show how hackers can go inside. Actually, it's show you existing vulnerabilities and the ways how they can get in. If you don't check your attack resistance, then hackers will do, unfortunately. In May this year, one pretty famous exchange also became a target. And the most weakest, if you even do application security assessment, penetration testing, you're checking hack resistance, but still the weakest point for you, is if you are application, it is the users. It's the users, and of course, which holding a lot of money. And it was a target, and they stole around 40 million from users' accounts. According company announcement, they use a lot of techniques, including phishing and including viruses. There is a range of solutions which allow you to monitor the behavior of your users, not only from technical perspective, but also behavior, how they do swipe, for example, how they hold phone, how they typing, how fast, which part of keyboard they usually use. And these solutions allow you to prevent fraud against your users before it's even been committed. And the final case, it's a positive case. It's Merkelion, Austrian-based company, which launched around 15 crypto exchanges in 12 countries, decided to do a security audit to ensure their investors and potential customers about that it's a hack resistance, it's reliable. And this is a case when cybersecurity helps to win it became a competitive advantage, because now we are in the crypto industry, we see a lot of cases of hacks and scams. And we just market and investors and users are looking for a solution which will be safe, because investor, just one basic thing he want to give you, he want to ask you, it's allow the understanding that the money will not be blocked or hacked or stolen. Just, it's a short checklist what you can do about your business. Conduct security assessment of applications after major updates. Put it in your regular process development. And check your hack resistance of your network. And also, do audit of the smart contract and protect users. This is the 4 points which will help you to show that you are a world-class project and at the end to rise and to monetize your business as much as possible. Thank you so much.
Falling for deep learning, designing systems that detect and optimize human error. Skill-based human error can have catastrophic consequences. How do we implement adequate risk management efforts to aid human processes? Moderated by Stephen Mead, Monitor Pro, Alexei Dingley, University of Malta, David Orban, Network Society Ventures, Miro Svetlik, Air.1.
Good morning, everybody. Looks like we don't have Tofi. That's okay. We'll move along. So, little background on me. I've done a ton of work in technology, but I actually didn't know a lot about this particular subject, and I love that because it allowed me to study. So we're going to go through traditional, typical, we're going to make introductions, but have a little bit of different stuff. We're going to start with Alexei here. Fun fact. I like fun facts a little bit about him. Won a lot of awards, won a Malta Innovation Award, and was the former mayor of Valletta.
Not sure if it's fun or tragic.
Fun or tragic, we're not sure. So give us a quick little introduction and we'll move through and get into the topics.
Okay, so hi, I'm Alexei Dingley. I'm a professor of artificial intelligence at the University of Malta. I've been working in artificial intelligence for the past 20 years, much before it became fancy. As you said, I was the mayor of Valletta for the past 10 years as well. I stopped last January. I was involved, and still I'm involved in different AI projects, both locally and abroad. And last year, I was also on the Malta.ai national strategy, which was launched last month.
Perfect. And then I have a quiz for everybody. This is how we're going to wake each other up. Again, I didn't know this. We had a little bit of a tip here. How many of you think AI, artificial intelligence, has been around at least 10 years? Raise your hand. This is an easy one. There's no trick answer. 20 years? 30? 40? Yeah, that'll lead us to David. I had no idea artificial intelligence has actually been around 30 plus years. Pretty amazing. So David, give us a quick little introduction. You're sort of the legend on the panel here for how long you've been involved.
When I started, a lot of things that we wanted to do couldn't be done, and many in the field believed that they could never be done because computers would never have the humongous memory of 1 megabyte that would be needed in order to implement the kind of software that was at the time envisioned. So now, a few years later, we know that 1 megabyte is achievable, and the things that at the time we could only dream of are literally part of your daily lives in terms of what AI delivers.
Actually, if I can add to David, there's the famous quote of Bill Gates, no? Which I believe he said, "Why do you need more than 48K?" You know.
Well, I will take any amount of memory you will give me and max it out. I guarantee you the things I want to do need much more than we can have.
Yeah, I've learned that computer memory is like ether. The programs just fill whatever space is there, and you always need a bigger room. And what David's talking about is interesting because there's a singularity moment coming, and you'll learn in a moment why I said that. And there's also some interesting things around sustainable robots, and Mino's got a great little background of some things he's done, so.
Well, that's maybe the fun fact about me, that I invented the portable sustainable robot, and I believe that because industrial robotic revolution is already nearly on its plateau, there is coming the consumer robotic revolution, and we will see the robots which are around in our households acting upon our acts, and which are sustainable, which do not consume a vast amount of energy like industrial robots.
Yeah, very cool. So if any of you in here are considered experts, I apologize for this next question. I was fascinated, and I questioned some friends of mine that are experts, and I learned a difference. And I want to hear each of your opinions on this and distinctions. There apparently is a difference between big data and how you analyze things, artificial intelligence or AI, machine learning, and then deep learning, which is even different and deeper than machine learning. So as best you can in a non-academic manner,
I'll try.
Give us your opinion, Alexei, of the difference of those 4 categories.
Okay, so latching to what you said before, AI has been around for 70 years. Okay, so even though the concepts were there before, but technically after the Second World War, people started working on AI. And in fact, the term was actually coined in 1956. So AI started growing. At the time, they thought, listen, let's do a 2-month workshop and we'll solve AI. And practically, we haven't solved it till now, so we're still working on it. But what happened is then AI got divided into different subfields. And you find fields like computer vision, where the AI looks and interprets what he's seeing.
natural language processing, where the computer speaks and understands what you're saying, and different other fields. Now, one of these subfields is precisely machine learning. And machine learning is a subfield of AI which deals with the actual learning. So when a machine learns something. Now, at this stage in time, at this point in time, machine learning is, let's say, the superstar subfield of AI, because a lot of machine learning is being used in all the other subfields which there are. And machine learning is also made up of different algorithms. And one breed of algorithms, the most famous at the moment, is precisely deep learning. Okay, so to recap, there's AI, machine learning, and then there's deep learning. All right, why is deep learning so important? First of all, deep learning is based on technologies which were invented really and truly back in the 60s. All right, neural networks. So they're based upon how our brain works. Now, what happened is that towards the 80s or early 90s, these technologies reached a plateau, and we couldn't improve them further. It was because of the technology, the algorithms, it was because of the hardware as well, because of the memory, so a number of different factors. But 10 years ago, we managed to go beyond what was the plateau in the 80s. And this happened because there were new algorithms, more processing power, like the cloud, for example, and the GPU, which is very important, and of course, a lot of data. And the combination of these allowed us to create the achievements we have today in deep learning. And that leads us to big data. Big data is more of an application of AI, whereby there's so much data that it's impossible for humans to process that data. And because of that, we use AI to process it.
And Mino, I see you shaking your head, so let's not go much deeper. Do you agree with most of those points? Because I think David may have a little different take on it.
Well, I agree from the technical perspective that the GPU and the cloud processing power enabled this, but obviously the complete understanding, we do not have the complete understanding of all algorithms and how they are proceeding, because some of them are working actually as the black box. And then what you see in the industry, you are seeing actually the empirical use of these networks. So we are more fine-tuning them based on the results than actually understanding what they do.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
When you are tagging your friends in photos on Facebook, you are using AI, you are training AI, you are actually coding AI.
Yeah.
And the huge difference between an approach that could have been applied 20 years ago and today is that in order to be at a certain level of abstraction, an AI developer that produces useful code, you are not using a keyboard anymore.
Yeah.
You are modeling systems with interactions that broaden the opportunity and the appeal to orders of magnitude more people than not what was possible before. And this is an incredibly powerful approach that we need in order to rapidly understand what is possible, because a few people won't be enough to do that.
Yeah, and I think that gives us a good segue, because the topic is, you know, what are the consequences of human error versus artificial intelligence versus a human process? What you gave us, David, was a very simple one. Every time we tag a photo, we're helping the algorithm learn facial recognition. And that facial recognition, if we're studying, it can be used for good or bad. You've got social scoring in China, which has some interesting applications that are potentially very destructive. You've got facial recognition and other things. Yeah. Let's talk about, because I know you've been with Singularity University for a while, which is the singularity between human and interface. That's why I thought the robotics side was interesting.
Yeah, may I step in here? Because actually the term singularity has been coined by Ray Kurzweil.
By Ray.
And actually it means when the computers will supersede the human brain. Yeah.
Correct.
So he said that this event will happen in 2045. Yeah. And I wonder if it's going to happen, because
and the manifestation out of that is Singularity University. If you guys aren't familiar, Reese and some other guys, David's actually part of Singularity University and that founding of that point where things merge.
I was part of the team that designed Singularity University at NASA Research Park with funding from Google 10 years ago, based on the original article that Vernor Vinge, the science fiction author, published with NASA in 1993. The technological singularity is this hypothetical point in the future when AI crosses for a very brief moment in time the level of human intelligence, because forever afterwards it will just be more powerful, never less. So is this possible? Those that are not of a metaphysical opinion of the source of our self-consciousness believe that it is possible. It has been possible already once in us. There is no reason not to make it possible more than once. And of course, it is a momentous event that if we can, we must plan for. Biological evolution doesn't care about killing thousands of species and billions of individuals in order to find solutions. We don't want to be those that are killed in the process of finding better solutions in the future. That is why we have to plan what is happening with very, very open eyes and alert awareness.
I think.
Yeah, I was gonna move to you, Alexei, because what David was talking about with NASA and things. I know you've done some area with NASA and space as well.
I just wanted to add a parenthesis to what David was saying. I agree totally with what he said, but we have to explain the current level of AI, because we tend to hear a lot. Listen, AI is the master in chess. Now AI is the master in Go. Recently, AI became the master in StarCraft, which is a game. So people start thinking, so at which level is AI? Now, AI is generally divided into two. There's the narrow AI and the artificial general intelligence. Now, the narrow AI is the AI which is doing all of these advancements. And in particular, it's called narrow AI because it's very good at doing a particular task. So playing chess, for example. But if you ask that AI to do something else, I don't know, tell me the weather of tomorrow, predict the weather, AI is not capable of doing that. Why? Because it's very specific AI. So when it comes to narrow AI, then AI is excelling and it's going beyond what a human is capable of doing. But when it comes to AGI, to artificial general intelligence, that sort of AI, which is capable of handling a lot of things, then I think we're still a little bit far back over there.
Yeah, exactly. And if I can jump in, there is actually the pledge of the companies which are developing the AI and the robots to not use them to the military and the evil purposes. So there are already people and like engineers and scientists which are thinking about these possibilities, and they are actively working on that.
Yeah, so let's go down the thread of the topic here for a moment, because it's talking about human error, catastrophic consequences, how does AI aid it? And when I looked at that and I looked at the background, one of the most prescient opportunities I think is around space and space travel. How do you use artificial intelligence in making better decisions in something along the lines of space, exploration, and then we'll actually end with food in some of your background in CPG. So let's start with the food side, and then we'll end with the bigger things in space.
Exactly. Okay. So basically, my startup Air1, which is busy in the consumer packaged good and retail, is more looking actually at the prediction of the trends. Trends in the market, trends in the advertising. It can actually help you to minimize your return on it can help you to maximize return on investment on your advertisement. And it is happening because we can analyze the data which customer has. We can connect other data to it and run it through the recurrent network. And that gives us the higher level knowledge. So we can identify specific factors, specific drivers which are guiding it. And we can also identify anomalies. And that's maybe interesting also in the financial world, where you can see in the amount of data which cannot be processed by human daily, the problematic or anomalous events, and then act upon them.
Okay, good. And then David, I know the work at Singularity, if you're so involved, they're always trying to solve big, complex problems. Pick one example where you think artificial intelligence will help decision-making of something that could have big consequences.
Can you raise your hand if you heard of the trolley problem? Okay, the trolley problem is when academics enter a state of mental masturbation and stop understanding the real value that rapid deployment of concrete solutions can bring. It is especially frequently brought up in the case of self-driving cars, where the hypothetical question is, oh my God, what is going to happen if the car must choose in a particular situation between person A and person B, and one of them will die? Shouldn't we be more careful rolling out self-driving cars, because if the car cannot decide or it makes the wrong decision, then the wrong person will die? Now, the reason why this is preposterous is because there is no right person to die. So it's not that the wrong person will die and then the right person will die. Yeah. But the even more important issue is that it is expected that self-driving cars will reduce human mortality due to car accidents by 99.999% anyway. So don't worry about the hypothetical crazy event that may happen once in a million if in the meantime you'd save 1 million lives. And this is an egregious example of how our systems include human error, which we totally accept. Any country, and I don't know the statistics for Malta, but for example in the United States about 30,000 people die per year in car accidents. So the United States today is saying our transportation infrastructure benefits outweigh the cost of 30,000 people dying per year. We are fine with that result. Well, I am not. And the Indian Ministry of Transportation, for example, said a few years ago that he will never allow self-driving cars in India because the tuk-tuk drivers would lose their jobs. Now, I am absolutely sympathetic to those tuk-tuk drivers who will lose their jobs, but the Indian Minister of Transportation, he said that he would prefer 100,000 Indians to keep dying every year.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a moral decision backed by a data decision, and those aren't the easiest. I actually don't believe self-driving cars will ever get here en masse because I'm waiting for this autonomous taxi that will get me through the 405 in LA in 8 minutes, not sitting in an autonomous car for 80. So I'm waiting for my autonomous taxi. But wrapping up, Alexei, give us a good example use case of where you see AI or deep learning where it could further the human cause.
Yes, I can give you an example we're currently working on, something called digital twins. So we're working with a large manufacturing, but this example can be used for anything. Last week I gave a talk on aviation, and you can very easily do it in aviation. So the idea of a digital twin is that you create a virtual replica of the physical object. It will get live data, real-time data directly from that object, and you can access that virtual replica practically anywhere. So from here, I can know how the aeroplane is doing in the sky, the real one. Now, the power of that is twofold. First of all, there can be numerous predictions. So I can predict when there will be a fault on that aeroplane before it actually happens. What sort of maintenance is required? The second one is that I can also test the future. So I can actually make changes on that aeroplane virtually, see how it will go, and then, of course, apply it on the real object. But I think this will give us an incredible amount of power, and at the basis, it's all about AI and deep learning.
Yeah, perfect. And then just wrapping up, Tofi wasn't able to make it. Any of you that know Tofi, he's got Toda Networks. Miguel and his team is around here somewhere, the Future of Now Media Group. There's a great documentary about Malta and Iman and the amazing work that AIBC is doing. And Tofi's actually got a really cool interview in there. So any of you guys that want to find that and learn more about him and Malta and the work around AI and what AIBC is doing, it's The Future of Now is the documentary. Other than that, big hand to the panel. I've learned a lot. I hope you guys have as well for as early as is in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the third edition of AIBC Summit. Welcome to the Blockchain Island. What started off last year as a dream complementing the launch of the 3 bills by the government of Malta culminated today in already the third edition that is sitting side by side with a set of incentives in artificial intelligence that also the government of Malta has launched to attract not only blockchain companies, but also companies that are doing a lot in artificial intelligence. Moving forward, our 4th edition of AIBC Summit will be held not in Malta, but in vibrant Manila in Southeast Asia. And there are a number of reasons why we chose Manila specifically, which I will explain. Reason number 1, we have a number of friends that are doing amazing shows across Asia, and we do not want to compete with that because we feel they're doing an excellent job in Hong Kong, we feel they're doing an excellent job in Singapore, and we feel they're doing an excellent job in Seoul, in Korea. So we don't want to produce more of the same. We chose Manila because in Southeast Asia, and this is reason number 2, there's millions of people, hundreds of millions of people that today still do not have access to a bank account, but they do have a smartphone. And the opportunity for mass adoption of blockchain technology there and for fintech technology is unprecedented. So that is our second reason why we felt that our AIBC show will find fertile soil in Southeast Asia. Reason number 3, as you know, Manila is fast becoming the hub for online gaming in Asia, just like Malta became the hub for online gaming in Europe. And we are also launching the largest show for online gaming worldwide, Sigma, in Manila. Response has been amazing for that show in online gaming, and we felt that by coexisting with our AIBC Summit, we're going to give a unique opportunity for the gaming industry to adopt new technology, and we're going to give an amazing opportunity to you guys, big on blockchain, big on AI, big on quantum, big on big data, big on Internet of Things, to explore online gaming and the adoption of this technology for online gaming. So 3 unique reasons why the 8th and 9th of June should be on your calendar, and I look forward to see you in Manila on those dates.
AI is good and human stupidity is bad. Popular culture like to tease the idea that superintelligence is going to be bad for humanity. Angelo argues that human stupidity is bad, not AI. Angelo Dalli, Umnei.
Good morning. Good morning. What a brilliant introduction. What a brilliant event that we have. Kudos to Iman and his team. I have seen the events that have been organized grow and grow in size and in quality. So I think, yeah, he was there, somewhere there. So, you know, really well done. Well done. So today I'm going to talk about, one second. Yeah, abdicated intelligence. So what is the real danger of the AI revolution that we are experiencing? Some of you may know that I know a thing or two about AI. I've been working 20 years in the field and in various applications waiting for the hardware and the data creation sources to catch up, and the right environment that finally allows us to create advanced technology that will benefit us all. I have a dream where humans begin to collaborate and have a productive relationship with AI, rather than just having something that is mechanical, that cannot talk to you, but a foundation based on common sense, realistic expectations, and real co-created value. So much of the conversation surrounding AI today is focused on AI doing things for us, or instead of us, opposed to AI doing stuff with us. Much of this fantasy comes from a hype-driven investment community chain, also the co-opting of science fiction narratives that serves nobody. In fairness, though, we're still in the infancy of AI, even though AI has been around for like 50 years or more. It's true that we have collectively created and brought into a technology that, in current deep learning, that is something that's almost impossible to understand because of the black box nature of AI. And this is because it is a mysterious black box. You put in data, it comes up with an answer, and no one knows exactly what is happening. someone will crack open this black box and usher in a new paradigm of AI that can truly collaborate with us, truly understand us. In the meantime, it would do us well to get off this fantasy and go back to the basics. So let's start off with a headline for you. I think future super artificial intelligence, that is something that's less narrowly focused, more broadly applicable, and more applicable to human endeavors, isn't a threat. It is a mass collective human stupidity that may bring about real danger to people and AI. And this is something that we should be concerned about. There are a lot of people who do scaremongering about AI, that we humans will create technology that will wipe us all out, that once it is smarter than us, it will say, okay, we don't need humans anymore. But once it gains also access to our life support systems, it will tell us, bye-bye, sayonara. I think that this will never happen. This is my controversial view, because a lot of people in the mainstream seem to think that there is a danger about this. I do not think that there is a danger about this, because can you imagine how much we collectively need to be asleep at the wheel in order to let this happen? How much we need to sustain a level of human abdication in order for this to happen. A favorite example from the scaremongering group is of the paperclip world example, in which imagine we've created some super intelligent AI and we tell it, okay, maximize the production of paperclips. And it will happily turn the whole world into a paperclip factory, just destroying us all in the process just to maximize paperclip production. I think such a scenario is very unrealistic. I do not think, first of all, that anyone is going to not see the signs that there is something wrong with AI. If something happens, we're going to stop it. Just like we stop anything else that is bad, we'll stop it just like we do any other system. And frankly, if we're so stupid enough to build, collectively just shut our eyes for like many years while this AI continues developing and ignore all the warning signs and do not put a kill switch in the system, then maybe we have it coming. And quite frankly, evolution doesn't stop. The fittest will always survive and the dumb will unfortunately perish. But in practice, I find the scenarios to be almost impossible. And from another point of view, what about the AI itself? Does it pay the AI, to just wake up one morning and say, okay, let's wipe out people? It's not going to happen. We are also beneficial for the AI, so I really think that all this media reports about Terminator coming, I think are just hype that is actually stopping progress in AI. That is just, making people think about things that they should not really be focusing on, and instead we should be focusing on productive stuff. There seems to be a trade-off between empowering technology and also diminishing human competence. And this is called the so-called automation bias. I think that this is much more of a threat, of a real short-term threat than anything else. So people are increasingly encouraged by technology to just abdicate their intelligence. Look at navigation. If you look at GPS devices, people cannot even tell north from south on a paper map anymore because everyone is just looking at their phones and navigating with it. This abdication to technology, and as technology becomes more and more embedded into our lives, systems and infrastructure, is actually what poses the real threat of us losing the basic knowledge and just abdicating all of our technology, all of our intelligence to artificial intelligence. And we'll try to replace human wisdom with automated mass abduction and abdication. And this is, I think, the real danger. If we look forward at future professionals, let's say, for example, doctors, we may be able to build technology that will effectively replace a lot of the work that doctors do. And that will be good in a way because everyone will have affordable, good quality healthcare. But we need to make sure that people skills, basic traditional skills, are still kept. We still need to make sure that, our societies, apart from, giving automation, we still keep this technology, we still keep the skills and knowledge, and we'll be able to do it manually. I think that having a backup is always good. And, it may come strange coming from me as someone who's been working 20 years in AI, but I think that this is very important to have as a backup plan. And I look forward also, if we abdicate sufficiently, we might be currently training the last generation of doctors that are capable of doing this. And I think this would be a big mistake. Will it matter if doctors, if the electricity goes out, they will not be able to continue a surgery? I think it does. I think that people should have the skills and maintain them, irrespective of how much AI has evolved. So I think we should not be answering the question, how can we replace humans, but we should be asking the question, how can we augment human capabilities effectively using AI? And this is how we will make sure that we will gain benefit from AI rather than going into a more dangerous path. Because technology is better at doing something, doesn't mean that it should have to do everything. Social media has made the problem a little bit worse because it causes us to jettison social skills. I mean, you can see it in some, Iman was mentioning Asia. For example, in Japan, some people find it really, really hard to even connect to one another. I think this is a big problem. And you see, like, a lot of people all the time on their phones and actually not talking to each other, not connecting to each other, person to person. If we're going to gain a lot of time with AI, because AI presumably will do a lot of the dirty work for us, so we're going to have more time on our hands, we should use that time in order to be more productive, more creative, and horror of horrors, talk to people, actually connect with other people, and have a better society as a result. And also, there is this trend, for example, with fake news. I was having a good discussion about whether fake news is good or not, whether it is diminishing our skills of common sense and fact-checking, or whether it is priming our, immune system, mental immune system, towards detecting fake news and not taking anything for granted. I feel that we're abdicating our self-identity to just likes, to see how many likes we get on our posts. And I think that real value like this is becoming impossible to determine, and tech businesses are being conceived, funded, built, and killed without any form of common sense arrangement. And I think the investment community also needs to start taking this into consideration. We don't ask if this product is good or useful. Instead, we ask, can we nurse this narrative next to the next funding series, or next to a valuable exit? Of course, it makes sense from a short-term financial point of view, but we need to make sure that we have also created real value applications that give real value to society. I've come to a place where I believe the story has started to replace the product, and I hope that advanced AI technology is going to change that and will bring value back into products. The fear of missing out has a negative, uncanny capability to negatively impact common sense and cause otherwise smart people to do things which, in hindsight, may seem a little bit rash. I think never before have so many people known so little about so much. One of the thought leaders in AI that I agree upon 100% is Gary Marcus of the New York University, and he always says that our biggest fear isn't that machines will try to annihilate us, but that our aspirations for AI will exceed our grasp for it. Some people may know, some people may not, but know this, but there have been like these 2 AI winters in the past, in the 80s, in the 90s, when people started hyping up AI and how much, it will bring us benefits. And then we realized that, we haven't actually met these objectives. And then the popularity of AI collapsed and the bubble collapsed. I don't think that this is going to happen now. I think that there are so many benefits that it's bringing up in AI that it's going to come here and stay. But we need to do this right. And I think that we need to do 3 things to create problems. One is to build it and give it access to everything. And then the problematic step will be to abdicate to it without maintaining control. So can someone create malevolent AI? Can someone use technology and empower it sufficiently to cause harm? Of course they can. Everything can be used for good or bad. But will that be self-directed superintelligence? Someone has to train the superintelligence in order to cause harm. So I firmly believe that with proper guidance, AI will bring a mass, positive change in society. It's going to bring us unprecedented amounts of wealth, a new way of doing things, a new way, of changing society. And I think instead of worrying about fantasy scenarios of harm and destruction, but focusing on how and when to get there and maintaining control at a certain level that lets us be in control, this is the way to prosperity and to a better future. Thank you. I'll keep this brief. Thank you very much. I hope that you took something from this and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Why are you here? Why are we here? And to be conscious of the things you do and say, I'm doing this because. Always asking yourself why. You don't do things just because you can. You do things because you should. Why do you play the game? How are you measuring or scoring yourself in this game? Because to some degree it is choose your own adventure. I choose impact, positive impact. And I measure my success in this life based upon the positive impact I'm having in the world. But we are all free to choose why we play the game.
Data is the new oil, but what do we do with it? Passive data aggregation is the norm, but what should companies do with it to maximize their verticals? Moderated by Miguel Francis Santiago, The Future Is Now Media Network. Josh Lawler, Zuba Lawler, Beatrice Collette, Chili's, Ethan Ng, Bicky.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So in this cyberlution that we're entering in, what we do in my profession is we try to expose the importance of doing good as we innovate and try to scale the ways that we've been so accustomed to. And for now, it is truly a centralized way that we've been accustomed to. And I think knowledge is power, and data is indeed the new oil. And let's discuss in this short 20-minute time frame, what can we do in order to better these dogmas of data-driven world that we're entering in? How can we decentralize the locus of power, and how do we see that shift taking place? Is this going to be an easy shift? Is this going to be a hard shift? How is the government going to react as more and more companies like Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook are being recreated in a decentralized, perhaps even tokenized aspect, where they give the control back to the people? Josh, let's start with you, please. What do you think?
Well, I think what's going to happen is what's going to happen, easy or hard. There's certainly a large grab from the existing enterprise providers. Microsoft just had their announcement a couple days ago to kind of co-opt distributed ledger within their own kind of internal systems. So Microsoft Azure, in Microsoft's case, kind of a global intranet. At the same time, there are certainly more decentralized providers, and one of our clients, Storecoin, is a great example of it, that are putting together platforms where application developers can choose what they do with the data, and they might give it back to their users and allow their users to monetize it, for instance. At the end of the day, I think information wants to be free, and it will get out to the public in the world.
And Ethan, in the case of exchanges, and of course the hot topic of, is DEX going to succeed? Is this really the right way of holding those sacred keys? In your case, how is that happening for you and in what you do?
Hello? Yeah. So I think like this, for your question is regarding DEX, right? Yeah, so for us, we are a centralized exchange, and then so we have VPNs, mJump servers, and we need access to go into our servers at any point of time. In terms of our wallet, we actually store only just 5% in our cold wallet at any point of time. And when it comes to the cold wallet, my CTO is actually very anxious on a daily basis because that's where all our customers' money is at. So we actually have multiple access. So when there's an exception, there's actually an alarm that will ring to everybody's phone. Yeah. So for that aspect, that's the countermeasure that we actually have. And with regards to DEX, I think we probably might be a little bit too early for this conversation. Years ahead. Yeah.
But what do you think in the progress of the way exchanges work and the way that private data is being stored, kept? Again, we have so many leaks happening, so many hacks. It's I think billions daily that are being leaked out. And again, very young, of course, the industry overall. We're in the baby steps. What do you think that particular exchange community is going to have to do in order to secure that data in a better way than it is now?
All right, so, on a daily basis, we get at least 20 attacks, right? So when we have lesser than that, we find an exception, like what's happening, is there a public holiday or something, right? Back then, when I was in Huobi Global, there was at least 50 attacks as well. And in the last few months, I've traveled to San Francisco, Japan, Korea as well. I've visited different security firms as well to look at this. I think there are some brilliant ideas that is just coming out in the last few months, and that's actually very interesting. We are taking a very conservative approach towards this as well. There's no practice that is actually perfect. Everybody's doing different practices to see how they can actually better protect. And all right, so a lot of our users are actually from the Chinese markets. And for the second layer of the recapture, we actually tried like 8 different methods because there's so many attacks. And then we have actually resorted to using unique Chinese characters in our recapture. And that is like perfect for us. I mean, that's just an example of the extent that we go to protect our new to crypto users. Yeah.
That sounds exciting indeed. Now, Chili's, Beatrice, and that sort of, let's say, platform for mass adoption through something people love and enjoy. What sort of dealings with data have you guys been encountering?
We just launched our app on Android 2 days ago, so it's just the beginning for us, and iOS coming very soon. So, I mean, basically, I think what we forget a lot when we look at big data is that it really needs to have a purpose, and about 90% of the data collected today is not being used. It just stored somewhere, but is not being used. So I think what's really important is to know for what purpose you want to use that big data. And I guess for us, when we look at sports and football in our case, for us, big data, the purpose would be to know where is our fan base. So when you look at Juventus fans, there are more fans of Juventus outside of Italy than in Italy. There is a big community in Asia as well. So big data can help us in that way to know where they are, what are their needs, their preferences, and how we can help them out in that way. So we can personalize the experience, the VIP experiences that any fan of any football team in the world can have.
You said it, the purpose of data and why, just like the reason why I started this panel with Brock saying those particular words, why are we here? What's the intention behind any platform that's in this industry, because it's all extremely data-driven. And Josh, I know you're currently speaking to a couple or several clients that are using some new methods you mentioned in that regard.
Yes, and I won't get too terribly technical on it, but I think that there's a really wonderful point being illustrated here, which is that not all data is the same. Any more than lubricating oil and high-octane oil are the same, and there's different purposes. So, the financial data that you're going to find on an exchange, highly sensitive, and of course, if it gets out, then there's potential to damage people, greatly. On the other hand, when you've got data about who's following what sports team, that's significantly less critical to be able to, it still should be protected, but it's not the same thing. But possibly users want to keep their own data and say, I'm a huge Duke Blue Devil fan, go Devils, and I may not want the world to see that. On the other hand, you've got things like in the United States, the Center for Disease Control. And I actually would love to make sure that the Center for Disease Control gets absolutely all the data that it possibly can. So it's a little bit, the right tools for the job.
But so, what do you think? Again, if we go back to the major question, the locus of control. And there are people saying that, owning your own data, it'd be great. That's what the industry talks about, but I know a few people, I'm not going to name who, let's just say they are maximalists in the Bitcoin maximalist arena, and they believe that this is just a fairy tale. We're never really going to own our own data, and we're really never going to have that control, because that knowledge is power, power is control, and so on. What do you think? Can we achieve this shift of this locus of control?
I think you have to follow the money. And the answer to the question is, you're not going to be able to voluntarily wrest the data from the people who are creating it. And when I say that, I mean Facebook is a perfect example. They do create all that data, even though it's all user-generated content. And there's a bit of an uproar because they've, at least in the United States, because they've made so much money off of their users' data, and the users really haven't understood that that's happening, and now they do. So of course it's kind of like, well, why am I not getting paid for my data? But at the end of the day, there wouldn't be anything if Facebook wasn't running it. Now, Facebook could choose to allow its users to have the data, and a number of companies that are growing up now are allowing that choice to happen. They're providing the technology, and a lot of it's on distributed ledger technology, where you can opt into the idea that if I'm following the Duke Blue Devils, for instance, I might make that something that the NCAA is allowed to be aware of, and I might get paid 5 cents or whatever to do that. On the other hand, Chili's may not give me that option. They may just collect what they've got. And as a user, I'm kind of out of luck on that, and that's the way it is.
And would you say that is one of the ways to synthesize the data properly?
Well, synthesizing is tough.
So that you're a good stickler on the data. You're not looked at as a bad actor.
Well, and that's why I was saying economics. It's marketing. I mean, if you've got a choice between, Facebook A on one side that owns all of your data and monetizes it, and that's all there is to it, and Facebook B on the other side that leaves you with some of the monetization and gives you some of the control over who's going to say things, most users, again, at least in the United States, are going to choose Facebook B, all other things being equal. So it becomes economics. It becomes product-driven.
So I guess the answer is really to create a powerful platform that is attractive, and then use that data with a good purpose.
Yeah.
Would you say Chili's is in that spectrum?
It's very early stage for us. We are just now create all our user base and so on. But I think we're going to have to be careful as well to all misinterpretations that can happen with big data. Today we have the potential with all. We can create so many exabytes of information at lightning speed. So we just have to be careful on how we interpret the results and so on. Do really data show exact facts or the truth, or does the result is more making us feel more comfortable and successful and so on? So we need to be very careful on that as well. Misuse as well, and and misinterpretation of all of that.
So what are some of the other, perhaps, Ethan, lessons that we can look at or learn from again, the centralized society, data-driven, in not repeating those mistakes in the decentralized, data-driven society that we're building now? What would you, maybe some pointers you can throw out there? Or?
So, like, you know, everywhere I travel to, the most often, most often, there's a lot of people asking me the same question, like, which are the countries that Biki is actually targeting? And so basically, everybody's asking where are we going to localize? And our approach is a lot different. We look from our data and where most of our organic traffic is coming from, and also where our users are based, our active users as well. And then from there, we will look from this data to specifically target those countries to localize in, right? So in terms of globalization, that's how we are attempting it.
Josh, what would you add to that?
You know, what I think would be a wonderful use case if it could happen would be actually scrubbing away disinformation. You know, one of the things that potentially, you know, I'm not entirely sure how it would work out. I'm not enough of a techie, but you know, particularly in the United States right now in politics, I mean, there's a lot of discussion over, you know, things that have targeted particular populations to vote in a particular way that have been very much planted and not really true. And at this point, it's impossible to understand from the various news sources what is actually correct. And there's definitely a data play, you know, with some type of machine learning that can scrub that. And, you know, again, I know some of the larger providers who have taken a lot of criticism are working on those types of things, but at the same time, as long as it's centralized, you really never know what slant you're being given. So that would be, I think, from a greater good perspective, one of the things I would really, really love to see.
That's an awesome point. And I mean, we're missing Tufi Salih, but he didn't make it. He was supposed to be on the previous panel. And I mean, this leads us into deepfake AI and just the amazing opportunities and the evil use for that technology in driving data and disinformation, misinformation. And, you know, for me as someone who actually has worked at RT, Russia Today, and eventually I had my own crypto show that I was able to do there and get away from politics. I have to say, no news source, whether it's CNN or you know, RT or Al Jazeera or any of that, no news source is unbiased. Editorial policy is editorial policy everywhere, and it plays to the certain interests of the certain news source everywhere. So no media is really independent, and to have a cleanup mechanism for that, perhaps using you know, AI or some sort of a data system would be amazing and a great use case. So yeah. Again, some people say that as this shift comes, we will have uprisings, revolutions, perhaps even violence when people realize that they want to own their own data. And how can we have a peaceful transition in that regard? What sort of perhaps education, or should we get more people coming to these conferences to listen about the importance of owning your own data?
I think people really need to figure out what they want to do without knowing that they're doing it for the most case. I would love to see everybody attend these conferences, but the reality is that that's not going to happen for most of the population. You know, in many countries, I don't believe bloody revolution is really possible, and I don't think it would happen over data ownership, possibly data access. And you know, if you look at a lot of the the dictatorships in the world, you know, one of the key things is, you know, none of the information is available. Forget it being slanted; it's just not there. So, you know, as you stated, knowledge is power, and from that perspective, in order to have more basic human rights, in a lot of cases, there needs to be more freedom of access. But I don't know that I see people, you know, as long as they can go about their lives and they have food and shelter and families and, you know, love. I'm going to be a little bit corny about it, but I don't think they're going to rise up over, you know, not having command over their blog necessarily.
And that's why realizing that Bitcoin at the end of the day is also data, and decentralized financial ownership of your data is ownership of your value and money, and maybe that could change the world for the better. So we're all here for a good reason. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
financial inclusion and DeFi. How does the concept of decentralized finance differ from traditional models? And where is this space going in the next 5 to 10 years? Let's get the lowdown from an industry thought leader. Max Cantelia, Zilliqa.
Good morning, everybody. How are we all? I'm actually quite surprised to see so many people here, especially on a Friday morning after a Thursday night in Malta. That's actually very impressive. By way of introduction, sorry, I'm just trying to get my slide deck on board. No. This isn't my slide deck. I'll give it a go, but probably won't do it enough justice. Okay. I think we're there. It's not moving into the presentation. Sorry about this. Okay, perfect. All right, so just by way of introduction, my name is Max Cantelia, and I'm a co-founder at a company called Zilliqa. For those of you that don't know about Zilliqa, let me just give you a little bit of an introduction. So firstly, we are the first public blockchain platform in the world to actually launch a mainnet using a technique called sharding. Sharding basically allows us to achieve high throughput in a public blockchain without the trade-offs that we make in this trilemma of scalability, security, and decentralization. We've also built our own smart contract language that's formally verifiable. Beyond the technology, we've started to look at adoption very, very carefully. We have a grants program that enables people who have really creative ideas to build dApps. We grant them capital to build applications on top of Zilliqa. But we're also looking at how we get big industry adoption. And there are two industries that we are targeting: digital advertising and marketing, and financial services on a blockchain. Just for your information, we've achieved around 2,800 transactions per second. And I'm afraid that's essential. Even that's not enough, but it's essential if we're going to talk about things like decentralized finance. High throughput, safety, and security are essential if we're going to build DeFi. Okay, so I talked about how, on the previous slide, we want to look at big pain points. So financial services at a global level is a major pain point. You know, it's shocking that there are still close to 2 billion people around the world that don't have access to financial services. I was in San Francisco last week, and a very close friend of mine told me that there are actually 10 million households, roughly 40 million people in the US alone, that don't have access to banking services. So my point here is that it's not just about the emerging markets. When people talk about decentralized finance, they're focusing too much on the emerging world. It's not just about the emerging world, because the developed world shares the same issues. Look at the numbers. You know, half of these people that are unbanked are female. Half of them are very, very young adults. And you know, we really need to solve this. There is good news, though, because this technology that we called the mobile, I think basically has accelerated beyond you know, most of our wildest dreams. 2/3 of the world's population actually has access to a mobile. So when we consider that there is a medium here by which we can deliver these financial services to the unbanked, now I think things start to become really, really possible. let's give him a bit of good press, okay, because I think he needs it and deserves a little bit of it. But Mr. Zuckerberg did say something quite compelling a little while back, and I thought it was worth sharing because it very nicely and simply, this actually says it all. So then, just a quick show of hands, how many people in the room are actually familiar with what DeFi is? Yeah, yet another jargon, but oh, I saw at least 4 or 5 hands going up, so that's good. Well, essentially, decentralized finance is really, it's a new way of thinking about how we provide financial services and how we deliver those financial services to everybody on this planet that has access to some form of a technology platform. It's fintech on a blockchain, but I think it's taking fintech a step further, and we'll look at that in just a moment. But essentially, decentralization is about removing the middle person. We actually don't need that person any longer. And some people describe it as open finance. Some people describe it as the Internet of money. We can look at it we can call it whatever we want to, but essentially it's providing financial services to a much, much larger population than we do today. So I talked earlier about how decentralized finance is as applicable to the developed markets as it is to emerging markets. And in the developed markets, I think that we can achieve much, much greater transparency. And I think actually that we can create much better efficiency. I've actually been an entrepreneur all my life, but actually mainly around the financial market space, because I've always wanted to change some of the legacies that exist. Things like T+2. Why is it that it takes 2 days to settle a securities, for God's sakes? And so in the developed markets, there's as much change that can be brought as there is in the emerging markets. The numbers are a little bit bigger, but I think this is the huge opportunity. So this is a really interesting way for me to show you how we've gone from the traditional financial services world, here on the left, through evolution of fintech over the last 5 to 7 years. And we've seen some enormous companies being built in just the last 5 to 7 years, which the traditional bankers never thought would happen, let me tell you. So companies like the Lending Club, look at what Revolut and TransferWise are doing today. Over dinner last night, I had members of my team raving about how they love Revolut. When was the last time you heard somebody raving about a major retail banking name? It doesn't happen anymore. The interesting thing is that as we move to DeFi, we can do a heck of a lot more. And already today, for those of you that are following this space, there are components of the DeFi space, and there are many, by the way, where there are already really interesting companies coming into play. And we need to build an ecosystem of exchanges, of traders, of stable coins, payment platforms, as well as people that can build lending and borrowing applications. We need to bring all of this together, but there are people already brave enough to be doing this. And I really urge you to go and take a look at what some of these people are doing. Let's pick on one particular application that we're probably all familiar with. Lending and borrowing. So peer-to-peer lending has been growing year on year at an unprecedented rate. And I think that there are huge opportunities to put lending and borrowing on a blockchain, peer-to-peer technology. And there are massive similarities, I think, in the advantages that can be achieved. However, we can achieve so much more transparency and efficiency by putting lending onto a blockchain. Smart contract risk is an issue, but again, companies such as Zilliqa are building secure, safe, smart contracts to protect the consumer. Just to round off, at Zilliqa, we are really very excited about what we can do within this space. I think the opportunity is absolutely enormous. We've already spelled out for ourselves a 2.5-year timeline. I want to compress that by 50%, which means that the team is going to have to work exceptionally hard. But there's a lot to be done, and we need to collaborate with other people to achieve all of these things. But actually, yesterday, we made an announcement that you can Google, which is very, very exciting. So with a company that's regulated in Singapore, a company called Exfers, yesterday we announced a partnership whereby we're going to be looking at how we build a pilot Singapore dollar stablecoin. Stablecoins, for those of you that are not familiar, are a very essential infrastructure component before we can go out and build some of these applications. But thank you for listening to me. I couldn't, excuse me for the pun, but I had to put it on there. Have a really lovely Friday and a great weekend, and thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Emerging economies, credible crisis, and cryptocurrency. Blockchain's value proposition becomes even more pertinent when seen in light of emerging economies. The question is, will it solve today's credibility crisis? Moderated by Anna Pelova, Your Influence. Jürgen Hobarth, Tokenization Limited. Jared Wynn, Win Solutions. Dana Faruja, Tech.mt. Monty Mumford, Orbs.
Hi, everyone. So before we start, I just want to give a quick introduction of myself. My name is Anna Pelova. I am a content creator, and I run my own content marketing agency. And I also have a book project where I travel around the world to interview entrepreneurs from both developed and emerging markets. So today I have 4 amazing panelists, and hopefully this will be a very insightful conversation. But before we begin, I just want to give you a quick icebreaker to ponder on. So when you say emerging economies, most people imagine unstable governments, hyperinflation, poor education, lack of access to banking services, and so on. But then you also have countries like Bulgaria, where I'm coming from, for example, which is in the EU and has entirely different problems, and it's so different from countries in Africa and South America. So when you say emerging economies, what do you imagine? What is your definition of the term?
Okay, for me, basically, I think the term is I live now since 11 years in Asia, and I see there are markets developing like Indonesia, Malaysia. So this is for me like of emerging markets.
Okay. Jared?
I would also resonate with that sentiment. Emerging economies, definitely in the Asia markets, the up-and-coming markets, the growth areas, those sectors that are ultimately still developing, but at the same time growing, where blockchain can also be a complement to that growth.
And what are the biggest issues that you see there in these countries?
A lot of the issues that I see is, for one, just trust in systems. There's many countries that right now officials don't even believe the numbers that are being reported. And obviously, blockchain being a trust-based system, there's a lot of synergies that could be placed with blockchain. But that said, I would say trust is the one thing that all governments would be wanting to achieve and one thing that blockchain could facilitate.
Dana?
Well, to me, emerging economies are all driven by peer demand, peer-to-peer mass demand in reality, and it's not country-based or the natural evolution that we most of the time discuss. It's all driven by the consumer. I mean, and you truly see the power of the consumer when you see economies, new economies developing, and as Jared said, in this disruptive environment that we are living in, the major thing that you have to handle all the time is trust.
Trust, okay. Monty?
I just like the fact that it's a new phrase, emerging, economy. It used to be underdeveloped economy or less developed economy. And I think emerging economies puts a nicer spin on it, as it's something good that's happening. So I think all of the ones that were just described. But I suppose for me it would be Africa. That's where I see the most awesomeness.
Okay. And there are a lot of projects that talk about how they're going to solve certain problems. But can you share some real-life examples of projects that have already done that or are doing this successfully? And why do you believe they will survive these markets?
Okay, I can give you an idea. So, we have in Hong Kong a very unique situation. And there are a lot of people from the Philippines working. And before they had the problem, okay, if you want to remittance money from Hong Kong back to your family, and imagine they earn around $300 but the transaction fee would be like $20 to $30 which is 10% of the amount they send. There's like a couple of companies which already do this. They are traditional fintech companies, but what they learned, they maybe just cut the fee a little bit. But now there are already projects starting to work on to do this purely on cryptocurrencies and stablecoins.
Jared?
Being at this conference, speaking to so many of the great projects, I mean, I feel some of the best projects that I've seen that have done well are usually those that don't truly advertise the fact that they utilize blockchain. It's typically an obscured process to the end consumer, but other projects I was just speaking to, I think it's Aerobank, they were talking about how the archaic processes of ticketing when it comes to flights and all of the middlemen that are involved in that, there's obvious use cases that can drive success. And when it comes to having those solutions, ultimately, it's going to be driving away some of the middlemen, which are going to have opposition to that change. But nonetheless, it's those use cases that are a no-brainer that should obviously be taking place, and this resistance to change is the only thing that's going to be preventing it.
Well, in Malta, in the past year, I have seen many projects starting to take form on these new technologies. The common factor with all these projects is that technology companies are grabbing parts of processes wherever in the value chain and remodeling them, putting them on open source and increasing scalability at a global level. And that is giving a lot of power both to the consumer and also to the bottom line of these companies.
Okay, Monty?
I would say blockchain for good. I think the sourcing of ethnic materials or the ethnic sourcing of minerals. I think Ford Motor Company are doing stuff with IBM and DRC for, to check that lithium is sourced properly, is not used with child labor. The blockchain's working very well for that. And also, I think maybe the charity model, especially in Africa, I mean, that's probably, I know a little bit more about that than most places. But the charity and the aid model seems to be completely fucked and broken and ridiculous in the wastage that happens there. If blockchain, which I think there are a number of projects that are beginning to kind of approach that matter, excuse my language, by the way, but it really annoys me. So you can see where money goes at every point, and it's used efficiently and properly, and not in a patronising way that they're emerging economies and they need our help. They don't need our help. They just want to work together with us. That's what I hope blockchain might do.
And when you talk about governments and trust that you all mentioned is an issue, there are two kinds of people who believe that crypto and blockchain is the solution, we should create a new alternative, we shouldn't have centralized authorities, but then there are also projects that want to help governments, and there are also like real applications that have worked successfully. And maybe Dana, you can give us more insight because you work with the government, but which do you believe is the right approach? Should we create an alternative, or should we help governments and work with them? Dana, do you want to start?
In my opinion, when you have an idea and you go to a country and you try to implement that idea in a country, if you do not have the support of the ecosystem, of the government system of that country, obviously your company will face many more problems. Obviously, when you have the government being in a stable position and adopting itself new technologies, being part of emerging technologies, walking hand in hand with evolution in different economic sectors, then this makes your life much easier.
Yeah, because you can't really ignore the government. It's going to be there.
They go hand in hand. You cannot have the private sector working on its own or the government working on its own. We have seen this model reaping a lot of benefits here in Malta. They both coexist. You cannot survive on your own. The government does not survive on its own, and the private sector does not survive on its own. They have to merge and work together.
Can you share a few examples from your work that you...
I think this is one of the factors that has reaped the economic success that we are experiencing at the moment as a country. The fact that the government has worked hand in hand on many private projects with the private sector has helped to grow our economy to what it is today. And the same is happening in the technology sector now. The government in the past 2 years has been very supportive, has been very adoptive. We started with the education system. We are continuing with health. We're now working on the company registration processes to migrate them onto blockchain. So we also try to keep abreast with new technologies by keeping in close contact with the private sector. It's an open door policy. Everyone is welcome. This government listens. So that all this mix helps to produce what we are seeing today.
Okay, and Monty, I know you've traveled a lot. We just had a quick chat. So what is your opinion about that?
I think that there's... we got rid of apartheid in South Africa, right? 25 years ago or whatever. But I think there's a massive disparity and a kind of almost fascism and apartheid when it comes to currencies. So you have, the currencies that fiat, dollar, euro, pound, whatever. We can go anywhere if you're from those countries, right? Anywhere you like, you know what I mean? And it's really cheap wherever you go. And then if you look at, let's say, the bottom 50 currencies, if you're in DRC or Zimbabwe in billions of dollars, right? This is a completely screwed up situation. So maybe focus, instead of going straight to, I don't know, kind of all newfangled ideas, if you could have a stable coin for the kind of 50 worst performing currencies in the world, and then make that gap less. If you're from Tanzania or DRC, you're never going to be able to go to New York. You're never going to be able to go to London or even Sofia. You know what I mean? Because and it's completely, it really makes two worlds. If you could bring those 50 currencies up to the top 50 currencies, using a stable coin or using crypto or something like that would be amazing, and probably a much more kind of, pragmatic approach than, blockchain of the future, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Jared, Jürgen, do you want to share your opinion?
I will actually just say as well that if there is going to be an impact, it's almost just with any approach, even from a sales approach. When you're trying to drive sales revenues, you focus on your bottom and you focus on your top, and the middle in between usually doesn't get the most focus. Reasoning behind that is you can make the biggest impact on those that have the greatest ability of change. So Zimbabwe, India, those countries, I think that those would obviously be the countries that would be more open to a solution. But that said, even working with governments in IoT and things of those nature, there was always a high burden of proof that was necessary as to why they would even want to consider a technology, let alone then overcoming the hurdles of blockchain. And even mentioning blockchain obviously caused quite a bit of hesitation when disseminating the product information to them. But beyond that, that's the media that we are up against, and that's where there's opportunity, there's always going to be corruption. So given that there's such a strong opportunity with blockchain, I think it's just really key about the messaging and the way that that messaging is provided to those governments. So.
Yeah, and it's also a good point that many of these governments are actually open, although we perceive them as unstable. But for example, Somaliland, where people are recreating their country, this can have a real good application. And Jürgen?
This is what I wanted to say as well. So definitely there are governments open for change, but what I experienced with traditional fintech, it just is a different pace. So you can assume, like if you think in South Africa, there was once a problem that people got mugged. And then was coming out a mobile app where you could pay with the QR codes, like it's in China in WeChat. And adoption happened on the private sector. So because the government didn't address that problem. And I think in other countries, if you work with the government, that's my personal experience, to get things done, it takes like 3-4 times. So sometimes the private sector outperforms. And we see it now as well. So, you know, in China somehow, they want to do now their own stablecoin. Let's see how that works out. And then you have the same story in the US, where Libra is coming. So in Libra, it's coming from the private sector, whereas in China, it's coming from the government sector.
That's a very good point, actually.
Yes, yes.
And when it comes to the private sector, many people in the audience are actually business-oriented. So I guess the $1 million or the 111 Bitcoin question is how can you work in these markets and deliver solutions that actually become successful? Because these markets give you a great opportunity to leapfrog and apply a technology and jump straight to the solution.
I can give you a good example. So, for example, if you want to do a mobile payment solution in Vietnam, you would not be able to do it because the government is there too strong and they control the market. So from the private sector, if you go into this market, it's undoable. If you try to do something like, as you said, like Bulgaria, or for example, I think there's a regulation where it would be able to do it. We have money transfer license, and you can do things very easily, convenient. You don't need the government. And if you think further in some other countries, it's a mixture, to be honest. It's always like each market is completely unique. And you know, if in Europe you want to sell securities on the blockchain, you need to apply the securities law. There is no way around it because there's already a regulation. So you need, as a private person or in the private sector, needs to apply to certain rules, to be honest.
So Jared, how would you deliver the message if you're an entrepreneur?
So really, it would be that exactly. It's a matter of your product is only going to ever be as good as your messaging. And I've seen countless keynotes with regards to products that were just an amazing product, but they didn't know their audience very well. And the high-level information that they were providing just really wasn't giving the value that the audience needed to hear. So in short, I would really say is with your product, ensure that the messaging is proper, that you have several channels of that message. One that's a simple one that is going to go to probably 99.9% of the audience. The other one that is more technical for those that like to go into that depth. But it truly, in order for people to trust what it is that you're saying, they have to understand it. And I urge people to really take caution when advertising their product to make sure that it is interpretable by all audiences.
But is it different when you create your message? Is it different for the developed markets and for the emerging markets, or you use the same strategy?
You know, I would say that the strategy would be similar in terms of approach, but when it comes to developing market, it would be very much this is the bottom line, this is what could be improved. You know, you aren't trying to do a sales pitch in order to drive your revenue. Whatever it is that you're providing is ultimately going to improve them, and they need to see those figures. So it's going to be very mathematically driven, I feel, in that type of environment.
Okay, so we have a few minutes. Dana and Monty, if you can add your insight.
I can't add anything to that at all.
No.
Absolutely brilliant, both of them.
Okay, thank you. Dana?
Well, from my end, what I would like to add is that in reality, in this new emerging technology, we're dealing with managing risk all the time, wherever we are. If we're dealing with crypto, we're dealing with blockchain, we're dealing with adoption of these new technology, is managing risk. And everyone sometimes expect that governments, that companies do not make mistakes. And credibility crisis is all about managing risk in reality. So I think we have to be participative, but also we have to be understanding that people need to take decisions in such volatile markets, and we need to understand that mistakes in this process will be done, and governments, companies need time to adjust, to recalibrate and move into the right direction.
Okay, thank you everyone. So our time is almost up. So thank you, Jürgen, Jared, Dana, and Monty.
Thank you.
Bringing AI development into human-machine ethics. Only when we understand our actions as intelligent, autonomous agents can we effectively design the right machine learning systems. Let's delve into XAI notions of AI and beyond. Yorick Wilkes, Florida Institute of Human and Machine Cognition.
Hello. I'm not going to do slides. It'll take 2 minutes to put them up, and they'll be too small to read. So I thought for 10 minutes I'd just talk, if that's okay. I'm from AI Research, so it's a slightly different background from that of most people here. I also am not talking about blockchain because I tried to think of gymnastics that would connect what I want to say to blockchain, but I can't. I wanted to say something quite simple and straightforward about AI and ethics. Most talk about AI and ethics is about essentially codes of practice. It's really something a bit like building codes for building. It's essential, but it's extremely dull. There's another area you're aware of course, which is design ethics for AI entities, how they should be built and how they should behave. That's much more interesting, but I'm going to talk about something different from both of those. I want to take the assumption that all ethics is in a sense individual and geared to the individual in the end. And that's what I'm interested in. And my starting point is this, is that if you think about it, this is obvious, human ethical behavior is inscrutable. We don't know how other people reach the ethical decisions they do. We don't know how we reach our own decisions. We may have ideas, hypotheses about how they work. We don't know how people work. We don't even know how we work ourselves. The business of the courts, the business of psychiatrists is to explain that to us, to try and create hypotheses as to why people do the things they do, ethical and otherwise. And that's my starting point, that we're in a sense inscrutable. And we have a huge culture behind us to explain how we do, but we've no way of knowing if it's really right. We take advice where we can. Now, what I want to connect that with AI is this. You know that machine learning is now the dominant paradigm in artificial intelligence, and of course, much machine learning has led to very successful algorithms which are also inscrutable. This has been a matter of much discussion, is one of the things about much machine learning people don't like, that very effective machine learning algorithms in surgery, face recognition, anything you like, reach perfectly good decisions which are effective, but because of the way they work with hidden layer networks and so on, people don't know how they reach those decisions, and for some people that's an argument against them. And you also probably know there's a huge research area, particularly in America, called explainable AI, XAI, to explain how artificial intelligence entities machine learned ones, statistically based ones, reach the decisions they do. Usually this research takes the form of either finding rules which produce roughly the same output as the networks, and then you hypothesize that those rules capture what the networks are doing, or some kind of statistical behavior where you run the network many, many times and see what the average outcomes are and make guesses about what it will do in certain circumstances. All this is really based on what used to be called software engineering, to try to prove how things would work in the abstract without running them all the time and testing all their possibilities. So that's XAI. It's extremely important. So the thing I want to just bring to your attention, which you may have thought of for yourself, is that we're moving to a world where humans and machine learning AI systems are in the same position. They're both inscrutable. And in, I won't say the same way, because we have brains and machines don't, but the inscrutability may be of the same type and may be open to the same kind of explanation or amelioration. If so, the real subtitle of what I want to say to you is, how about XAI for humans? Could AI help us explain human behavior in the way that it's now going to explain, we hope, that's the idea, much machine-learned behavior? Now, for 20 years, I've been pushing a line in artificial intelligence with the keyword companions. Intimate, conversational agents that live with you for many, many years, know all about you. If you're an old person, they help you with your photographs and getting services you need and going to the post office. But basically, they can interfere with or advise on any aspect of your life for companionship and advice and expertise. That's 20 years ago. It sounded more novel 20 years ago when I said it. Nowadays, of course, it sounds slightly obvious. And in the meantime, of course, there's Siri and Alexa. Now, they are not companions. They are clever chatbots that don't know much about you, but they talk to you as if they did. By companions, I mean something much more intimate than that, something with you for very long periods that might even survive your death and explain your life to your descendants. So what I want to put before you today is just a sort of futuristic and speculative idea that the companion idea might be extended towards what I'll call an ethical orthosis. I like the word orthosis. My director in my institute where I work in Florida uses it. Orthosis is not like a prosthesis. A prosthesis is like a fake leg you strap on to make up for something you haven't got. An orthosis is something you strap on but helps you. It doesn't make up for something you haven't got. It's just an add-on that you can use. So I'm asking myself the question and asking you, what would an ethical orthosis be like? Could a companion be one? What would it be like for a human to have an AI companion that discussed with them their ethical choices that they'd made, the mistakes they'd made in their life, the plans they were thinking of carrying out, the choices they had in front of them, and could explore with them in conversation and privacy the kinds of choices they had and the different outcomes? I have a feeling that this would be a very good idea. I'm certain it's possible. I think almost anything would help, because look, if you think about it for a moment, it's not that original, is it? We've had people like this around for thousands of years. We've had priests for 2,000 years who just discuss people's behavior with them and advise them and try to correct them. We've had psychiatrists for at least 100 years who do exactly that. Discuss people's behavior, examine it with them, they don't discuss future choices usually, discuss behavior patterns, show you patterns in your behavior you didn't have. Indeed, you almost might say you have sports coaches. Sports coaches are almost a sort of this, discussing your physical behavior, your physical choices, your behavioral regimes. So what I'm saying is not, in a way, all that strange. I'm saying, could you think of all those professions rolled into a ball, turned into an AI companion that you could talk to about the ethical choices you were going to make, and would that give you any benefit? Would that do anything for your life? I think it probably would, and again, the thing I want to remind you of is that's exactly what's being tried out for machine learning, and machine learning of ethical choices. So if it works for machines, why may it not work for humans? So my slogan is, and I'll stop with this, XAI for humans. Thank you.
Ethical implications of AI development on modern life. Given the exponential increase in computing power and robust artificial intelligence systems, an ethical AI strategy is eminently desirable. Moderated by Wesley Elul, Quizando, Angelo Dalli, Umnai, Dhananjoy Mishra, Canas Surveillance System. Yorick Wilkes, Florida Institute of Human and Machine Cognition.
Welcome, welcome, welcome this morning to the AIBC Summit. It's been a great day one. Day two's already been fantastic, and there was a wonderful talk by Yorick just now. We are here this morning to speak about the ethical implications of AI. We're in a very interesting world today. We're in a world where computers are making decisions for us. They're changing the way we live, and they're doing it on a daily basis. They're making decisions of the news we see and what we do, and how is this going to affect what's going to be happening in the future. With me, I have the amazing Angelo Dalli. Angelo, thank you for coming down. Yorick, thank you for making your way. So let's just start with a very basic question. You both work in the world of AI. Is AI, first of all, from an ethical point of view, going to make the world a better place with what we're doing, or is it going to make a world where we might not be able to make decisions for ourselves?
Well, there's so many areas of modern life, and AI is intruding into everything. I mean, the wonderful thing about AI is it changes everything. There seems to be nothing from love life to finance to war that it isn't going to influence. So anything is specific. I've been thinking lately about back to old questions that came up years ago about AI and war. Many of you might have seen Dr. Strangelove in 1964, one of possibly Kubrick's greatest movie. And at the time, a lot of people were publicly skeptical about it. But it turned out later, articles in the New Yorker recently, that said that Dr. Strangelove was much closer to the truth than was realized at the time. In the film, he created the idea of the doomsday machine. The doomsday machine was essentially 1960s AI that was going to loose off thermonuclear rockets in response to an attack from an enemy, presumably the Soviet Union, which doesn't exist, and was going to let them off without any human control, because they didn't think that humans would be necessarily around to let them off. And people laughed at the time, but since then, various military strategists have confirmed there was something very like the doomsday machine in place in America, and now there's an application of AI, isn't there? And the more I would like to leave my friends on the panel with the question, I mean, who would you trust more in these situations? Because if you look at the newspapers, lots of people who live in missile silos in Nevada and who guard American missiles have been dismissed for various derelictions because they're out there with no girlfriends and no booze, and they're going mad, and they take up all kinds of funny habits, and they get fired. Now, these people are not strictly normal. Think of those people in year-long missions on atomic submarines who don't come up for a year. Are they people you really trust? I mean, they're going a bit weird out there.
Oh, now this is a very, very interesting point, because yes, the human psyche can change and can go in very weird and wonderful places. So, I mean, this is one topic actually I was talking about last night when it came down to war. Right now we have a choice between a nuclear bomb or, as you know, there's autonomous drones. Yep. The autonomous drones, weaponized autonomous drones that can go in and instead of blowing up an entire place, they could find the specific people. Now, when we go down to that, it's using AI, it's using a program that that has tried to make certain justifications, but it can't always assess the complete situation. Just as an example, which we used last night, is imagine there's a man in the middle of a crowd who's shouted out to someone, "We have a bomb. I have a bomb strapped to me." And he had a friend with him, and another person had a gun on him, and he said, "Okay, if you let that off, I will kill your friend." Now, this person is trying to save the multiple. The other man has the bomb. One has the weapon, one doesn't. But these drones will have to make these decisions. And this is the question, who is going to be responsible for these ultimate decisions that are going to be made?
I strongly believe that in that case, that people should be given control to make the final decision. I don't think that autonomous decisions about this life and death matters should be taken by an AI system, no matter how advanced, actually. Unless it is something that is very well defined, that is going to save your life. For example, if there's an emergency system in an airplane that needs to take decisions in real time in order to save you rather than to, kill you, then I think that is something that should be automated. But I think when it comes to this kind of decisions, ethical decisions, I think people should be in the loop. And also, when you think about it, even though these are very complex systems, I think that at some level, like at a very basic level, I know if you have driverless cars, autonomous drones, maybe it is too complicated for a person to be able to control everything in real time. This is why you have autonomous systems. But I think giving human control over the key decision points is always possible. And this is why I'm saying, like, you cannot abdicate your responsibility. You cannot just give away all the power of control to the AI. Now, if Yorick has a different view.
I take the point. I'm agnostic about this. One of my close colleagues in England, Noel Sharkey, has been one of the major international advocates against autonomous AI weapons, and he's very effective. And his main argument is one that you touched on. I mean, do we trust AI things to make the distinction between competence and non-competence, the right people and the wrong people? And what makes me agnostic is that it seems to me that humans haven't been very good at this. The people who brought you Hiroshima and Dresden, I mean, they weren't very good at this, and I'm not sure the guys in Nevada who are firing the drones in Syria now, picking somebody out, I'm not sure they're very good at it. They seem to take out a lot of wedding parties too. Yeah. So when I agree with you, I worry about the capacity of current and future AI. I worry almost as much, if not more, about the people.
I do really address that point there, because humans are as fallible as machines. But then the question is, when a machine makes a mistake, who's going to be held responsible for that? Because let's go back to the autonomous driving question, which comes up time and time again. You're driving down the road, you're sitting in your nice Tesla or an autonomous car driving down there. It's going at a certain pace, out of nowhere, a family of three, it's turning a corner, a family of three is crossing the road. It has a choice at this point. It can either run over the family of three or, say, go into a wall. One of which will create a death. It'll either be the driver or the actual family. One is going to make a decision, but who's going to be held responsible for that decision? Will it be the manufacturer? Will it be the driver? Will it be the person who actually programmed it, or at least gave it the data enough to make it that decision?
I think the manufacturer should always have some kind of responsibility, in fact, on how the system behaves. For example, I, for one, would not trust a car that, an autonomous car that would make a decision that would end up with me, not the driver, but the owner, the person inside the car, actually getting, hit or killed just because it decides to not hit someone else. Actually, I would want it to protect me as the occupant of the vehicle at all costs, almost. I mean, if it can avoid an accident, obviously it will try to, but not at the expense of actually damaging me, because I wouldn't trust such a system. I would never go inside.
Is there any frameworks currently in place, or like when programming, creating AI? Is there any frameworks in place of skill sets that you should actually implement? Should it be protect driver first? Should it be a utilitarian concept? Is there any philosophical elements that are being used at the moment?
Lots of people have talked about it, of course, and I don't know what algorithms they're building into the many automated cars that are coming, but we know they're coming. Yes. So the legal system is going to have to be creative about assigning blame, and they're going to have to do it because automated cars are inevitable. Yes. I think they're going to be better gas mileage, less hold-ups on the freeways, less deaths. It's all going to be better. Yes. No old drivers like me. I mean, so we're going to have to be creative, and also an element that people don't think about is there'll be cultural choices. Yes. And a very interesting result was a survey that showed that if you ask the Japanese whether on a crossing an automated car should kill the old person or the child, they basically, by a majority, said kill the child. If you ask in the West the same question, they say kill the old person. So, maybe automated cars won't work the same way in all countries.
Okay, that is very, very interesting. So,
and are to impose, cultural differences in the algorithm? Is it going to have a setting? And is my setting going to be, if I have my car, all of a sudden I drive it, to Japan, all of a sudden it's going to switch to Japanese mode or not? Will I have, like, I don't know, a British or Maltese style of driving? Well, hopefully not the Maltese style of driving in Japan.
In fact, that actually is a very interesting point. Japan does drive on the same side as Malta. Yeah. Maltese, lot of Maltese cars on the road are actually secondhand Japanese imports.
Yeah.
So that cultural difference could make quite a big difference if we actually set a cultural framework.
You might take Japanese automated cars.
Maltese children Maltese children might be the victims of this, but
Maltese children should be told.
Yes. But this should there be frameworks put in place? Should governments start setting the forms of rules, saying, look, these are the concepts as a nation we would like any AI working in to do? Is this something that we should be looking at?
In fact, I've been involved in the regulations of the AI regulations in Malta, which have been a very light touch regulations, that they didn't really address this head on because the issues are still so open-ended that it is quite difficult in our, to legislate anything about it really. So there are OECD recommendations on how systems should behave, and one of the recommendations is that in this case the manufacturer should test and ensure that an automated system like a driverless car should be able to explain itself, should be able to be diagnosed, debugged, and all that. But it's still an open-ended question, and I think that if we put in like too many regulations, it will also stifle innovation. So there's always this balance of whether to how heavy the regulation is going to be.
I see. Your thoughts, York?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, in a democracy, politics and democracy should have a right to issue guidelines, broad instructions to companies and enforce them as import regulations. The trouble will be enforcement, because look at the current Boeing scandal over the control mechanisms for the Boeing 737. I mean, there were probably perfectly good American guidelines in place for the FAA. The point is Boeing didn't actually implement them and hid the fact. So are we going to get scandals like that with automated cars, I'm afraid? But still, I still think overall, just as air travel is terribly safe, even though Boeing has a scandal, I think automated car travel will be very safe, but there will be scandals.
There will be scandals on that. Just a question, maybe from a standpoint of ethics, should there be kill switches within these systems, where sometimes if you feel the AI is going the wrong way, to be able to shut off and take over?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think so. Would you feel that this might need to be a mandatory thing?
I think so. I think that you cannot really control something that you cannot switch off.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the elements of control in anything, even on animals, on plants, on anything, the ultimate form of control is to kill it. And I think that we have to have a kill switch in all the AI systems. I would actually hazard that future legislation will make it illegal for a robotic system that does not have a kill switch in it. This is my opinion, my personal opinion, but I do feel that is the basic minimum safeguard, that at least, if something goes wrong, we can switch it off.
Well, I'm very worried by this. I mean, it's a really interesting case you bring up, because the idea of the human taking over from the AI in emergency really worries me. I'll tell you the cases. You know the cases. The Air France plane from Brazil to Paris, which took 2 years to find under the Atlantic. What happened there was very clear. The pilots made an error and kept pulling the nose up. If they'd kept the automated pilot on, the plane would have been safe. The pilots destroyed the plane by not understanding what they were doing. They were inexperienced, the captain was asleep at the back. The Ukrainian plane that flew over Switzerland and hit another plane head on, the Ukrainian pilots had a crash nose-to-nose algorithm that said when two planes are approaching each other nose-to-nose, one pulls up and one pulls down. It's very good AI. Ukrainians, for whatever political reason, had learnt not to trust authority, so they heard it say this and they did the opposite. And they killed 100 children who were in the plane. Taking over from the AI isn't always smart. There's two cases. I mean, that doesn't mean to say you shouldn't be able to. I'm not denying what you say. We have some very bad cases of humans taking over from the AI, that's all.
And I think this is why the concept of explainability is so important, because if you're trying to control something or take over something that you're not actually understanding, I think that can lead to this kind of errors. Because if it's probably explaining itself to you, and even in some kind of summary, obviously, you can't give like a whole essay if you're in a plane that, is imminently about to crash into something. But, given a proper UI, a proper explanation, I think this will help you make the right decision. Should I step in? Should I take over? Or should I just, let the system do its thing?
Okay, very, very, very interesting right over there. I'm just going to go to one other part of AI now. We also have Sophia, the robot. who has become a resident, I think a resident of Malta or something like that. There was offered residency recently. So Sophia is an artificial intelligence. She is a robot. She is going to start having interaction. She's going to start building relationships. Is she going to be liable for the things she does? If and when she can start actually making these interactions? Is she going to be held in court for something she may say about someone, which, in all intents and purposes, might be what she has come to think? But is she going to be sued for libel?
Well, I think that Sophia's level of AI is a little bit far away from being able to do anything autonomously. So, I think that this is going to take many, many years before these questions are not just hypothetical fantasy. Unfortunately, there was a country, Saudi Arabia, that decided to give some honorary citizenship to the robot. I disagree completely, actually, with that decision. I think it was a very stupid decision to do, because you can't give, it's like giving a citizenship to a toaster. I mean, or giving citizenship to my microwave that can just, talk and do a little bit of, I think Sophia is good because, to capture the public imagination, and on that I think that it is a very, very good device.
As a marketing tool.
But yes, even to inspire people. I think it's good for education, it's good to inspire people to see, a glimpse of the future, but it is still not the future.
Okay.
Maybe it will be a good platform to build the future upon, but I think it is very far away. So I think that having, robots in court, I think that will be some time from now.
Jörg, do you have any thoughts on this?
Well, yes, I think it falls back on this issue of what I'd call legal creativity.
Okay.
We're going to have to be more, the legal profession is going to have to be more creative. I don't think there's any possibility of penalising the programmers unless they were deliberately negligent. I mean, no, they'd get fired. There's no she there to prosecute. It's going to be a question of corporate responsibility and how we define it. I can remember rolling out an example a million years ago in MIT at some conference on this stuff. And the thing I brought up was the fact that, and this is a bit sort of culturally specific, in England, in common law, dogs have a special status. If you keep a tiger in your garden in Britain, it's called ferae naturae, natural, blah, 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 Latin. It's your fault.
Okay.
Keep a tiger, your fault, whatever it does. This is not true for dogs. You are not totally responsible for what your dog does. The courts can decide that it was a dog of good character, and it hadn't done this before, and it can sort of get another go. So, I mean, what I like about this was, I know it's a silly example, but with dogs in this culture, we have the concept of a creature which is not human, but has some notion of responsibility and character. Amazing. I know any dog lover here knows this is true, but it's funny that the law recognises it. And I think really that's what's going to happen with certain robot things. They're going to have a status in law which is not quite like ours.
Okay.
But it's special.
We had, in fact, this discussion privately about this on autonomous cars, which can be seen like as mechanical horses.
Yes.
So the law already provides a lot, like when it comes to horse ownership and, the ownership of movable objects like a car. If you mix those two together, you roughly more or less hit all the legislation that you need to cover driverless cars.
So it seems like our judiciaries are going to have a lot of thinking in this place.
Yeah, well, quite right, because after all, cars and trains gave them a lot to think about already, didn't they? I mean, keeps them busy.
That is very, very true. Well, it seems like our time is up. But thank you very much for your insights into the world of ethical implications in the modern world. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Research and development. Trends to look for, pitfalls to avoid. Whether it's the use of chatbots for institutions and services, or the transformation of healthcare data into actionable information, AI is clearly changing our daily lives. But what of the downsides? Moderated by Bian Meinhardt, University of Marburg. Michael Herman, Neon Nation. Mike Yeshoff, Secumatrix. Henry Duong, QT Data, Inc.
Good morning. So there's just three of the four of us here, and we have a good intersection between people that are deeply involved in AI, blockchain, DIOs, and governance, legal aspects of that. And as a research and development topic, I'm sure most people are interested in perhaps what does the future hold? Looking forward to what might be coming in the next couple of years, perhaps what might be coming in the next 10 years. And so we're going to try and share some of our perspectives. Let's start by having each of the panel members introduce themselves.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome, everyone. My name is Björn Mienert. I'm a lawyer from Germany and researcher at the University of Marburg. And my research is in the interface between blockchain technology and AI, especially AI-based governance regarding DAOs and other autonomous systems and organizations, and how you could look at them from a corporate law perspective.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike, and I'm founder of company Spoken. We are developing artificial intelligence applications, machine learning applications, and deep learning solutions.
I'm Michael Herman. I'm a self-sovereign blockchain architect. I'm the founder of the Trusted Digital Web project. I guess our first question will be, we'll kind of look at this in different time frames. If we think of just the last year, what's the most interesting or novel development in AI or blockchain, or the combination of the two that you've seen, Brian?
So I think for me, one of the most interesting things I saw in the last years is that AI-based governance and decision-making is getting more and more adopted, like that artificial intelligence and algorithms are entering the boardrooms of corporations, and they make more and more decisions. And we also see that with like DAOs, which combine both technologies. And I think for many of you, I think it will be something, you know, like 2014, all of it started when Vital, like an algorithm, was getting into the board in Hong Kong-based capital venture or venture capital. And it helped the board members or the directors to make decisions. And of course, everywhere in the newspapers it was written, now we have an algorithm in the board. From a legal perspective, it's not true, but it really supported the decision-making process. So I think we will see that coming more and more, and that was one of the most interesting things that I'm also involved in.
Mike?
I would say that this year and like previous year, the most trending technology in artificial intelligence was the development of NLP solutions, especially virtual assistants and voice-enabled applications. So the call center, contact centers were just like pilot project, where we see the totally virtual assistants when you can call and there is a robot that responds in you. Such technology will be growing more and more, and we'll see the virtual assistants for employees, for customer service, for manufacturing services, where the people that are interacting with the computers will have the access to the information they need more quickly, faster, and they will increase their productivity.
I guess for me, as the blockchain guy on the panel, the most interesting thing is people are starting to talk actually a little bit less about the blockchain and more about the applications or the workloads that can run on top of the blockchain. So the original use of blockchain or distributed ledger technology, of course, was cryptocurrency, and you need to think of that as just an application, that runs on top. Probably in the last year, the one aspect that we're starting to see more and more discussion about is digital identity or decentralized identity, and that morphs into something larger called self-sovereign identity. So I think the most interesting thing over the last year is people just starting to see the blockchain as a technology, more and more business applications, and the one that's of particular interest to me then is digital identity. So there's a saying that says when we look 2 years out, we always overestimate what we can accomplish in 2 years, but we underestimate what we can accomplish in 10. So if we take that initial perspective of a 2-year time frame, what are some of the areas that you see evolving from a research and development perspective?
So I think in a couple of years from now, as blockchain technology and AI gets more and more sophisticated, and it's known that, especially like regarding some information processing, AI is superior to humankind or to human board directors. And I think we will see in a couple of years from now that there will not only the possibility that board directors will use AI in the decision-making process, but that it will be mandatory for them to use it, that it will be a duty for them. Because if, from a corporate law perspective, when a board director makes a decision, he needs to get all the information he needs and to process the information in the right way. And if AI can do it better than him in a couple of years, it may be a duty that he use this. So I think it will be really big, and most people are not thinking about it at the moment, that AI will enter the boardrooms. And I think blockchain technology really helps with that, as it enables to track AI and to track the decision-making process of AI. And as you also said, and you're working with your company, that more and more things can be done with AI, and human can be focused more on just the judgment of things, what it's not possible at the moment with AI, but just like due diligence and all these processes. I think this will all be done by AI, and I think that will really help to be more cost efficient and time efficient.
So yes, the AI is doing like human augmentation. What I also want to add about the development trends and research trends, that this year and probably next year, there are a lot of open source technologies in AI and machine learning development. So a lot of companies publish their technologies on a GitHub, and it all brings like the competition in artificial intelligence, not in the technology, but in the implementation on the customer side. So in the next few years, I think we will see a lot of applications in a computer vision, in image recognition technologies, in a voice technologies, NLP technologies, like data analytics, which are very different, but they're using the same like open source technologies.
So for me, if I start with this idea of digital identity, I think one thing that we're going to see more and more of is using blockchain to reinforce trust in the information we receive, the information we process, this idea of what I call data notarization. The fact that we can work with data in place, not all of that data obviously can go on the blockchain, or can you afford to write it to the blockchain. But the idea of notarizing data, taking, just like today if you're applying for a passport or some legal document, you need to have that document notarized. We have the digital equivalent of that, where just the notary signature, if you will, that digital signature is stored on the blockchain. So I think the idea of having more trustful data and being able to process that data where it lives, through the AI systems, through the business systems that we currently use. It isn't an entirely new paradigm shift. Again, the idea of the blockchain falling into the background, acting as the repository from a data notarization perspective. I think that's probably something we'll see a lot more of in the next year or two. And again, that's kind of just flying off the wing, if you will, of this evolution of and use of digital identity. If we were to look a little farther out, if you just had a big crystal ball and could imagine whatever you could imagine, what do you see?
So I think, of course, on the one hand, as I explained before, there are a lot of benefits, and I think maybe even 10 years from now, there will be board directors replaced by AI and algorithms because they can do it way faster and way more efficient. But what we're also going to talk about here is also the downsides, and I think from a legal perspective, it's really, really hard to qualify it from some kind of, especially regarding liability. If you have like an algorithm making the decision with deep learning and mostly on its own, at the moment you can say that in some way there's a human behind it. And if there's a liability of something goes wrong, it will always go back to the human who launched it or who needs to watch it and all of these things. But when we come to the moment where AI makes decision on its own and it really like judges things, then we really have a legal problem. And of course and I think it was discussed in the panel before, we could think of the laws that we have for like special creatures, and if they are dangerous and you have them, you are liable for everything they do. But I think this will really harm the innovation, because then there will be no sense to create an AI system, because if something goes wrong and if a new technology emerges, there's always things going wrong, then you will be personally liable. So I think we will see some kind of personality for AI or some kind of legal entity for them. And probably you're also thinking about that, like what is when the systems are so sophisticated, then there's no human behind that. And I think that's one of the biggest challenges, and also a downside, like how when we come to the point that we can't control that good anymore.
I think, yes, that we see a lot of like a lot of good points introducing the artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies, but there are also a lot of downsides. I would also add that we start facing the deepfaking problem, which are not solved right now, when the deep learning methods are used to provide a fake news, fake voice, fake pictures, and to mislead the viewers. And probably the next years we would be mostly focused not on the machine learning like development, mostly about the fixing the troubles that this technology creating.
When we, I think one question that's probably on people's minds as they think about AI and automation, like we were discussing in the boardroom, and the implications of those decisions. Robotics, not really part of our topic today, but it's closely related. There's probably some social issues that we need to deal with. People perhaps being replaced, people not as many people being needed in certain positions of the workforce. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think that's always the case, and every time new technology comes up, there comes always the idea, okay, it will cost a lot of jobs or it will kill a lot of jobs, but I think we need to always go with the technology, and technology will always disrupt, and I think it will also create a lot of new jobs, and mainly humans can focus on things that are not possible at the moment with AI. For example, in a lot of law firms, due diligence takes so many lawyers and it takes so much time, but with the help of AI, it can be way faster and way more efficient. So I think it will just create another jobs, and people need to shift towards that side. So I think always when a new technology emerges, it brings new opportunities, and we should focus them on them, and then more that, I think like 50 years or 60 years from now, when the processing, for example, of cars got automated, it cost a lot of jobs, but it also created a lot of new opportunities.
I totally agree with this opinion, because like every technology which we have, it like push us to cut some jobs, but it also creates new opportunities for people, and people have new jobs which are now do not exist.
I guess looking into my crystal ball into the future, we've talked about digital identity a little bit and talked about data notarization, or data that we can trust more. I think one thing that really hasn't really appeared on the scene, hasn't really appeared on the blockchain, is the idea of business processes. So we have people, we have all kinds of data and identities that we can trust. The idea of being able to run business processes on the blockchain, so that the business processes themselves are stored on the blockchain, the templates, as the business process executes, the state of that business process is also written to the blockchain, and it completes that triangle of identity, working with cryptocurrency, working with business processes, and being able to enact frictionless commerce, frictionless business activities on the blockchain. I think that's, if I was to look out 10 years, it's going to take that long for all of those different pieces to come together. Any closing comments?
Yeah, regarding your point, I think the blockchain technology really, the big disruption about it is that it enables people not only to exchange information and goods trustless, but it also enables people to work together in a trustless way, especially the combination with AI and smart contracts. You can create the decentralized autonomous organizations, and one of the biggest things that most people don't see is also the non-profit sector, where it can disrupt a lot. For example, I just recently read that only 2% of the money that people make in the Western countries is spent to like non-profit organizations. And I think one of the biggest things is because it's so intransparent. You spend money and you don't really know how much money is going where I want it to go. But when you have like a AI-based or autonomous organization on the blockchain, you can really track every penny where it goes. And if you spend $100 and $99 go where you want it to go, I think this can also change the whole non-profit sector.
Mike?
Yes, the AI is can be very closely combined with the blockchain technologies, and there are a lot of like applications and examples of such cases. For example, the fraud detection, which are used by Visa and MasterCard, and this organization are right now implementing blockchain for their transactions. So I think like such cases are great examples how these technologies working together.
So that's bring our panel to a close here. I'd like to thank Bayan and Mike for their participation. And if you have any questions for us, we'll be over here on your right side, on the right side of the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Merging financial markets with crypto trading. Let's take a look at how trading of tokenized assets, such as stocks and ETFs, can be transformed into a streamlined experience through XRP ledger technology. Bob Rass, Coinfield.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great day today. I would like to start with a personal story. I've been trading a stock since my 20s. As an early adopter of cryptocurrency, a few years ago, I've decided to diversify my stock portfolio by investing more into the cryptocurrency. But it wasn't easy. There was a problem. First, I had to log into the platform, convert my asset, transfer to my bank account, and again, wire transfer back to the so-and-so cryptocurrency exchange that I used to have an account with. The whole process, it took me about 7 to 8 business days, and I had to pay a lot in fees and bank transfers. By the time that the money was in my account, the Bitcoin price was skyrocketing. So I simply lost the investment opportunity. If you compare the stock market size with the crypto asset market size, they're not even comparable. If we are talking about mass adoption of crypto markets, I think it's important to merge these two traditional financial markets and crypto assets together. And that's exactly how the idea of Sologenic was born. Oh, I forgot that, but that's fine. So let's find out what Sologenic is. Sologenic is an ecosystem built on top of XRP ledger, merging traditional financial markets with crypto assets. This ecosystem tokenizes over 30,000 stocks and ETFs on demand. I repeat, over 30,000 stocks and ETFs from top 25 global stock exchanges like NASDAQ, NYSE, and etc. So there are 4 main components within this ecosystem. First, tokenize. Users, they're going to be able to tokenize any stocks, ETFs, or fiat. The system would simply generate stable coins backed one-to-one with the asset. Number 2, trade. These tokenized assets are tradable on existing Coinfield centralized exchange and DEX, which is a decentralized exchange. Number 3, spend. So users, they are able to put these tokenized assets as a collateral on the Solo crypto card, which I'm going to be explaining in further, and spend it anywhere in the world in real time. And finally, Solo coins. So Solo coins are designed for market making and liquidity providing. Solo is a utility token. It's not a stable coin. So we do have Solo coins, which is utility, and we have tokenized assets, which is stable coins. These are not the same. There is also a 50% bear commitment. Any transaction fee generated on decentralized exchange is going to 50% of all the transactions generated on decentralized exchange is going to be burned instantly. The remaining 50% of transaction fees will be divided between all the Solo holders through staking rewards program. There are multiple benefits available within Sologenic ecosystem, which we're going to go through them one by one. Solo crypto cards and up to 2% cashback program, which is monthly. Every Solo holder is entitled to receive a free Solo credit card, which is a prepaid credit card. These cards, they come in 4 different tiers and materials. We do have, there is a staking rewards program available within the Sologenic ecosystem as well, which the users that they participate in this program, they are entitled to receive up to 20% rewards annually. How we source the financial to pay that? We simply share all the trading fees with the users that they participate in a staking rewards program. Solo Community Fund. So the purpose of Solo Community Fund is to help the mass adoption of cryptocurrency globally by funding decentralized projects. The fund is controlled 100% by Solo community through a voting system that it's been designed. Solo Expansion Fund. The purpose of this fund is to grow and promote Sologenic ecosystem and obviously Solo coins globally. And finally, Solo trading discount. So the users that they choose to pay the trading fees using Solo coins, they are receiving up to 50% discount on trading fees. There is a roadmap for the project. The project is already in development. As you probably know, the project is backed by CoinField. CoinField is within the top 100 exchange on CoinMarketCap today, with about 20 million trading volume on daily basis. So we are going to launch in Q1 2020. We are going to launch the Solo cards. Q2, we are going to launch the decentralized exchange. And Q3, finally, the security tradings will be enabled. We believe it's time for the world to go Solo and create a new financial ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Game on, engaging sports fans on the global stage. Tokenization is the mechanism for sports clubs to reach out to fans all over the world. Join this upbeat demo and get the chance to collect tokens in a world-first AR-enabled giveaway. Alex Dreyfus, Chili's.
Go? Okay. Hello, hello. Yes. Thank you very much for being here today. I'm going to talk about Chili's and Socios.com. Most of you guys probably don't know it, but we are a Malta-based company. We've raised money last year, and I'm going to explain a little bit about that. And at the end of the presentation, I'm going to show you in real time something that we launched yesterday, which is a Pokemon Go-ish of tokens. So let me give you a little bit of background about the company. If we can go on the next slide. I'm not sure who has access to the next slide. Someone? Yes. So, as I said, we are based in Malta. We are 60 employees. We have actually 24 nationalities, so very cosmopolitan. It's important, and it's actually very interesting for you if you are looking to move or to set up operation in Malta. Malta is a great place for a headquarters, for a base, in order to have a very wide and a very broad team from different countries. We raised last year $60 million, more than $60 million, during a private placement. So we are also one of the lucky ones, let's be honest, that raised a lot of money in order to deliver and build our venture. We are a very simple product, I will say, and I'm going to show it to you in a few minutes. Our business, our model, is not to change the world. We are not a new protocol. We are not a new wallet. We don't want to disrupt the financial industry. We have a very simple mission. Our mission is to help the 3.5 billion football fans, for example, soccer fans, to engage with their clubs, their teams, everywhere in the world. What you may or may not know is that 99.9% of a sports fan and 99.9% of a fan of a team is actually outside of the stadium. And that's even more true in 2020, where thanks to the technology, social media, global broadcasting, and digital distribution, where you have fans all over the world that are obviously not in the stadium. And today, for example, there is more Juventus fan in Asia than there is Juventus fan in Italy. And that's true for most of these biggest teams. So most of these teams are looking as well, and let's shift to the next one. Most of these teams are looking to engage and monetize, their fan base. And what we've done is we partnered with 7 football teams. Go back, yes. 7 football teams that are Paris Saint-Germain, Juventus, West Ham, AS Roma, Galatasaray, Atletico Madrid, and also one of the biggest esports team called OG, who won back-to-back, actually, one of the biggest games called Dota 2. And they won $11 million last year and $14 million this year, so esports is big, by the way. And we partner with these 7 teams for now. There is more to come, 7 teams. And we are launching an app, a platform, where you, as a user, can buy what we call a fan token. The fan token is actually a digital asset, a crypto asset, that gives you a right to vote on decision of the club. So when we partner with these clubs, the idea was, hey, give a voice to your fans. Give a voice to your fans that are not in the stadium. Give them a way to have a connection and try to get closer to their clubs. So we convinced these clubs. We've launched actually yesterday our mobile app on Android, and we will launch as a soft launch, and we will launch commercially in a few weeks, both iOS and Android in the next few weeks. And you, as a fan of whatever teams we are working with, are going to be able to buy a token, trade a token, so there is a gamification as well, so you can buy your Juventus token because you're a hardcore fan or a casual fan, but because Ronaldo is going to leave maybe tomorrow, you want to sell this token, so there is all this gamification, and it's almost like, and that's a stretch, of course, we are tokenizing emotion, because football is an emotion, sports is an emotion, and that's what we are doing with them. We do that in general in the sports industry. We do that with football/soccer, esports. We are going to do that in cricket, of course, targeting India and the Commonwealth. We are doing that with baseball, especially for Korea and Japan. And the idea is really to grow this platform. one of the cool things of doing a consumer-facing product is actually the ability to promote our brand everywhere. And for example, next slide, you're going to see we do some marketing already today. On the left one, you have in Turin the Socios.com branding all over the stadium, and that has been the case for the last 3 months now. And on the right, you have the Parc des Princes in Paris for PSG, where you have also the branding of Socios.com all over the place. And Socios is actually the brand that we are using, the consumer-facing brand that we are using, because in Spanish, Socios means partner, member, associate, and the original Socios in Barcelona and Madrid are actually the fans or the members that are already today voting on some decision of the club. So we inspired ourselves from an existing concept or an existing mechanism, and we decided to apply it to a much bigger and a much broader scale. So it's like a Socios 2.0. So now I'm going to connect quickly, and as I always say, yes, Richard, let's see if it works, because when you do a demo, usually in real time, as you know, it never works. So let's do it. Sorry. Suspense because the Wi-Fi is slightly low. Come on. Let's go here. The beauty of technology. It's not loading. It's coming, it's coming. I'm going to get a little bit closer to you because of the Wi-Fi. So Socios.com is an app that you can download already on Android since yesterday. Had 7,000 downloads the first 2 days. So our goal and our aim is actually to be that's very arrogant, but I'm French, so please allow me. We want to be the biggest blockchain-based application in 2020, meaning that we are targeting to have 100,000 registered users the first 3 months, starting actually yesterday, so we already have 7% achieved, so that's okay. And the next stage is to have 1 million users in 12 months. So here we are in Patcherville. I hope you're going to enjoy it tonight. The map shows you obviously where you are, and if you recall, and if you remember Pokemon Go, you're going to see it's very similar. The only issue I have right now is the Wi-Fi, because it doesn't collect my tokens, so let's just move 2 seconds to see if it works better. Where is the Wi-Fi? It's there? Come on. Let's do it again. So the app allows you to buy tokens, the app allows you to trade tokens, the app allows you to vote. So you as a fan, so I'm going to give you an example. You as a fan, you actually can vote on decision of the club. Of course, you're not going to be able to vote on who's going to be the coach and who's going to be the player playing tomorrow, but you're going to be able to vote on what's going to be the jersey color on the next season, everything that is fan related, and most importantly, it's everything that the club are asking their fan to. So that's the most important. You see, my first demo that doesn't work. Let's make it another minute, and if it doesn't work, you will never see that, but you will be able to download it on your phone and to try it yourself. Come on. Yes, here it is. So we are there, more or less. There is 4 tokens around us. There is some Juventus token and some Chili's token, and I'm going to try to grab this token that is technically 100 meters from me, but because I'm the CEO, I have a cheating code. Don't tell anyone. And then I'm going to try to grab it again if Wi-Fi lets me do it, and I cannot promise you anything. Suspense. Normally it goes faster. Just for you, we are using Wi-Fi because I need to broadcast it. Otherwise, you will use 4G and it will be immediate. Come on. Up. Well, I'm going to give you another 20 seconds because it was very fun to watch it for real, if it was working. But the Wi-Fi, maybe. Yeah, it is. So the idea is we're giving away valuable ERC20 token that we dropped all over the world. And you as a fan, you can go and collect that token. You actually can literally go where it is. Actually, because it's a bit dark, it's not going to work very well. But you see it's proper AR. And because of that, yeah, still here. Because of that, once I click on it, And same story, let's see. Yes, I collected my tokens. So now, if I go on my wallet, I'm going to see that I collected this Juventus token. And now suddenly, anywhere in the world, in Taiwan, in Shanghai, in Japan, in Thailand, and of course in Malta as well, I'm going to be able to be part of the community of Juventus thanks to this token. I'm going to be able to trade this token eventually on the marketplace that we have in the platform. But because I'm Alex, I'm based in Malta, I have now 3 Juventus tokens, and I never sold them. I'm defined by the platform as a loyal fan. And as a loyal fan, I can be suddenly ranked as a top Juventus influencer in Malta. So the idea is that a brand like Juventus has 200 million fans in the world. Of course, it's a stretch, but still, they have thousands of millions of fans in the world. PSG has the same. Every single brand that we are working with has thousands of millions of fans all over the world. And what we do is working with all of these teams in order to connect their fan base to their clubs, in order to make them closer together. And that's what we do. We use blockchain for 2 reasons. The main one is creating this digital asset and these crypto assets that are valuable in the eyes of the fans and that have scarcity, of course, as well, thanks to the crypto part, but also the voting part. Because I'm telling you that because you have a token, you can vote on a decision, but you want to be sure that the vote is fair, that the integrity of the vote is respected. And that's the second reason we are using blockchain, is to ensure the fairness of this interaction between the fan and the club. So to conclude on what we are doing, Chiliz is a Malta-based company. We are listed on Binance, by the way, Binance.com, and we are creating this bridge between sports fan, and clubs all over the world. We started yesterday. We launched our app yesterday after 18 months of work, and we will launch more teams, more sports, and more product in the next few weeks and few months. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tech Startup Pitch of the winter edition of the AIBC Summit 2019. Sponsored by Bit4X and hosted by Goldfinger. Moderated by Rob Charles, Goldfinger. Meet the judges. Stephen Mead, Monitor Pro. Mauro Andriotto, Andriotto Financial Services. Mark Hamedi, Stealth Fund. Jason Luo, Bit4X. Hans Koning, Tiger. Giovanni Casagrande, Blackchain. Ali Kassab, Centurion & Co.
Hi, thank you everyone. My name is Rob Charles. I'm founder and CEO of Goldfinger. We're a members-only global investment club based on the mastermind principle. We travel around the world with Goldfinger. We do Goldfinger Deal Clubs, and right now we have chapters in 7 different countries. We're now very honored to be able to host here with the AIBC Summit. So let's get the ball rolling. First off, I'd like to introduce the rules for the pitch. We have 3 minutes a pitch. There's 10 companies today. There will be very strict timing, 3 minutes of questions afterwards. And then with the judges, you make the notes and make your score after each one. So also, I'd like to introduce the sponsor today for the tech pitch is Bit4X. And let's give them a round of applause, please. So to start off the pitches today, the first on stage, let's give a big round of applause for Lars of Proper 6. Lars?
So, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lars from Proper 6, and I'm here to tell you a short story about our company. Let's start with some words around our own developed blockchain. It's one of the first AI-based blockchain that has a deep learning, and we can actually predict the customer behavior with the blockchain. But the big reason why I'm here is to present our own ecosystem in Proper 6 that contains different parts. One of the parts is our own exchange, and we are saying that it's the fastest exchange in the market. We are able to do more than 6,000 real transactions per second. Actually, the more we scale, the faster the exchange will be. We are working with hydrogen MFA security with 6 different layers there. On top of that, we have the world's first real blockchain casino, a completely decentralized and fully transparent casino with an own developed gaming platform and own developed games. It's based on 15 different gaming engines, and we accept both crypto and fiat currency in the casino. We're also launching our own coin 2 weeks ago as a token. It's a stable coin and is based on the enterprise value of the company. This will be converted to a coin in Q2 2020. We have our Prestige network. As a member there, you can connect our Visa card or MasterCard to your hot wallet and use our unique crypto to fiat service. Both the exchange and the blockchain casino is built so we can have white label solution on them. We have some business plans for the coming 2 years, pretty fast. We are aiming to have more than 220,000 active users in the exchange, more than 36,000 users in our casino. The Prestige network should contain more than 300,000 members. And the white label solution, we go out first with the casino part and are aiming to have 40 affiliates within 2 years, starting January 2020. All our platform is actually completed and ready to launch as we speak. Some quick look at the enterprise value the coming 2 years. We have a very strong board of directors, and we have an in-house team of 50 developers managed by the team and myself. And we are launching our IO 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Lars. So we have questions from the judges. Any questions?
What about IO?
Yes?
How's it going?
It's going well. We started at the 21st of October, and we have more than 10,000 members in our different channels at the moment. And normally in an IO, it's starting pretty slow, but in our plan, it will raise and be more stronger and stronger towards we coming to the end. But we are very proud to have more than 10,000 interests in it at the moment.
Hello.
Hi.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay. What makes you different from other blockchain protocol platforms? Why do you think you will be different?
Sorry?
Why do you think you will be different? I mean, what's your unique selling point?
In the blockchain part, we think we are different because we are trying to solve some previous problem around the security in the blockchain with the AI technology, and we haven't seen this, or I haven't seen this before. And what's different us versus other exchanges and other online casinos is the complete ecosystem that has a value creation in different layers.
I think it's a two-part question between go-to-market strategy and target market. As I'm watching what you're doing, I'm trying to figure out, I'm a little confused. Are you going after a retail consumer, a retail target? Is it an affiliate target? Are you a white label solution? It looked like you had 3 or 4 business models in there, and I was trying to figure out which one you really are.
Yes, so what we really are, we are Proper 6, of course, but from the beginning, we will affiliate the casino. That's the first part we do. In the same time, we're starting the exchange. Then we will decide if we're going to start our own casino also, but it depends a little bit how we're doing with the affiliation or the white label for the casino.
I'm skeptical. There's so many exchanges like French fries, and I see a lack of focus having an exchange and a casino. Now, if your exchange is above everybody else, that could be very interesting. But you still haven't really shared with us how you're going to separate yourself. Binance, all of them, they all have some crap in them. None of them are with excellence. Yet you want to do that, tackle online gambling, and do a casino? Whoa.
Yeah, but it's pretty simple. If you look at the online casino today, how many of them is answering, are you really paying out the number of money that you say you're paying out? That's why we put the casino on the blockchain and have a complete transparent casino there. Now the time is empty, so should I continue or?
No, we have to continue the next one.
Thank you very much.
After.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lars, for Proper 6. So next on stage is the company called Akon. Let's give a warm round of applause for Johan.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Hi. Hi, nice to meet you. So, hi everybody, I'm Johan Polachak from Akon, and I'll present you a new kind of blockchain platform. Well, can a new blockchain platform be all-enhancing? We believe it can. And regarding mass adoption, the missing key points are, first, what we see is security. So for this reason, we implemented a quantum computing resistant crypto stack. The second problem is industry friendliness. So if you take a look at industries, they cannot really implement blockchain technology because the requirements are not met by these platforms. We put a huge focus on this to support industries in every aspect, including transaction speed as well. And the third problem is that, especially with the smart contracts, which are a huge benefit to this whole economy, developers are forced to learn new languages. And if you write code which is handling money directly, it's a very, very bad idea to actually force developers to learn something new instead of using something they have mastered for 20 years. So for this solution, we enable all developers to operate on encrypted data to meet industry standards. We propose such a high-speed private network for our blockchain model, which is able to benefit IoT devices as well. And we enable developers to choose their favorite programming language, which they already mastered. So as for the positioning, we can see that Quan has some prominent peers, and from the blockchain trilemma, we put a focus on decentralization and security, because for scalability, we have off-chain solutions. As for a comparison, you can see that we ran with a new consensus algorithm called proof of randomness, which can be mined or validated even with a mobile application. The energy consumption is way lower, yet the transaction speed is way higher than Ethereum. And about quantum hardness, that's the next topic. Because we can see many excuses and deniers that it's not a problem. Well, it is. In crypto, you have to prepare for millions of years ahead. It's not an excuse that we still have a couple of years. Yes, as we also know without endorsing anybody that you can already gain access to quantum computers. This is our timeline, which we are up to date with and doing well with it. And as for the team, it's worthwhile to know that also the development team has quite an experience coming from the Ethereum Foundation and Monero Research Lab. And also from the enterprise level, we see the needs, what they are asking for. So this is why Quan happens to be such a great solution pointed at industries. So please join us to build a truly secure, quantum-resistant, and environment-friendly crypto stack together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. So I have some questions from the judges.
Yes, I have a quick question, if I may. First of all, I always am impressed with people who are smarter than me and try to explain me something I honestly don't understand, so kudos to that. You said in one slide that the answer to mass adaptation will be quantum. I'm not quite sure if I fully agree with it. Could you explain that a bit more? And also, as a follow-up on that, Google has perhaps tainted the word quantum a little, and Google and decentralization is not something I would use in the same sentence.
I couldn't catch the last part, sorry. About Google.
Google and decentralization is not something I would use in the same sentence. So the whole thing of quantum, blockchain, decentralization, and how it's helping us towards mass adaptation. Perhaps you could explain that a bit further.
Thank you. For mass adoption, what we see when talking to these enterprises is that for certain reasons, because of the short time, I don't want to name all of them, but they are not yet ready for migrating certain services to blockchain, even not those which could be migrated, and they could benefit from migrating these services to blockchain. And the reason is that it's actually hard to implement it, by the way. So the developer team is not ready. Everybody is interested personally in these developer teams, but the enterprise level is not moving towards. And this is why we want to remove all friction and entry barriers for enterprises to be able to convince the CTOs that they can propose it to their managers and CEOs that yes, this is the way to go, because we remove these entry barriers, which were the highest factors of criticism, like security, programming languages, etc., to build stable and secure systems. And as for mass adoption, yes, we believe this is the way to go, because if we try to force like coffee shops to accept Bitcoin, that's just not the way to go. We have to put this on an enterprise level, and once they understand it and promote it to their end users and clients, this is how it happens, in our opinion. Thank you.
I'm afraid I may end up sounding like a broken record, because I like a clear path. What's your market? Who are you selling to and what's your proposition? You start with blockchain as a problem, which is broad. Then you're in mass adoption, which I'm going, is that consumer adoption? Is it tech? Is it enterprise? So I'm confused there. Then it looks like your solution is designed for coders and programmers. So the coder market is like I don't even know who your market is and what problem you're trying to solve because it wasn't clear.
So just to be quick, so the market is enterprises. We want to bring it there because that's how mass adoption happens, in our opinion. So we don't want to reach out to coders directly because they read blockchain news anyway and development updates. So this is the way to go if we convince the enterprise itself to make a decision to implement it at their level. Okay. So thank you very much. We will launch our IEO on BitBay on the 18th of November. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next on stage, we have Future One Exchange. Kishore, and I'm not going to try to pronounce your last name, but there you go. Kishore, everyone, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kishore, founder and CEO of Future One Exchange. Future One Exchange is a marketplace. How do I go forward? The big one. Okay, thanks. It's a marketplace for crypto exchange for auction. So a lot of users who have bought tokens, we are addressing that market. And they are stuck with their tokens. They can't sell them. So what we are doing is we are creating a marketplace so that if you are stuck with your tokens, you can come to our marketplace, you can sell it. Now, obviously, the price could be at a discount or at a premium. So there's always a buyer and seller at a price. What we are doing is we are offering, for example, on our platform, it's a Ethereum-based smart contract exchange, so it's completely escrowed. That makes us trustless. So if there's a buyer or a seller, for example, I have Chainlink, that's just for illustration purpose, and if let's say the volume of Chainlink is just 1,000. Now you know that most tokens, the volumes are very low. But let's say you've got 10,000 or 100,000 tokens, and you're stuck with it. What do? You can come to our platform, and you can offer a price. This price could be a discounted price, but at least you will get an exit. Right now, you're holding your tokens, and some people feel, when you will ever get your exit? So we are trying to help solve the problem where you can find your exit on our marketplace. Let's say you want to buy a token, a huge quantity of token, but you can't get it. So you can come to our marketplace, offer a premium price, and buy a huge quantity, what we call it as a block size on our exchange. So we are creating an auction marketplace. That's me. I'm the founder and CEO, ex-hedge fund manager. I have Iman, who's also our advisor. Herbert, who's from ex-Huobi. He was the global head. We have Salim from Trescon, World Blockchain Summit. So very, very stellar team. What we are also doing is, in 2020, 80% of the crypto exchanges or marketplaces are going to shut down because they have not done KYC on blockchain projects, including the users, and all regulators are going to ask, have you done compliance on the blockchain address? What that means is, if Bitcoin goes from your wallet to an exchange, have you really gone and checked if that address has been already compliant or KYC has been done on the blockchain address? So we are already tied up with Osprey. So you can see over here, and the best thing about fiat component is both users are already KYC compliant with their banks. So I can easily transfer from my bank account to your bank account, and we are providing an escrow service for the coins. Thank you.
What's the differentiator between you and all the other exchanges out there?
I would say majority exchanges are crypto and centralized. We are an Ethereum-based smart contract marketplace, but it's a P2P, which means I can buy my coins on the marketplace directly from you, but you have to escrow it. And because I can transfer fiat to you directly, I don't have to worry if the money will reach me or not, because the bank has blocked it or the exchange has blocked it. Okay. And it's trustless, sorry.
What's the expected volume?
If you look at the P2P marketplace, honestly, they have only 5% market share. But if you look at the way Binance is going, CZ himself is serious about P2P. So you look at the best person out there, and he's also looking into P2P. We have already worked on our deck for 9 months now.
You are mainly targeting coins who are not liquid.
We are looking for tokens which are already on the top 5 exchanges, but they are at deep discount value. So we're not going for shit coins. We're going for coins which are already vetted by the top exchanges. Or rather say due diligence done by the top exchanges.
No, but how do you assure there will be liquidity? I mean,
if
they are not able to sell on the top exchange, how they will be able to sell on your exchange?
There's always a price for the right buyer. For example, if I have a property worth $1 million, on paper it's $1 million. But if there's a buyer at $500,000, that's the true value. So if the coin is going for 10 cents, it's of no value if there's no buyers. What we're going to do on a platform is we'll offer that for maybe 1 cent, and maybe there's a buyer for it. That's called deep discount. So you can buy at 90% discount, and you can still get an exit.
It almost sounds a bit like a Dutch auction.
Yeah, it's an auction market, yes, absolutely. So you buy at your terms.
So people will buy only on opportunity basis? It's an opportunity basis.
Yes, absolutely. There's an opportunity here, correct.
Thank you, Kishore.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so next on stage we have Crypto Poker Exchange. Hector and Mary. Let's give them a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mary Elizabeth Elcordy, and I'm excited to introduce to you this new groundbreaking online cryptocurrency gaming casino opportunity, Crypto Poker Exchange. To kick things off, we're going to do a brief introduction video to show you this game-changing opportunity.
There's a sound. Do you remember when online casino was big, fun, and profitable? But currently, online casinos have grown so much that it has encouraged fraud and weak regulation to protect the players. And those that are blockchain-based and probably fair force native token usage. Currently, none support the capability to bet and win multiple cryptocurrency and use any currencies at the same time. No worries, now you can enjoy the true spirit of online casino with Crypto Poker Exchange like never before. CPE is a blockchain-based, probably fair online casino that will allow players to bet in dozens of cryptocurrency without the need to convert their holdings to a single supported cryptocurrency standard and use any currencies at the same table. By doing this, we added a dedicated cryptocurrency exchange. That's right, the first online casino to utilize an integrated cryptocurrency exchange to convert winnings to player-preferred currencies by using a multiple patent-pending technology. Lastly, no need to store your cryptocurrency in the exchange, because another feature we included is external wallet integration, where CPE will be utilizing the API key and integrate with third-party wallets such as MetaMask and MyEtherWallet, where all is possible. Our mission is to increase cryptocurrency adoption in the online gambling space around the world. So what are you waiting for? Transfer any of your coins today and experience the thrill and joy with Crypto Poker Exchange. Start the future with us.
Now, are there other online cryptocurrency casino platforms? Yes. But what makes us unique is our multi-coin betting, our external wallet integration, and integrated exchange accompanied with our very own blockchain technology called CP Chain. This is our leadership team, headed by Min and Arthur, our CEO and CTO, along with our leadership team. Now, you're probably wondering, how are we gaining revenue from this? We have 4 different methods of gaining revenue: our cryptocurrency conversion fee, our rake, exchanging trading fee, and exchange listing fee. As you can see in this model, it's a $1.4 billion industry between Binance and poker. And if we just earned 1% of total annual revenue, we'd be getting $14 million US. Now that's an opportunity I want to take a bet on.
So, questions from the judges?
The platform is ready.
Sorry.
The platform is ready.
It will be ready by Q1 2020. It's still in development right now.
Where's the company domiciled?
Company is based here in Malta.
Okay.
We're getting the exchange rate, the gaming platform, the gaming license, and the exchange license here in Malta.
So if I understand it correctly, if I join the table, my eclectic currencies are being converted into Bitcoin or dollars or?
So for example, let's say you play Bitcoin and I pay Ethereum. So, and you won the pot. Right there and there, with the integrated exchange, you basically convert that Ethereum that you won to the Bitcoin right there and there. That way you don't have to leave the table and you can just keep playing.
So when is the conversion rate locked in? At the beginning of the handoff or when you walk away?
When you walk away.
So the added value of blockchain in this project, what is the added value of blockchain in this project? Is it only just the cryptocurrency conversion, or you track something after that?
As of right now, just a cryptocurrency. We're looking to expand more, obviously, but that's right now.
How much of your exchange actually, you said you'll be done Q1, so what have you actually executed on from a design perspective, and how are you handling the quality, the security, and and the break-in from that fraud piece?
So with the CPE blockchain, which is a permission blockchain, we're using that to make sure no false entity will come through, as well as a random number generator. We're using actually that blockchain and cryptographic function as well to create a true random number generator. And for the security, we actually do have like firewall security systems. I'm not the CTO, I apologize, but I can get you that answer as well.
And has that been built?
Yes, it's in the process of being built. Oh.
Process or been built?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, in the process of being built.
What, do you know exactly? Microphone, please. Microphone, please. Microphone.
Can you explain what have you actually built? Do you know?
That I would not know. Okay. I apologize.
Okay. That makes a big difference.
Copy.
May I know how many IEO have you did?
What was that again? Sorry.
How many IEO have you did? Because you was mentioned that you're going to do the IEO, you're going to do the listing. So how many projects have you listed? How many IEO have you done?
Right now, everything is self-funded. Our IEO, we're actually launching later in the Q2 on 2020. Right now, we're actually looking for investors, early investors, to help us get to that point right there.
Thank you. Let's give Hector and Mary a round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Check. So next on stage, we have Aldit Pharma. Let's give Yona Levy, founder CEO, a big round of applause. Yeah.
Hi. I want to put you into the mind of someone that's just starting a new business. It's a brave move. You're going to change your life. Life is going to be different after you start, your own business. You're going to have to raise money. You're going to have to actually perform the business. Might be standing at the backstage over there, concerned, eager, want to look at your eyes and say and get your appreciation for the new business. And I've done all that about 5 years ago. I started, a company that had a thought that the market of cannabis is a market that needed, another angle to it. And the angle that we had was that if we want people in that industry, if you want doctors feeling comfortable with that industry, we're going to have to create or actually make cannabis speaking language doctors understand. They cannot prescribe 2 puffs 3 times a day. They have to prescribe product that speaks their language, bioavailability, onset type, offset time. They're going to want product that actually went for a clinical trial and compare it to something they know. That's the thought that we had behind the company, and that was 5 years ago. Since then, we took one company public in Israel. I think people that invested did about 100x on their money, maybe a bit more than that. We're taking 2 more companies public, another one in Israel and another one in Canada, dealing with cannabis and mushrooms. We have targeted that the next market to be is not Canada, because we're a little bit too late for the party there, even though we started 5 years ago. We looked at America and we said, that is the biggest market of the world of cannabis, but it's illegal. Can't really operate there. And then we look at Europe. And it's like we had an opportunity to go back in time, like 5 years, knowing everything that we have done in the last 5 years in Israel, in, Canada. And that opportunity is rare. We look at where is the best place to actually start operating and getting into the market in Europe. And I can explain to you why, let's say, Greece is not a country that you should try to get into Europe through, and why Macedonia is not, and why Malta is. So we worked on getting a license in Malta for a facility which we have received, a facility that of 140,000 square feet that starts everything from importing cannabis into Europe, if it will be allowed, growing cannabis in here, creating a factory that can actually produce those products, and able to distribute them around. I would just say that in Europe right now there's a great demand for flowers, not the product, and we're ready next coming year with 12 tons of flowers in Malta. 12 tons of flowers in Malta. Market value of this, around 60 million euro. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Rana. So, questions from the judges, please.
There are a lot of same project I saw. Why you are different?
I'll start with size. Size does matter. We have, the largest facility in Malta, probably one of the largest in the EU, if not the largest. In terms of timing, we are the most advanced. And, there is something called first mover advantage in any market. There's huge demand right now for flowers in all over Europe without producers. They put standards. You have to be EU GMP. And that is great that they've done that. And you have to come from in the EU, the actual flowers. And, it took time for countries to adjust and to build regulation. We just stepped into the right place at the right time. Sometimes, you need to know what you're doing, but you also need to be lucky. So we bet correctly on Malta, and I guess there's one more element to touch with that. We think that in the future there'll be a lot more like us. There's room for another 100 like me in Europe right now. But, that's why even though we're ready with flowers, we're also ready with a factory for the product, which are not yet, common anywhere in the world, okay, for the moment that there will be competition. We'll be ready with a 2.0 cannabis.
So what's your sales strategy? Through token and...
It's difficult. The facility, there's 2 facilities we're building in Malta. The first one is going to be finished in 3 months, and the next one is going to finish in about 6 months after.
But the sales strategy?
Sorry?
What's your sales strategy?
The sales structure. Okay, so that's beautiful. Right now, I guess the biggest or the most receiving market is Germany. There's a challenge with our market, and the challenge is pricing. Now, they would buy in any price right now. They're buying it from 1 or 2 companies in Dutch and 4 companies in Canada, and the importers spending roughly €6 a gram, okay, they're selling it to the pharmacies at around 12. Pharmacies selling it to 24 to 30 euros a gram. Now that is insane. That is the wrong pricing. That's mean a treatment that is not recognized is going to cost roughly €1,000 a month in Germany. Insurance company don't like it. Patients, if they buy privately, don't like it. When you operate inside Malta, I can sell directly to pharmacies. So I can sell it at €6 a gram over there to them. They can sell it at 12. We drop the price in Germany in 60%.
You can sell directly? And
exactly.
In Europe as well?
In most countries in the EU, yes. You cannot import from one country, the EU, to the other, and it's basically the fact that we open it inside a country with the EU have made a big difference in that sense.
And what's the investment return and structure you are giving?
So we're looking into 25 million euro and a convertible loan. 20% discount to the IPO is going to happen in NASDAQ the next year. If you're interested, I'll be outsider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take a 2-minute break, and let's have a look at what Sigma Group has prepared for us.
Welcome to the 3rd edition of AIBC Summit. Welcome to the Blockchain Island. What started off last year as a dream, complementing the launch of the 3 bills by the government of Malta, culminated today in already the 3rd edition that is sitting side by side with a set of incentives in artificial intelligence that also the government of Malta has launched to attract not only blockchain companies, but also companies that are doing a lot in artificial intelligence. Moving forward, our 4th edition of AIBC Summit will be held not in Malta, but in vibrant Manila in Southeast Asia. And there are a number of reasons why we chose Manila specifically, which I will explain. Reason number 1, we have a number of friends that are doing amazing shows across Asia, and we do not want to compete with that because we feel they're doing an excellent job in Hong Kong, we feel they're doing an excellent job in Singapore, and we feel they're doing an excellent job in Seoul, in Korea. So we don't want to produce more of the same. We chose Manila because in Southeast Asia, and this is reason number 2, there's millions of people, hundreds of millions of people that today still do not have access to a bank account, but they do have a smartphone. And the opportunity for mass adoption of blockchain technology there and for fintech technology is unprecedented. So that is our second reason why we felt that our AIBC show will find fertile soil in Southeast Asia. Reason number 3, as you know, Manila is fast becoming the hub for online gaming in Asia, just like Malta became the hub for online gaming in Europe. And we are also launching the largest show for online gaming worldwide, Sigma, in Manila. Response has been amazing for that show in online gaming, and we felt that by coexisting with our AIBC Summit, we're going to give a unique opportunity for the gaming industry to adopt new technology, and we're going to give an amazing opportunity to you guys, big on blockchain, big on AI, big on quantum, big on big data, big on Internet of Things, to explore online gaming and the adoption of this technology for online gaming. So 3 unique reasons why the 8th and 9th of June should be on your calendar, and I look forward to see you in Manila on those dates.
Thank you, Iman. And also, Goldfinger is partnered with AIBC for Manila as well, so I hope to see everyone in Manila this next summer. So next up, we have the Zero Carbon Project. Charles Adams, to the stage.
It's nice to meet you. So, I'm Charles, and I'm here to present the Zero Carbon Project. We're trying to tackle climate change using the blockchain. We're an initiative of Beyond Group, who's an established energy consultancy in London and has been since 1999. And in that time, we've learned that the quickest way to tackle climate change is by switching people to cleaner energy. So how are we going to do this, and how are we going to speed up the process? The first part is we need to be providing zero carbon energy for less than fossil fuels. Cost is still the #1 factor when picking an energy contract. Number 2, we need to be rewarding people for tackling climate change, not punishing them. We need to be incentivizing positive action and rewarding good behavior. The third is we need to appeal to everyone. You can't need to program a smart contract to be able to use our platform. Everyone, from Doris and Darby to my mother, needs to be able to switch with ease. and value our rewards without understanding crypto or blockchain. So how do we provide zero-carbon energy for less than fossil fuels? On the B2C side, we have 32 UK energy suppliers fiercely competing with each other for your business. And it's through this intense competition and transparency that we can deliver cost savings. On the B2B side, a reverse auction is set up exclusively for your business. And you get to watch in real time as these energy suppliers bid down each other's margins just for you. What is our reward, and how can we ensure that it has value? The question that everyone's always asking at these conferences. Well, every time we switch someone to zero-carbon energy, the supplier pays us a commission. And we accept this commission exclusively in our token. 70% of these are automatically recycled back into a locked reward pool. This is so that we can ensure we can always be rewarding people who are out there tackling climate change. And it's through this demand-driven circular economy that we ensure our token has value. You can sign up today and start making a difference. We're live in the UK and Australia. And it's through our website that we empower our community and drive value to our token holders. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to your questions.
Questions from the judges?
So I think everybody understood, but can you just explain what problem are you solving, why it's important?
Climate change. Climate change is a massive problem. The permafrost is what really concerns us. That's underneath the Arctic. And it has greenhouse gases equivalent to 76 times that of what's already in the atmosphere. And if that melts and these gases get out, the point of no return is very daunting and very scary. Global warming is probably the biggest problem out there, and crypto is one of my favorite things, and blockchain. And it's great that we have such a powerful solution to this problem.
So sustainability.
Yeah.
Environment, responsibility, and sustainability are the main reasons. So my next question, who is your customer? Anyone can be your customer?
Yes, we've switched about 440 household equivalents, and we have about 2,000 signups already, of which about 98% have switched through an introduction code. And I think that proves that our powerful reward is actually powerful. If you know, so many of the people that have signed up to our platform are signing up with a referral code, with zero marketing, then this is all through word of mouth.
What's your revenue model?
So every time we switch someone, we get commission. 70% of that we pass back to as a reward. 30% that comes to us. So that's our bottom line.
Are people switching suppliers because it's a lower cost solution, or are you weighting the suppliers if they're more carbon neutral or eco-friendly? A lot of people may switch to earn rewards and just save money, but
so
is there a correlation?
we only have zero carbon energy on our platform. So that's zero carbon, renewable, and our green moments, which solves the problem of in the UK, if you turn on your lights at night, but you have a solar energy supplier, there's no sun shining. So we can match your energy consumption with usage every half hour of the day.
I think it's a good project. So,
thank you.
Your platform is also zero carbon?
Yes.
Okay.
I must be the only person in crypto that finished early and doesn't have any questions. It must have been a good presentation.
How many token holders do you have right now?
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's around a couple hundred, but I'm not 100% sure. Because most of the tokens are in our consumer portal, and that's how we can really appeal to everyone. You know, if everyone that uses our platform needs to understand private keys and manage them securely, we're not going to be able to switch everyone to zero carbon energy. And I think that's really the genius of what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next on stage, we have Notarized. Let's give Mirjana a big round of applause.
Good evening, everybody. Today, I will present Notarized. And Notarized is actually a real use case on a blockchain. It'll change the way companies, individuals, and also government institutions work with documents while also identifying and authenticating all involved parties in it. Our team has been working together for more than 2 years. We all come from different backgrounds, as you can see. And what makes our team unique is we believe and are passionate about the solution our product offers. The problems we're solving is we're trying to eliminate the risk of data breaches for everyone involved. We will also ease the identity verification and authentication. We're trying to speed up cumbersome services and processes provided by the institutions and the businesses. And this will help in building trust across everybody, across countries. What makes us different is we use a decentralized technology that will enable document integrity and immutability, and we will also provide no single point of failure through the use of decentralized system, not like they exist in centralized databases. We will also provide proof of identity through the use of digital IDs. We also provide secure and private communication, which is provided by the platform that we use, which actually gives private communication. We will also use rewarding system that will create loyal customers and will help building the trust within the network. And we also guarantee the security of your private information. Additional product services that we offer, besides the ones that I've already mentioned, is we will provide document analysis through automatic extraction of contract revisions, which will speed up the contract review processes, and additional means of communication. This is how our application looks like. It's 100% ready to go to market. We're in a phase where 15 companies are already testing our beta versions. We're just waiting for their, we're gathering the feedback, and those are the last activities that we're having for putting our commercial version live next year. This is the target marketed regions: North America, Euro-based countries, and the biggest B2B potential within this market is around 2 million companies. Our business model is based on pay per use, which actually requires no upfront payment from our clients. You just pay as you go, and we will provide pricing packages that will provide the users to use more and pay less. The investment needed is 250,000 euros for the upcoming year after the first commercial version is out. This is the way the funds will be allocated, mostly for development and sales and marketing activities. So if you want to know more, contact us. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. Any questions from the judges?
The platform is ready, is on the market, working?
No, we're just currently in beta version, and we're still not a commercial version, but we provided 15 companies to already test us, and we're already in the process of implementing the platform within 3 municipalities in the country where we're situated.
How many users do you have now?
As I said, we're still not a commercial version.
Okay, sorry.
But we have 15 companies that are already testing the beta version and 25 businesses waiting for the commercial version to be out.
Thank you.
Can you explain the rewarding program you have?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, our platform will be pay as you go. So you will buy tokens to be able to use the services for our application, and when you will be charged per document, fraction of the thing you paid or the cost you paid, it will be rewarded back to the one who paid. And all other involved parties like notaries or law firms that have been part of the signing process and the notarization of the documents will also be rewarded. And for example, if you go to the United States, and if you're looking for trusted law firms or someone who's providing the best notary services or somebody else, the more they do transactions, the higher the level of trust within the network for them, and also we will have the way of other people to explain the satisfaction of the use of services for someone who's part of the network.
So it's not a referral program?
No.
I have a question, if I may. I'm sort of struggling to understand why you decide to tokenize yourself, or why not piggyback on Bitcoin or Ethereum or one of the main coins instead? Why do you need your own coin or token?
The basic need for the token is just for the rewarding system. It's actually give back to the users, which will create a loyalty within the network and trust as well.
But you said the token was used for payment. So if a company...
A utility token. It's a utility token.
So is it on an exchange and fluctuates in value?
No, we're still trying to get listed. Okay. And we're going to have
But
private...
if it does, if a business buys $1,000 worth of your service and the token drops 25%, then the value of your service just went down. So I think part of that question is, how do you use a fluctuating token as a utility for a business when they want stability in payment?
I mean, we will have a maximum token supply that will be used within the system, within the network. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So next up we have Canvest. Let's give David Conrajo a big round of applause.
So are out.
Okay.
Thank you. Hi, my name is David. I'm the founder of Canvas. This is a crowdfunding platform for the cannabis industry. So I come from Colombia, and I see Colombia as the failed experiment on the war on drugs. But things have moved on. In 2016, there was a peace agreement. Next year, we legalized the cannabis production. And this year, SoftBank invested $1 billion in the country, making it the largest VC investment in Latin America. Well, in the cannabis industry, Colombia has a great potential. It's actually the second largest flower producer in the world. Some of the largest cannabis companies are already working there, and we have a really good startup ecosystem that is growing by the day. However, this industry doesn't have access to finance through the traditional banking system, which of course affects the quality of the products, since the traceability technology is very expensive. And that's why we created Canvas. Canvas is a crowdfunding platform that is backed by precision agriculture and data that connects investors with projects in the cannabis ecosystem. We are the first platform that applied for a regulated crowdfunding license in the financial regulators in Colombia, which will make us the first cannabis crowdfunding platform in the market. It's a really good entry barrier. And as I mentioned, Latin America is becoming big in cannabis. The size of Colombia alone is $5.6 billion by 2030, according to some estimates. Not to mention countries like Mexico, Peru, or Uruguay that can also supply to the whole world. We, as I said, we are first on the market, and since we are mixing precision agriculture and fintech, we don't have direct competitors in our space. And this is our product. It's a traceability tool built on the blockchain for agriculture, which we measure data on the field, and based on this data, we provide financial services on top. We have two kinds of clients, the companies that need funding, to whom we charge a 5% commission fee, and a 4% collection fee to the investors every time there is a payment. We use a traditional trust vehicle to do this for regulation things. This is our team. We have experience in technology development, blockchain, oil and gas, and in the financial sector. And this is our traction. We haven't launched yet. We are waiting to launch early next year when we get our crowdfunding license. But we already have a pipeline of over 18 projects looking for $22 million. And we have a pipeline of investors ready to work as well in our local network. We are launching our pilot this year to fund the first cannabis project. We are launching the platform officially next year, and we are hoping to move to other geographies and other crops in the next 5 years. And we came here looking for $250,000 for product development at a safe valuation cap of $5 million. Thank you, and please help us to join in this new industry.
Thank you, David. Questions?
I have one for clarification. Most crowdfunding platforms, when they started, Kickstarter with Yanzi and things, were gift-related. Some have moved to equity-related. So you're crowdfunding a project for the investor. What's the financial structure between the investor and the project?
Okay, we have two vehicles depending on the maturity of the company. We have a convertible debt for the early stage companies, and those companies who have already some cash flow can apply for a debt vehicle. So in this way, the investors have security over a debt or over the shares of the company.
In a way, to me, it almost feels like you are launching a future rather than a tracking device. What's the difference between a future as a financial product and what Canvas does?
Okay, so the reason we are mixing the blockchain traceability for the field on the agriculture side, and we are using a more traditional vehicle on top of that. The reason is both regulatory, mostly regulatory. We cannot issue tokens or other sort of things in our market yet. So that's the reason the blockchain technology is underneath. We see that if the regulation changes in the future, we can tokenize some assets, but this is what we can do for our launch next year.
And what markets are you regulated in?
Excuse me?
What markets will you be regulated in? U.S. market as well?
The U.S. market is not on the side. If it becomes federal legalized, it might be another market. But for our company, we can expand to other developing countries that have potential in cannabis, like Mexico, Peru, Thailand, South Africa. That's our market, developing countries in the cannabis industry.
We have a problem with one of my old public companies. They're always trying to raise money, but traditional fundraising is off of revenue. They're trying to raise money off of projected crop yield. So how much of your solution on blockchain is going to validate into the crop to ensure that that crop's going to meet a production capability that will convert to revenue to protect the investor?
Okay, so what we do we gather the data, we validate it on the blockchain we set the sensors ourselves on the field, and to be honest, we need more data to get to a good prediction result. That's what we will do that's a midterm projection. So for us, right now we are starting to measure everything on the field, and we hope that in the next couple of years we will have a very good prediction rate according to all the process conditions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Okay, next on stage we have Gamer Hash. Let's give a round of applause for Arthur.
Hello, hello. Cool, good to be here. Okay, my name is Arthur Hash with very hard Polish surname, and I will tell you why Gamer Hash is the game changer for gaming generation. Before I start, I would like you to know that we are not some kind of concept or idea, but we have a project that is already working for 2 years, have more than 400,000 customers, and have Reva. So what it is, so if you can imagine, let's say 19 years old gamer, he has very good computer, but actually when he is not playing games, his computer is staying and doing nothing. What we are taking is, with a very small piece of software, we are taking unused power of CPU and GPU to mine crypto. So we are incentivize our gamers to be with us. After a few months, we saw that actually not all computers are good enough to mine crypto. So also for them, we prepared additional model called Play and Earn, in which we are paying gamers for playing games with us. So we have two models in which we are incentivize our customers, and what they will get with us, then they can spend in our marketplace. And we are connected with Netflix, Amazon, Spotify, and a few others where they can spend what have they earned with us. So we have the whole marketplace in which they can do all the activities. And for example, with very good computer, they can earn monthly around $50 and spend for the brands that we have see over here. So as I was mentioning, by this year we will be close to 500,000 customers. All of that was done just in 2 years, so definitely we have attraction in terms of customers. And by the end of next year, we would like to triple the number. And very shortly, I will tell you how we would like to do that. By the end of this year, we'll finish our mobile app, which will be fully integrated with Coinbase wallet. So we will be able to provide to our customers 16 crypto. So whatever they will earn, they will be able to hold with us. But also, we will be having the holy grail of crypto. And by that, I mean whatever our gamers will mine with us, they will be able to spend in one of 9,000 grocery stores in Poland by simply QR code payments. So a few details for investors. We have 3 streams of revenues. We are having share from mining, share from planar, and share from margins. The market itself is very big. Based on the current research, each third person on the planet is a gamer, either mobile or desktop. Just in this year, we will have more than $150 billion spent on the market industry. So what we are trying to do is to get to Asia and to get $1.5 million, a few additional topics on our marketplace. But to get to Asia, we are gathering right now $2 million. And for that, we are willing to give back 25% of the company in 3 tickets. And for that, also token offering. And for that, we have our great team. That probably you know, Mike, CEO, Patrick, CEO, serial entrepreneur, and miner.
Arthur.
Mike. Okay, sorry. But that's the last slide. Thank you.
Got it. So questions from the judges?
May I know what kind of wallet are you using? You are using your own blockchain, or you are using like Ethereum or others?
We are not having our own blockchain. We have external solution that we are built in our system, but I was mentioning that in the new app and the new setup that we are doing, we will be using Coinbase integration.
And those users you have mentioned, are they the token holders or only the registered users?
They are registered users, and they are installed our software. So we have a program, we have all information on their computers, and they are active in the given period of time that we are measuring depending on what kind of KPIs we are tracking.
And can you give me a percentage of how many tokens have you issued to those users?
The token offering is coming after equity round, so the token offering is still ahead of us.
I mean that, is there any token have already issued those individual users' wallets?
Can you maybe rephrase the question?
Is there any token have already issued to those token holders' wallets?
We didn't issue anything. We're just mining a number of different cryptocurrencies, 12 different currencies right now, but it's not ours. So for example, Litecoin, Ravencoin, we are preparing to mine Eternity coin, so EA token, but it's not our tokens. We are just mining that.
Thank you.
Why you are mining?
Sorry?
Why you are mining? Your business model is a platform for gaming. So ideally, what I understood, it's a marketplace. I come on the platform, I register, and then I buy your coin, and I can spend it on any game. So you are facilitating the multi-gaming purchase on the platform. So why you mine? Why you are mining?
We are mining because what we are trying to do is to really get the best out of gaming and blockchain. So we know that if we want to build, and this is our bottom line target, self-financing supercomputer, we need to incentivize our customers. And actually blockchain is allowing that because we are channelizing the computing power into mining crypto.
So it's part of your business model?
Yes.
So when I come and I play game on the platform, I get...
Yes. You're getting incentives in cryptocurrencies.
And I think that I mean what you get. In this player module, we are paying for playing games, and this is the deal that we are having with web development studios. So currently, they are usually paying in their marketing for active users, let's say, between $7 and $10. So we are taking that money instead of they're spending AdWords, and we are giving part of this money, let's say $5, to our customers. An example: install game, set up account, kill a dragon. $5. I got a question.
Sorry. My last question.
Thank you, Arthur.
Pleasure. Thank you so much.
So last up is the stage is iCommunity Labs and Tech. Let's give Luis Miguel. Hey.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Luis, co-founder of eCommunity. We are not an exchange. We don't use cryptocurrency. We do digital transformation using blockchain. The thing is that now we are lovers of blockchain. We like it a lot. But the reality is that you go to the companies, and especially small and medium-sized entities, they don't want to spend much time and money to put that technology into their processes. So what we had decided is to create a platform with different products that they leverage in the technology of blockchain to resolve real problems that the companies they have. We have been running for 1 year and a half, and this year we released mainly a product to certify and sign documents, and also traceability and smart contracts. So those are the products that we have at the moment. To certify, you can do for signature of contracts, certification of jobs done by suppliers, IP registration, asset ownership, so you give more transparency, and you can use it within a cluster of companies. So there is a circle of trust. Also, the traceability, we have been working with clients mainly in the agriculture, like food and beverage producers, and how they certify the supply chain of production, origin, production, and logistics. And then why we are different from other blockchain suppliers? Well, it's because we have a platform of products ready to use that we connect to different blockchain solutions. At the moment, we are working with Ethereum and Hyperledger, but in the future, we can use different ones depending what is going to be the standard in the coming years. And we are going to build new products so we can resolve more complex issues. Other companies that are out there, they give you the infrastructure, but you need a developer team to implement it in your company. So our business model is software as a service, so we have a subscription fee and pay-per-use. And the roadmap for the coming months is to include new products like digital identity, tokenization of assets, so we can resolve different products and problems. And our team, we are 4 founders, and we have a quite large experience in advisory, technology, and full-stack developer and PhD within our team. And we have also a team of developers that are all based in Madrid, Spain, so it's local. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Luis. Thanks, Luis. Any questions from judges?
How many customers are using your blockchain right now?
Sorry?
How many customers are using
We have 8 customers that are like beta testers. 6 of them are on freemium basis, and 2 of them, they are like real clients paying for the services.
Thank you.
It was kind of interesting that you used the abbreviation IBS. A lot of people with irritable bowels might think.
Can you get closer the mic?
I was surprised that you actually used the abbreviation IBS. People with irritable bowels might actually be offended using that. But be that as it may, I thought your concept is more like blockchain as a utility than blockchain as a service. As a suggestion, you might want to use I see you more as a utility company than as a service company.
Well, it's as a service, so we have a product ready to be used by companies, and there is a layer that they can customize. They can use our web platform and mobile app, or they can connect through API to their backend or front end if they have.
How does it compare to the tools on AWS? And then how scalable is this? I'm confused with that part.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the moment, as we have just running for 1 year, we do customization for the client that asks for it, but in the future we want to fully package the product so it's scalable. And also we are now focusing B2B, but in the future we are going to launch a B2C product that are as they are in the platform. So it's the focus to be fully scalable. Nevertheless, at the moment we are bootstrapping and we do this kind of advisory consultancy to our clients.
So if I'm a company and I want to transform part of my business on blockchain, how it works? I have to buy a license or?
Yes, so basically we got into agreement that you pay monthly subscription and they pay per use, per transaction. And
so per transaction, it depends on the protocol I use. I mean, if
yeah, well, it depends on the use case, because it's not the same if you are doing like a traceability of the supply chain, that you have IoT sensors that are giving you many records. That, for example, if you do like a certification of a buy-sell contract of a building, that it could be just one transaction for 1 million euros.
So if it's a certificate generation, for example, on blockchain, I should pay per certificates or per transaction of protocol?
Yeah, per transaction of protocol.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Okay, so that's a continuation of the tech pitches. Now we'd like to hear from our key sponsor, which is Bit4X. And I'd like to give a warm welcome to the co-founder, Jason Liu. Jason, you ready? Oh, there you are.
Here I am. All right, good afternoon, guys, and thank you all those project parties and give a really awesome speech about their project. And let me give you like a brief introduction about Bit4X. Bit4X, we are a cryptocurrency exchange, and right now we have around 3.5 million registered users. Around 20% from Russia, 15% from Korea, 50% from Japan, and 10% from China. Right now we are focusing on the crypto trading and the spot trading, derivative trading, and educations. Previously, when I was joining a lot of conference, a lot of project parties asking us, what is the exchanges we are focusing about? We are focusing about the money, we are focusing about the industry, or we are focusing about the users? And the answer is that I believe we are focusing about the industry and educations. The reason we want to focus on the education is that, as you can see, right now the cryptocurrencies market is still not that big. And what we're willing to do is that we want to do a merge between the traditional and crypto industries. We are willing to direct those traditional traders and join the crypto industries. That's why we're willing to integrate. We are right now developing a new platform which allow those crypto traders to use crypto and trade on the maybe traditional product, forex, commodity, or stock. And settlement also will be the cryptos. And then in order to reach this platform succeed, we want to organize different meetups like Russian, Korea, Japan, and Europe, other countries, and to educate those people, get more understanding about crypto, increase their trading experience, increase their trading technique, and in order to let those crypto traders and non-crypto traders get more understanding about these industries. And thank you very much. This time is my first time came to Malta, and I'm looking for partners. I'm looking for project, and I'm also looking for friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. see how this works. So in continuance here, my name is Rob Charles. I'm founder, CEO of Goldfinger. Let's see, there we go. Is it working here? There we go. So we're a members-only global investment club based on the mastermind principle. We're the first and only that I'm aware of digital members-only club. We started in 2014 out of New York City. A little bit about me. I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. I've been a tech entrepreneur for 23 years. My very first tech startup was in 1996. It was the original online art gallery. Failed miserably, but it was about 20 years too early. But I started investing about 16 years ago. Originally in cannabis and real estate when cannabis first opened up in LA. And through the years, I've found there's numerous problems on both the investor side as well as the entrepreneur side. So we created a club for this, and we actually won an award last night as the best investment club of 2019. We're now in 7 international cities. We have decentralized chapters. We're not on the blockchain yet because we don't really need to be, but at this point. But we're in 7 international cities right now. We have a wait list of over 20 cities that want to open up decentralized chapters that roll into the global community. Also, some of our founding partners, these are some of the funds and VCs. So we're like a social network, social club, incubator, think tank, accelerator, and investment club all in one. So we connect all of the investment community from both the investment side as well as the entrepreneur side. And we're about 70% of our members are investors. The angels, VCs, funds, family offices, about 20% of founders and CEOs, vetted projects. So we vet the deals. We take them from about 100 to down to 10. Each of our investors do due diligence as well. And we're about 10% of influencers, thought leaders, partners, service providers. We now have over 12 billionaires that are members. We have 2 U.S. presidential candidates that are members, Andrew Yang, Marianne Williamson. So it's a top-down approach. We can really connect good people. The use case here is when you come to conferences like this, which are fantastic. I go to them all over the world, just like you do. There's maybe 5,000 to 10,000 people here. But when I go to these people, there's really about 25 to 50 people that I really need to meet. So what we do is we vet that down into you're actually meeting the credible people that you're actually looking for and that you want to do business with. And so this is David Walsh, some of our members. See, this is some of our leadership team here. So our ethos is give first, always add value. We're the first network that also, we have 11 principles. The first is the mastermind principle. It's been going on for centuries, not a new concept. Every major fortune, every government, even the US Constitution was written upon this, the UN. When 2 or more minds align in harmony, a third mind is created, which is exponentially greater than the sum of its parts. The why I do what I do, I'm crystal clear that if you want global change, which is everyone in some capacity wants this, you have to connect the power structures. That means the founders, the CEOs, the government, all the people that basically have to make the decisions and are able to move mountains, working together collectively. And we've been able to do this quite successfully. These are some of our excuse me, could you please not take calls during the presentation? Thank you. So our mission is create an alternative society of innovative and forward-thinking people based on the mastermind principle. And we just opened up a new level, Titans, which is our platinum level. My partner is Stephen Melnick, Isaiah Medina, who's the former head legal counsel of the Security Council of the United Nations. And we're now taking companies in through the government level, through heads of state, and scaling different projects. So, some of them are like Blockchain Center is one, Triton Solar is another that we're taking into the country of Nigeria right now. So the world is based on relationships and connections, on trust. And I always say to entrepreneurs that are raising capital, it's not like you just put somebody on a platform and someone invests capital. The investors have to meet you, they have to like you, they have to trust you. It's a marriage for a period of time before they deploy capital. And vice versa, if you're an entrepreneur, before you get married with an investor, you got to know who your investor is, right? And you have to, it's relationship based. And the whole world is relationship based. That's why you come here and you develop relationships, you're able to go out, entertainment, social, investing, it's all travel, it's all integrated nowadays. So we created this virtual club. Type of membership benefits, go through this. These are some of our connections that we help through the government level. A few samples here. And once again, I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. We have our next deal club in New York on November 20th. Then we have one in London on the 27th. We're launching Zurich chapter at the Dolder Grand on December 4th. Then back to New York for December 11th. We have another deal club. And then, so I look forward to meeting, hopefully, people there. Thank you very much. Okay. 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 So I'd like to announce the winner for the tech startup pitch tonight, which is GamerHash. Yeah. Congratulations. You got a photo up here?
Of course.
Yeah. Got it?
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everyone for coming, and we'll have the next session. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Innovation Edge Conference. Hosted by Umne. Chaired by Maria Vovchok, crypto journalist.
Edition of AIBC Summit. Welcome to the Blockchain Island. What started off last year as a dream, complementing the launch of the 3 bills by the government of Malta, culminated today in already the 3rd edition that is sitting side by side with a set of incentives in artificial intelligence that also the government of Malta has launched to attract not only blockchain companies, but also companies that are doing a lot in artificial intelligence. Moving forward, our 4th edition of AIBC Summit will be held not in Malta, but in vibrant Manila in Southeast Asia. And there are a number of reasons why we chose Manila specifically, which I will explain. Reason number 1, we have a number of friends that are doing amazing shows across Asia, and we do not want to compete with that because we feel they're doing an excellent job in Hong Kong, we feel they're doing an excellent job in Singapore, and we feel they're doing an excellent job in Seoul, in Korea. So we don't want to produce more of the same. We chose Manila because in Southeast Asia, and this is reason number 2, there's millions of people, hundreds of millions of people that today still do not have access to a bank account, but they do have a smartphone. And the opportunity for mass adoption of blockchain technology there and for fintech technology is unprecedented. So that is our 2nd reason why we felt that our AIBC show will find fertile soil in Southeast Asia. Reason number 3, as you know, Manila is fast becoming the hub for online gaming in Asia, just like Malta became the hub for online gaming in Europe. And we are also launching the largest show for online gaming worldwide, Sigma, in Manila. Response has been amazing for that show in online gaming, and we felt that by coexisting with our AIBC Summit, we're going to give a unique opportunity for the gaming industry to adopt new technology, and we're going to give an amazing opportunity to you guys, big on blockchain, big on AI, big on quantum, big on big data, big on Internet of Things, to explore online gaming and the adoption of this technology for online gaming. So 3 unique reasons why the 8th and 9th of June should be on your calendar, and I look forward to see you in Manila on those dates.
Unleashing economic opportunity. One Africa, one coin. The world's largest emerging market is on the fast track for innovation and financial growth. Let's dive into the crypto project leading the charge. Akon, Acoin. Lynn Liss, Acoin. John Karas, Acoin.
We're here.
All right, how do you sound?
Check,
all right, we
check.
got this, we got this, check, check. Thank you for having us. We have had such a beautiful time in Malta so far, and this is our first speaking moment, so it's great to be here. Had a beautiful dinner last night. I learned something, as I do every time I travel with Akon. Yesterday we're driving in, and he was talking about his favorite cities in the world, and he said Malta is his 2nd favorite city, only second to
Africa.
Africa. So I just thought that was a huge compliment to this beautiful city. So let's start with that. Come on, that's big, right?
Malta.
That's beautiful. So thanks for having us. I am co-founder and CEO of Akon. We have our visionary and chief of everything, Akon, here, and our president, also co-founder, John Karas. And we wanted to kick things off with the main man to talk about Akon, vision, all things great. So off to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Len. For those who are not quite sure what Akon's vision is, I just wanted to kind of just give you a small overlay of what we're trying to do in Africa and the purpose of why Akon was created in the first place. As I was doing my philanthropic work in Africa and doing my lighting projects, I realized from an energy poverty standpoint how much other issues that Africa was dealing with, in so many words. So ultimately, coming from the energy sector, I started to visualize a lot of different things. And I noticed that a lot of in the rural areas, they really had their own economies. They had their own way of living that was completely partitioned from what was happening in the city life. And ultimately, I was like, wow, this is actually something very, very interesting, because everything that they were doing literally was collaborating back and forth from cell phones in general. But then the most craziest thing happened to me that solidified why I needed to come and be more involved in Africa on a financial side of things and be more a part of the financial sector. I got on the plane and I flew into Paris. And as you know, Africa, the west side is all ran by the French. You know, Senegal being one of the most influential ones, being ran by the French. And we have our own currency there called the CFA, which is like CFA, French-made money, right? Now, the French government prints this money for Senegal. I fly into the airport, and I have a pocket full of CFA. So I'm not thinking about anything. I'm like, okay, let me go to the money exchange, and I'm going to change it over for some euro. I get to the money exchange area, and the guy at the counter tells me, we can't exchange this. I'm like, what do you mean? It's French money. He's like, well, it's not worth anything here. I said, but it's CFA. It was printed by the French. You mean tell me I'm in France with French money or French printed dollars and I can't exchange it for euro? And he was like, unfortunately, this money's not worth anything here. You got to wait till you go back to Senegal and spend it there. And that's when it hit me like, okay, we have to have our own money. And if we don't do anything else, I have to figure out a way to make that work. Of course, when I went into energy, I knew anything about energy when I first came in 2014. But then I realized through the whole process of following blockchain, cryptocurrency became the craziest conversation around the world. And I thought for 2 seconds and said, you know what? Blockchain was built for a purpose, and I think it was to help me serve my purpose. And I felt at that moment that crypto would be what changed Africa and unite the masses. And that's when I, at that moment, said I have to create Akon, which will be my own cryptocurrency for Africa, the African coin. It just happened that it sounded like Akon. The African coin, Akon, that's how the name came up. It wasn't something I just thought about. It was supposed to happen this way, I guess.
It happened to you.
Right, it happened to me. You know, so that's when I reached out to John Carras and I said, yo, John, I need to create my own currency. You're the man. Like, you know how to put things together. He's like the scientist that knows how to put 2 and 2, 3 and 3, and just knows who to call to make certain things happen. And he really put us all together. And through that, I met Lynn, and Lynn is like my hammer. She doesn't play no games. You give her the assignment, she's coming back with it. And this right here happened to be the team. And I said, listen, we came up with this concept together. We're going to move forward, and this is going to be the creation to help Africa rebuild this future. So now me knowing that Africa itself is, from a population standpoint, as you know, is 1.2 billion and estimated to be 2 billion people in the next 5 to 10 years. 75% of that population is under 21, which are all young kids that's very tech savvy, that understands digital economy of what it is today, and they understand how to utilize cell phones on their day-to-day basic life. So I figured that has to be the target that we actually have to activate. And not only that, but we'll give them all the tools that they need to be able to move on into the future to develop it, but with a currency that brings us all together. And that's how that came about. And I'll pass it to John.
I'll intro this to say what's great is when we sat down, Akon had this beautiful vision, and he said, one coin for Africa, youth entrepreneurship, I want to empower them. And we set about to create a business model that would be sustainable, because if you just have a currency, how are you going to make sure that it's not crazy volatile and that you actually have a business that brings in revenue that can actually sustain itself? So, John, if you could speak to our business and our vision in that regard.
Well, the business and vision are really aligned and driven by what Akon wanted to create, and so our mission is to achieve that. And we flow into 2 different parts. The first is the token. Token's super simple. It just has an internal exchange mechanism that allows users to go freely between prepaid cell minutes, which are a major store of value in Africa and lots of rising economies, to take that and be able to move easily into fiat currencies like dollar, euro, pounds, RMB, local currencies, and also to cryptocurrencies, mainstream ones like Bitcoin and Ethereum and many others, or to the coins of our DApp partners, a variety of altcoins. The more important part of the business and what's really relevant to all of you and why we want to talk to many of you as we can during the next number of days is that there are all kinds of great innovations on the blockchain. And our mission is to help empower entrepreneurs to rise in growing economies. Yeah. So we have a part of our wallet that we like to call the DApp store, where apps and dApps are available to the users, whether they're transacting in Akon, fiat currencies, other cryptocurrencies, et cetera. And so the thing that really adds the most value and is super helpful to the world of blockchain is we're ultimately being built to be a broad and bright marketing platform, a spotlight and megaphone to help those great innovations find their way into the hands of the users. Initially, we're curating that super heavily, but ultimately it's open to all, the same as the Apple App Store. So our mission is to help get tools for entrepreneurs, for education, for social impact, to get those into the hands of the people and to help them find their way to that. So all of you that are building great things, we want to help them get into the hands of the users. You may have the greatest innovation in the world, but the same analogy of if the tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did you make a sound? Absolutely. We want to make sure the sound is super loud. So when you have those great things that are going to help empower the world, and many of you in this conference room do, let us help you bring it to the people, those billion plus in Africa and the 3 or 4 billion in the rising economies we're built to create and service. And one last thing, just so that you know it, our tech is built, the coin's built, we're in beta testing. The platform will launch in about the next 90 days, which is about the time of our IEO as well. So we're rocketing down the track towards all of this. Love to do some of it with all of you. Come and find us.
Please,
and
please
just to be clear, it's a global platform that we're building. Africa is just our targeted market because as we see now, Africa has the most challenges when it relates to that. So if it works in Africa, you can utilize that and copy and paste it to any developing market around the world.
Just let me add one more thing, which is this alternative economy exists already. Part of why we focused in on prepaid cell minutes, and there's a great article on how we're built to bank the unbanked, is there's already an alternative transactional platform that people are using day in and day out all across Africa by doing all kinds of economic activity, paying with their prepaid cell minutes. So their ability to do that, we just want to expand the functionality of it, and that's what we're built to do.
Yeah, I was just going to expand a bit on, because I've been out there executing, as Akon says, the hammer. So as mentioned, we've built the platform, it's in test mode, and to give you an example, we like to say learn, earn, spend, and save. So in terms of being an entrepreneur, those 4 categories are what you need to build up as an entrepreneur. Our first use case, as John mentioned, is prepaid minutes, and just to really visualize it for you, the ability to both use a prepaid minute and come into the cryptocurrency market. That's amazing. A lot of the people who are wanting to get into cryptocurrency don't have a credit card, they don't have an ID, they don't have a bank, right? So the ability to get them into the cryptocurrency market, and then on the back end, have Akon, go into prepaid minutes, top up your cell phone, right? And also, as Akon likes to speak to, in that local market, people use minutes to trade for goods and services on the street. So that was a really important flow for us in the base. Yeah. Just to give an example of a few other use cases so you know where we're going, which is exciting. We're moving into micro lending, so that's very needed. Micro meaning small amounts of dollars that individuals who want to start a business, it maybe just might take a few $100s to actually set up a shop or get something online. So microlending is a big part of what we'll be offering next, and those people providing those microloans also are an earning opportunity in and of themselves. If they prove that they can both give out loans to people in the market and make sure those loans are returned, then they're earning Akon in the process. So those are some unique examples that we're really proud of, and we want more of them. So as John mentioned, please come out. Any other use cases we'd like to mention just to highlight?
Some of the early ones that we're super excited
Before
about.
you go too far, though, I just want to go back into the cell phone minute piece.
Great.
Because there's a backstory to it, so you guys can clearly understand where that came from. In certain parts of Africa, cell phone minutes is money. Like, I know kids that have over 1 million minutes. They're like minutaires. And you can literally buy and purchase fruits, goods, t-shirts, hats from vendors literally on the street. Like, you can like something and say, I want that. If you don't have the actual currency, well, all right, cool, then give me 1,000 minutes for it. And this is an actual real transaction. So we created a mechanism within the Acorn system to where you can literally now trade your minutes for Acoins and vice versa. So it allows that. And then one of the other things that's really amazing about the functionality is a concept that we have in there called the atomic swap. Now, the atomic swap prevents what happened to me in Paris. If you have Acoins, you can literally trade that into any fiat currency that exists in the world. So it's not like you're ever going to get, turned down because you have Acoins and you want to swap it out and back and forth. So it creates that economic transaction financially to where you can really trade it into any fiat currency that exists in the world.
And to add to that, as John highlighted, we're a marketing platform for a lot of these dApps in particular that launched and can't get to where they want to get to. That atomic swap's really important because a lot of those businesses are not on a major exchange, which is a massive hurdle to get on.
Exactly.
But they have a currency, and if we can say, trade with us, we're going to get your product out there, you can trade in and out of Acoin. That's how technically we're able to get them so easily in and out of a new market such as that.
And we're also built as an anchor solution on the Stellar network, which aligns us with tens of thousands of financial institutions all across the globe for people to get funds in and out. We're just, again, facilitating through that. And some of the things that we're excited about that are coming up, we're aligned with Borodich land governance, which is digitizing land records in rising countries and governments from Rwanda to South America. Connect Hub that's digitizing medical records and pharma trials in the midst of a pilot program in Malawi right now with Airtel and Merck. Companies like Pledge Camp that are doing crowdfunding and education for entrepreneurs, and many, many others. So our mission is to have hundreds of valuable tools and solutions for those rising entrepreneurs.
Yeah, and I'll just say that roadmap, as we start to work with more of you, which we're very excited about, at the end there is a dApp builder tool where people we want it to be as usable as possible. So Akon always says, any business that you have, any idea, anything that you want to put a value to, the ability to create a dApp on our marketplace easily through a self-service tool is on our very near roadmap, and that's when things get really big. So that's an exciting roadmap you're all going to see roll out.
Right. So the whole aspect of the platform itself is for all the young entrepreneurs to have their own dApp or app on the actual platform, be able to collaborate with each other, utilize whatever their strengths and tools are to help the next and vice versa. Because there could be a farmer that needs financing, for instance. There'll be a financial dApp or app there that can facilitate that if that person believes in that farmer's dream or so on and so forth. Or for instance, if you're trying to raise money for something within the system of that, or you have a specific utilization aspect that you're having challenges with, and this particular partner may have the exact issues that you're dealing with covered, and he solved that solution. There's a way you guys can find ways to collaborate and fix that issue, or a joint venture or somehow kind of to build the business to move forward. So as you know, my business as an entertainer, I built my career off building other people's careers, and I've grown my, you could say, success and celebrity through collaborations with other artists, building, relationships with other artists to gain bigger territory, to get a bigger mass of people to be able to entertain to. So this platform is built exactly the same way. The key to success has always been unity, and I feel you can cover the world when you unite and put yourselves together and bring all your resources together for one common cause, in so many words.
So the best ones will rise, the best ones will drive utilization, and who can tell where the future will be? We want to facilitate all of it. Right. Come find us.
Let's all be there together. And here's to unity, and thank you for having us.
All right, we got a 0. All righty. Enough smiles? Is that good?
Social use cases. Blockchain for emerging economies. Developing countries like India, Kenya, and others in East Africa are discovering a wealth of applications for blockchain which promise a secure, peer-to-peer mechanism for verifying information. Let's dig in. Moderated by Anya Pulain Maishak, Reuters. Jose Alejandro, Bitcoin Gold official. Stephen Mead, Monitor Pro. Alexander Borodich, Universa.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello. So we are after Akon, so nothing can go wrong with our panel. We've got everybody's attention. So we have a chance to discuss what can go wrong with adoption of blockchain in emerging markets, right? My name is Anya Poulain. I'm a journalist for Reuters, and I'm also working on a documentary about blockchain. It's called The Geeks Shall Inherit the Earth, and you can Google it, Google the trailer. And now I'm going to introduce our exciting panelists. Stephen Mead. Stephen, can you introduce yourself?
Sure. Lifelong entrepreneur, never had a job. I'm basically unhireable. Took me a while to figure that one out. The crux of my story, I read 357 books over 6.5 years when I was 22 and built a system called a bullseye belief system. I've used that system since '96 to build 11 companies, had 3 public, some worked, some didn't, and I like building things nobody in the world's ever done before.
Great. Now, Alejandro Regoso.
So I get involved in blockchain, and I am currently still focused all in Bitcoin and Bitcoin Gold. And currently I am working in its adoption, developing in developing countries. And I started with trading, then I helped to build one of the Bitcoin forks, and right now developing a new blockchain for e-commerce protocol.
Excellent. And I promised that we're going to have one exciting fact about each panelist, so you're going to remember us forever. Alejandro, what's the exciting fact about you that nobody knows?
Regarding Bitcoin, probably when I started, one of the funny things it was with me. I mean, me and my friends. It was a very interesting thing, as we had no money to use the Judge Club electricity to mine some Bitcoin. So probably it was our beginning to start mining in our small boat with very small GPUs, and it was probably the funniest part of my Bitcoin life.
Excellent. And now we've got Alexander Borodich. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm the founder of Universa blockchain. It's actually the fastest financial blockchain in the world, currently faster than Visa. So we are printing the digital currency for the central bank. You will hear it as a CBDC stuff. And we have just yesterday launched the Tunisian digital U-dinar based on our technology. But before that, I was a venture investor. I have 5 unicorns. If you'd like to have the funny fact from my portfolio, it's 5 unicorns.
Okay. Can you share something special that nobody knows about you, Stephen?
Started 5 companies in the world where we're the first one to do something. Some of them work like a precursor to PayPal, and some of them didn't, like a romantic gift line of chocolate of people spooning. So
okay.
Some work, some don't.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the story from my previous life. So before being here with guys like you, I was an entertainment journalist. So when I was interviewing Daniel Craig, he told me that he thinks that I think that he's stupid, and he walked off. So I hope it will not happen here with you guys. No, I've already researched, what you're doing and so on, so hopefully it's going to be okay. But social impact and emerging economies, we all know it's good. So what I would like to talk about here is like, what are the problems, what are the obstacles of blockchain adoption from your experience?
For me, if I can start, probably one of the biggest problems is too much offers. I mean, if you live in a country like India, you have, I like to see it like 3 big pillars go into crypto. You have CBDCs, you have Bitcoin, and you have all the rest of cryptocurrency that most people cannot even know how to manage and how to select from them. So, but considering that the biggest key points are Bitcoin and the central bank coins.
And Stephen?
I look at it more from a business perspective in things like supply chain integrity. if you have, and I use the example, it's not always the best one, if a kid gets sick and dies from eating tuna at Costco, everybody's going to get sued. And what blockchain's going to do is enable everything from who caught the fish to how long it was stored. You're going to have internet IoT devices hooked up to refrigeration units to prove the refrigeration was actually on. And you're going to find the points of failure in the supply chain. What that does to the emerging markets, it actually allows them to provide a premium on their product, to make more money, to have a bigger say in the value proposition. Because right now, the lower end of the funnel, these emerging economies don't have a say in the market because there's so many points in distribution. I think blockchain's going to push that control point down into some of these emerging markets, give them more control, give them more ability in pricing, lower their insurance costs. There's an economic value that I think the technology is going to bring to some of these regions.
So from your experience, can you hear me? So from your experience, what you're doing, which countries are you active in?
Well, I've known Akon and these guys for a while. We don't do a lot internationally because they're hard markets to break into. Yeah. Instead, we like to try and build technology solutions that other people can take into these emerging markets. And some of the technology is universal, some's very specific.
Yeah.
So we don't have a focus. We like to find people, again, what Akon and John and these guys are doing is fabulous. We tend to try and partner with groups like that to help them be better at what they're excited about, rather than trying to pick one area ourselves.
Excellent. And Alexander, from your perspective, you there is some exciting news about your partnership in Tunisia, right?
Yes, of course. But to the supply chain case, it's extremely important to understand that actually, if we will have the process digitized from the business part, and we will not fix the cash side, whatever it will be, cryptocurrency, digital currency, CBDC, it will be half broken. Because we have two legs. We should have the contract and the process digitized, but we also have to have money digitized just to interconnect them into smart contracts. So from my perspective, it's a huge challenge currently how to interconnect those business systems together to the financial system. Because currently there are two different forces. One, companies are trying to actually recreate the processes, creating those digitalized supply chain mechanisms. And others are trying to create the financial mechanism. But from the common sense, it should come together. Because we should have smart contracts where are some rules and some coins inside of that.
And how do you solve that?
We can solve that, but
Your company can solve that?
We can solve that, but of course we can technically, but it will require a lot of changes at legislation level, at regulatory point of view. So for me, it's actually question to the society and then to the governments to change from their point of view. How is it possible for us to get step forward from the paper process to the paperless, to the cashless society?
This is where the government is most concerned, is if you take a country like Zimbabwe that has tremendous natural resources, the natural resources have a commoditized value on the open market. You pretty much know what that value is, but you're tied against $1 trillion Zimbabwe note because the government manipulates currency and inflation. The ability for a supplier to use a validated contract to prove they own that asset, sell it directly to a buyer, accept a digital unit that can be monetized, there's an entire fractional ecosystem that's going to disappear, of which some of that is the government that's manipulating currency and prices. So these emerging markets haven't ever had power. There's a direct correlation of power and payment that I think this technology can help with.
I would agree. Yeah, I would agree, because actually there is actually starting the social impact, because we need, the government actually needed, using us as a technology, all of us as a technology, to deliver the value to the people, to the normal people, by, for example, UBI, Universal Basic Income, to deliver in the seeds, to deliver on the goods. If they have a lot of resources below the ground, then they can digitize it and then distribute it.
And you've got experience with dealing with governments, so what is your advice? Like, how did you manage to get the contract in Tunisia?
We managed.
But like, I mean, of course,
it took time. I mean, it took time. It took several years to come to the point when we can actually launch the digital currency using the blockchain technology. It's a huge step forward, but they do understand that actually we will leave cashless in several years, and we should upgrade our system, our financial system, not especially in one country, but in several countries, like Tunisia is a part of Maghrebian region. So they would like to interconnect Algeria, Morocco, Tunisia, to have the transfers cheaper, to be able to actually make the cash and money available to the public, to reduce the corruption.
Yeah. What's the next country, sorry, what's the next country are you thinking about be active in?
The whole Africa.
Whole of Africa.
Whole of Africa.
There you go.
Okay.
I'll give a different example that I find fascinating with Bitcoin and the blockchain industry as a whole. Bitcoin, to me personally, is a unit of value. It's an investment. 98% of the world's population has never had access to financial instruments. They can't go online. They don't have money to buy one share of Amazon. Nobody's going to sell them one share. A brick of gold's $500,000. A gold coin's $50. They both go up by the same percentage. So whether Bitcoin's worth 9,000 or 90,000, that's irrelevant to the guy who can't afford either. But the person that can buy $100 worth of something and have an appreciation is now entering into the financial system in a way that they've never had access. They don't have access to stocks and bonds and trading. These digital units and values, whatever you want to call it, it's opening up an opportunity to 98% of the world's population to bring them into an economic system that they've been cut out of before, and it's an equal playing field. $50 a Bitcoin or $50,000 is the same percentage, but a percentage to a guy that only can afford $50, it's a big deal.
Yeah, and the question is how to do it. And Alejandro, you have got a bit different experience because you've been active in developing countries, but not working with governments and authorities. You've got ambassadors in places like Venezuela, right? So how is it difficult to convince people there on the ground to be, active and evangelize the use of cryptocurrency?
When you consider Bitcoin as the thing that invented blockchain, and you can read something like social use cases of blockchain for emerging economies, there is no something bigger than Bitcoin. So it should be the first thing to explain how Bitcoin is solving people crossing a border when there is a war with their money stored in their brain in the passphrase with BIP39 protocol, for example. So at this point, we are focusing in these developing countries, but not in the point of view of CBDCs, because we want from the lowest side for the people who really who is having a really big problems with their not even the banking.
How do you reach these people?
These people already has a problem with their financial situation, so we don't reach. We just are teaching these people who are having a very big problems with their banking network and the financial system. So they eventually come because it's the option B for their fiat currency that is no longer working.
And I suppose in Venezuela it's a no-brainer because their situation is so bad that people are can get easily convinced. But I was wondering, how do you gain the trust of people to be using cryptocurrencies in developing countries?
The onboarding issue, customer acquisition is the hardest issue for any company. Into these developing worlds, it's point of entry. Just like what Akon's done is they found an existing point of entry. Minutes were a trusted source. Now you can move minutes to a digital one. It's points of entry in existing processes that you can move over. But the interest is there, some of the education is there, the onboarding processes are still complicated. I think as the interfaces and wallets and the ability to do things get easier, more people will come online. It's somewhat education, it's somewhat institutional, but a lot of it is interface. How do they more easily get online to participate in something that they've heard about but don't know? And I think it's getting easier.
Do you think brand plays an important role here? The recognition of the brand? So, for example, people will know Akon or...
I think it's messaging overpowers brand. You can have a great brand and a horrible message, and Apple's got a great brand and has issues, and Zillow's got a great brand and is in real estate, has nothing to do. It's execution and messaging that'll get you traction.
Do you agree, message over brand?
Of course not. Of course not, because actually if we are talking about the social impact on actually accepting the currency, digital currency, anyway, what kind of digital currency, we should bring the value first. We should give them an access to water, to food, to the basic digital education. If they get it, they won't think about what kind of nature of payment they use to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Either they pay by Bitcoin or they pay by digital currency. They got an access to the basic stuff. And currently, they simply don't have it. I mean, $1, €1 per day per person can change their life drastically. That's the social impact. So our job is to distribute the cash in any form to those who need it.
Mm-hmm. Alejandro, when it comes to your experience, when it comes to trust and the actual users, to build the trust with them?
Actually, if you are a user of a digital currency because your country starts developing a digital currency, and your country really needs right now this digital currency, it's probably because a lot of people inside were already using Bitcoin.
Yeah.
And you as a central bank realize that people need a very faster kind of money. So probably the use case came much before than you needed, so CBDC is very, very late.
Excellent. We're running out of time. Thank you so much for coming to this panel. Thank you, Alex, Alejandro. Thank you, Stephen. And I wish you very good the rest of the conference. Have a good day. Have a good evening as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The future of money, CBDC, and corporate stablecoins. Smart contracts are not very smart, and network bloat is a frequent issue for many blockchains. Let's take a look at one of today's leading enterprise solutions on the market. Alexander Borodich, Universa.
Ta-da! Come on, come on, come on. It's the first country, African country, launched digital currency. Was strong enough under the central bank close look at the IMF close look, and in the current economy, it's not that easy to launch digital currency because a lot of regulation and stuff you have to solve before you will get it available to the public. So definitely the future of money is digital. So we have today CBDC and stable coins as a topic. We as Universa is actually global infrastructure. We are currently the fastest blockchain in the world. Definitely not cryptocurrency. We don't have any cryptocurrency inside. We are definitely infrastructure for delivering the money as a service. Money when you can actually use us create the CBDC. If you are a country or central bank, you may create digital shares, smart money, adding rules on top of that, or corporate money if you'd like to tokenize some asset which should be tokenized. So why we are talking about the future of money? Because it's quite simple to understand that actually almost everything across us evolves except the banknotes. They steal cash, and cash is a king. Of course, cash is a king. But actually, it might be done using the blockchain technologies. It might be done within the cryptography. And CBDC means that central bank digital currency, because who should print the digital cash? Of course, the central banks will print digital cash for the many, many years from now, because they will never let you to print the digital cash instead of them. So next several years, we will see how central banks actually issue digital currency in many, many countries. Currently, China trying to build up the CBDC. Turkey will launch CBDC next year, etc., etc., etc. But actually, it's also the transition period, because when they will issue the CBDC, they will understand that then they, again, have the same problem to how to exchange their CBDC to other CBDC. and then it comes out to United CBDC. So our goal is just to sit calm and wait until they ask us to create those United CBDC using the universal platform.
How come you haven't got DAI on your slide?
Sorry?
How come you haven't got DAI, the biggest one in the world? Go back a slide.
Yes.
So Tron isn't launched, Libra's not launched.
Yeah.
But the biggest one in the world, you're not mentioning.
Who?
DAI.
I don't know them.
They're the biggest one. Make a DAI, you must know them.
No. We are creating the money for nations. I mean, the standard cash. We are not from the cryptocurrency society.
And you don't know about DAI?
No.
It's ridiculous.
Come on.
No, come on, it's ridiculous. The biggest one in the world, you've never heard of them.
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Because we are actually playing against the USD, Euro, Swiss francs, because we think the paper cash should turn digital. That's it. So we are providing the technology how the central banks can turn their national currency to the digital form, no more or less.
You haven't done your research.
No, it's not the research. It's just the transition phase.
10% of Ethereum is in DAI.
It's okay, let's compare it to the fiat payments. We have a lot of them, and they will turn to the digital format. Because actually it's cheaper and more safe and transparent for the central banks. They then can control the digital cash. It's available all the time, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
No, but you're misrepresenting the slide.
No.
Yes,
You missed the purpose. No, yes, of course.
You're not talking about the elephant in the room.
Probably. But it's your subjective perception of my speech. It's not a problem at all. So then you can add smart contracts on top of that. So you can add the rules on top of your cash banknotes. So for example, in Islamic country, you can add the rule that you cannot spend this currency on alcoholic and tobacco products by design. Or you can actually mark the currency with a special star, so the state budget won't be able to spend, for private person. And when you create the banknote, you actually spend quite a lot, like 15 cents to issue one banknote. So to create the currency, you spend money. To destroy the currency, you spend money. And even to move the currency from one bank to another bank, you need an armored car with the guards to transfer your cash. And a digital form, of course, it's a lot cheaper. So you save all those costs. And again, the zero human factor, no one would like to actually grab this armed car. So the central banks can use this system to drastically decrease the cost of creating the currency, of managing the currency, and to exchanging the currency together with the cross-border transfers, cross-border remittance. And as the technology is available now, the question is how to actually use the current banks, because banks do not hold that digital cash accounts. Central banks will hold. So the banks just can provide the better customer service, payment cards, mobile apps, but no more no less. If the bank will fail, you will still be able to get your cash from the central bank. But if we have digital cash, which is linked to your account, that means we can create the digital history of you, your digital passport, together with your digital wallet, together with your digital health history, educational history, etc., etc., etc. So we are creating the digital history for the whole person, and probably it would be stored at the central bank layer. As for corporate coins, stable coins, let's check something. The next largest market after the money, after the cash, it's real estate. So what is logical currently? Currently, it's possible using the blockchain technology to actually digitize the square meters. And then, if we will digitize the square meters, we will get, instead of coin market cap, we will get the crypto real estate, when if you bought 1 meter in Rio de Janeiro, you can buy 1 meter in Amsterdam, etc., 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 and then they follow the prices, if you do believe the prices will go up. But currently, it's possible to tokenize. If you have tokenized your flat, you are able to actually rent it out, just pressing the button. So in this case, you can create like an Airbnb on steroids, which would be 100% digitally managed. You would be able to pay all the bills, you would be able to get all the rent through your digital tokens or tokenization. So fintech and proptech currently there are two largest markets which we are entering into the tokenization. So all the derivatives, all the real estate would be tokenized, and it's like a 700 trillion USD per year. And they will definitely be digitized by using such technologies as universal, as through CBDC, through stablecoins, square meters, all other assets. It might be gold, it might be intellectual property, it might be user-generated content, or it might be your working hours. All such things would be easily tokenized. So if you have any assets to tokenize, contact us today, and we will provide you with UBI. You know UBI. It's universal basic income. You will get money till your death, almost for free, through Universa. Thank you very much for hearing us.
Long Bitcoin, short the banks. AMA with Anthony Pompliano. It's time to rattle the cages as Anthony Pompliano takes center stage. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Anthony Pompliano, Morgan Creek Digital. Jessica Walker, Sigma.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. So we have Anthony Pompliano, co-founder of Morgan Creek Digital, on the line. Anthony, can you hear us okay?
I can. How are you guys?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Doing very well. Excited to be here.
Great to have you here in the room in Malta. Now, we're going to start with a few questions just on the digital currency space at the moment. The past few weeks alone have been bullish for crypto as a whole, bullish for Bitcoin. We've seen a price movement. We've seen China look to enter the space. And I want to get your insights on what we've seen so far.
Yeah, look, there's a big movement, I think, across the world right now that the world is waking up to Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies, whether that is central bankers realizing that there are private corporations and decentralized networks that are starting to build mediums of exchange and stores of value, or it's other countries like China, et cetera, who are saying, look, this technology is going to be foundational to the future, and we want to be a leader in that space. I think this is all very, very positive for the industry in general.
And now looking ahead, because we're obviously in November of 2019, and I think throughout the years you've been an advocate for crypto, you've been an advocate for the potential of Bitcoin as a digital currency. Where do you see things going forward next year? What kind of things are you expecting to see from the industry?
Yeah, the shorter the time frame, the harder the prediction, right? I think that generally Bitcoin is headed exactly where it's supposed to, which is I fundamentally believe that Bitcoin will be the global reserve currency at some point in the future. It will take a while to get there, but we will get there. In the short term, I think we'll continue to see much of the same. You'll continue to see transactions increasing, hash rate increasing, more and more infrastructure being built, more regulatory clarity, and you'll see more and more countries jumping in to participate in some form of action in the industry. And again, it's just much more of this thing going back towards a bull market that I think will be bigger than we saw in 2017.
So yesterday we spoke to Tim Draper around the same time. Now he's obviously a Bitcoin bull as well, and he was very passionate about the industry. When we look at the price of Bitcoin going forward, we also look at the fact that China is also on this digital currency race. Where do we think is there going to be one final digital currency in the end goal? Is there going to be a few? Is it going to be a stable coin? How is it going to look?
Yeah, I don't think that there's going to be a binary world where we go from 140 plus currencies in the world today to just one single one in the digital world. And then you could also throw in things like some of these utility tokens that act more like a gift card or an arcade token, etc. They're also forms of a currency. And so it's much more likely that there are a number of different currencies. I believe that Bitcoin will be kind of the largest of those, but hold room for digitized nation-state backed currencies. There would be room for other types of cryptocurrencies, whether they're privacy-focused or whatever. But I don't think that it's kind of a winner-take-all. It's probably much more a winner-take-most. But there still will be room for a couple of others to persist and be successful.
Okay, so I'm going to turn to the audience in just a second and get them to ask you some questions as well, because we've got a room full of people here. I did tweet out earlier, and we have got one person that has reached out to you from Twitter, and they have a question for you, so I'm going to read it now. And this is from @HolderHappy, and this has been in reference to your recent Off the Chain podcast with Brad Garlinghouse. Has your opinion on XRP changed?
Yeah, I figured I'd get a question about that. Look, from day one, I've said that Ripple, the software company, is pretty compelling. The idea that banks need SaaS products to better conduct business, be more efficient, move money around more easily, all of that makes sense to me. I'm probably still not sold that XRP itself is one, kind of an investment opportunity that a lot of people, I think, believe it is, and two, I think that there's a number of other digital currencies that can be used in that system, and so, kind of bullish on Ripple, the software company, and still skeptic when it comes to XRP, the digital currency.
Okay. Now I'm going to turn to the audience and ask if anyone in the crowd has a question for Anthony Pompliano. Have we got any questions in the audience? I think everyone's still having a little think. I've actually got one for you. So, oh, we've got one there. So would you like to go ahead? We've got a microphone for you. Someone will just bring it over.
What do you think about Libra against Bitcoin?
So what do you think about Libra against Bitcoin?
Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's a Libra versus Bitcoin or a Libra versus, the DCEP from China, etc. What I really look at is there's something I wrote maybe a couple months ago called the token density theory, which is the more viable digital currencies that are created, the better for Bitcoin. And it goes back to this restaurant problem. If there's a single restaurant on a street intersection, it foot traffic it gets. If a restaurant opens up across the street, a lot of times the foot traffic for both restaurants increases. If you had 3, 4, 5, 6 other restaurants at that street corner, it now becomes known as like the restaurant section of town. And so foot traffic continues to increase for everyone. And that's, it's very similar to this token density theory, which is the more viable digital currencies we have, the better. And ultimately, what leads to is for every human on Earth to have a digital wallet. And I think that that is a very big inflection point for adoption of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies moving forward.
Awesome, thank you. Do we have any other questions in the audience? Any other questions? So I've actually got one for you as well. So I recently interviewed John McAfee on YouTube, and the interview took off because he changed his price prediction. He said by 2020, Bitcoin would hit $2 million US, otherwise the math was flawed. You're shaking your head, why?
I love John. John is quite a character. As many people know, I actually went and flew to go meet John on his boat, and I have nothing but respect for the guy in terms of he's living life and enjoying it, but I do not believe that Bitcoin's going to hit $2 million in 2020.
I'm sure everyone now wants to ask the question of what happened on the boat.
I interviewed him and I left.
Played it safe. Do we have any other questions in the audience?
What's his price prediction?
What is your price prediction?
Yeah, so the last price prediction I had was in August of 2018. Bitcoin's around $7,000. Said it was going to go towards 3 and then rally back over 10. They pretty much did that. It allowed us to buy Bitcoin around $3,800 at Morgan Creek and dollar cost average into a pretty nice position. And so once it broke 10, the last prediction that I had was at $100,000 before the end of 2021. So 100K by December 31st, 2021.
Okay, wow. Now, do we have any other questions this side of the room? Yep, sir. What's your take on Ethereum?
Yeah, I think that Ethereum has a things that I'm probably more bullish on than people realize is decentralized finance as part of this much broader theme of automated finance. So when you look at Ethereum today, it's the best platform to build that decentralized infrastructure. One of the things I'm really interested in terms of Ethereum is, will we see the same DeFi type infrastructure built around Bitcoin on the Bitcoin network, maybe Lightning, something like that? Or will we actually see things like PBC, where they're trying to take Bitcoin, put it into the ERC20 token, and then have that participate in DeFi space? I don't know, does the infrastructure get ported over, or does Bitcoin get ported over? It feels like there's a lot of decentralized infrastructure on Ethereum. Then there's obviously Bitcoin as sound money, and there's going to be some collision there. How that happens, I don't think yet has been determined.
Okay, thank you. Do we have? Oh, yep. We'll get a microphone just for you over now. Microphone just over to the woman at the back. Or just shout. I'll try and translate. Go.
What else needs to be sacrificed for crypto to see mass adoption? We've seen privacy get thrown away. We've seen third parties come in and like they're needed. So yeah, what else needs to be sacrificed?
Yeah, I would actually argue it's the exact opposite, right? I don't think that there's been sacrifices in terms of what's really driving adoption. I think adoption comes in a lot of different forms, and it's not going to be one solution that fits the entire 7+ billion people in the world. But ultimately, in terms of driving more adoption, I think the most important thing is just time, right? If you think about Bitcoin specifically, it was created 11 years ago, and in 11 years, we've penetrated about 1% of the world's population. It's pretty incredible that a non-sovereign currency that simply no one really understood 11 years ago has been able to do that. And so the longer that time persists, or these currencies exist, people have the ability to build infrastructure, they have the ability to familiarize themselves, learn about it, become interested, etc. So to me, the biggest thing that we need is just time. And frankly, I think that Bitcoin is right on the path that it should be in terms of reaching that kind of mass adoption or global penetration.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Anthony. It was great to have you join us virtually here in Malta. Thank you so much for your time today.
Governance through transparency and active participation. Community-driven governance is becoming ever more prevalent in today's underlying systems and infrastructure. Let's have a listen to this call to action from an industry expert. Liliana Carrillo, University of Girona.
Do you know what happened on the boat? That was the one.
Hi. Well, we don't start very well because actually I don't work anymore for the University of Girona. That was 15 years ago when I used to work on swarm intelligence. But in any case, I'm happy to be here to share a bit about my passion, governance. So if you think about a country, we can see that there are different ways of governance in a country, different possibilities. One is a centralized one, the other one a decentralized, the other one a distributed. So if we think about centralization in governance, we could, for example, think about a dictatorship, right? So a dictator, a person who is actually in control of most of the resources of a country and the political decision-making power, right? Now, if we talk about decentralization and governance, and we think about, again, about a country, we can think about the representative democracy. And that is the democracy that we actually have right now in most of the European countries. And it's, for example, I live in Belgium, and it means that there are different groups, different parties, political parties, and there is a representative that is elected in that group to actually take most of the decisions, or the person who actually has more voice in the decision-making power. So in any case, in this situation, the decision-making power is still in the hands of a few. Not of one, but still in the hands of a few. And we go to distributed governance, and that is more related to peer-to-peer governance, and a kind of governance in which we all have more power to decide and to manage the resources. Okay, so there we come. We have DGov is a movement. We are a community of coders, makers, researchers, legal institutions, DAOs, and so on, and all people interested on upgrading the way we collaborate and the governance that we have. Okay? So we are going, here you see, this is it's not very clear, but you see, for example, I'm here, and I'm linked as researcher to DGov and to many of these organizations. You see here people, you see organizations, you see, for example, Aragon, platforms that already exist that can support us to manage our resources, our funding, and actually to decide together. We have also Unanimous, and we have platforms that or well take the approach of artificial intelligence, or well the approach of blockchain technology, or other platforms that actually don't really use any of the two technologies, but are more web-based. Okay? So since we are in a conference about artificial intelligence and blockchain, and we have so many platforms that are studying so many platforms, I have just chosen two. Right? This is the example. So we have on the one side artificial intelligence and human swarming. So if we would go to this platform and form actually a swarm, what would happen is that we could collectively decide, and in real time, what we want. One specific example can be we could decide the award winner of this conference, right? So we could, instead of having 5 experts in the jury, we could actually go online and have that question open for the 5,500 members of this community, right? So then it's the power of community-driven and participation. Now, this is useful, for example, for prioritization of tasks. It can be used in your team if you are working agile. You can actually let your team, if it's delocated, then decide together on what will give you better return of investment. Now, we have also Aragon, and that is a platform that is more based on blockchain. And as a group, we could go to this platform and be an organization, become an organization. We could have answer the same question, the question of who is the project, what is the project that can be, or it's the desirable one to become an award winner, right? So we could actually try to answer the same question, but in this situation, it wouldn't be in real time. We would have, for example, 1 week to decide together and to vote and choose what is the platform that we would like to support. Our vote could be linked immediately to funds. So basically, every vote would immediately say, let's say, 1 vote, €1,000. So basically, we could link actually the decision-making power with money, with funding. So we would be immediately even decentralizing finance and decision-making in this system, okay? So, and the voting is actually very interesting because we could also set up our organization in a different way. For example, we could link the vote to, like, if we would be together, we would be a group and everyone would have a person, a vote, right? Or we could have, for example, the system that every person has a vote that is weighted according to a specific subject. It can be, for example, linked to the reputation of a person. Like if a person has a better reputation than another, then the vote is weighted in that way. Or it could be also linked to shares in a company. So a person with more shares in the company could have a vote with more weight, right? So it could help you in that way. And I'm interested as researcher on collective intelligence and mostly on studying all these systems to support ourselves to not to get into polarization. And that is at a global level. Thank you.
The Innovation Edge, 21st century startups and world-changing ideas. It is the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. Let's take a look at the seed stage ideas of tomorrow, today. A sleeping giant, driving mass adoption in Africa. Emerging economies stand to benefit the most from independent, borderless blockchain applications. Let the games begin. Moderated by Tiffany Wang, Tribe Accelerator. Richard Els, Electronium. Jose Maria Macedo, Amazix Capital. Rod Alexander, IOHK. Mickey Watkins, World Mobile Chain. Akon, Acoin.
Wherever you want, please take your seat. Alrighty. All right. Are we excited about this panel? All right, I'm super excited, guys. You know, really a star lineup here. So as we have many panelists, so I would like to have the first part of this panel to do some rapid fire questions. They actually don't know the questions yet, so let's see what we get as a spontaneous answer. So the rapid fire questions rule, you can only answer to the question with 2 to 4 sentences max. Let's see how many questions we can get through. So first of all, tell us about you, yourself, not business, not yet, all right? And why Africa matters to you personally. Akon, do you want to start?
Yes. I'm African, first and foremost. Second, I wanted to see Africa develop in a major, major way and felt like I could be a tremendous catapult to that, being who I am and utilizing my celebrity as a way of doing that. And I think Africa really matters to me because I really, truly believe that it's the future.
Great. Great example. Thank you. Richard.
Super. I'm Richard Els from Electronium. My passion has been technology, always, 20 years in technology. So cryptocurrency was a natural place to go, and cryptocurrency solves a lot of the world's problems, so I like to be part of it.
Thank you.
Nicky Watkins, World Mobile Chain. The stifling innovation and the prices that the Africans have to pay is something that I've been working with for the last 10 years, and I'm ready to make a change.
Rod Alexander, IOHK. I've been working and doing all sorts of things in Africa since around 1990, so some 29 years now, and throughout my travels everywhere in the world, I've not found people who are more innovative and more able than I have in Africa, and for that reason, if there's an opportunity through blockchain or any other initiative to ensure that people in Africa get a fair crack of the whip, I'm all for it.
Thank you.
I'm Jose Macedo. My background's sort of in economics and game theory, and as soon as I came across blockchain technology, I realized it was sort of applied economics and could facilitate a new way for us to coordinate as human beings. And I think this is, Africa matters to me because I think it's one of the most important applications of this technology in a continent that's been sort of hamstrung for years by poor institutions and middlemen that couldn't be trusted. And I think blockchain can really help there more than almost anywhere else.
Great. Very great. Stick to the rules, huh? So the second question is, tell us about what you're doing right now there, right? So tell us what and which part of Africa. You know, sometimes people say, you know, we talk about Africa, but Africa's big, right? You have East Africa, you have Sub-Saharan Africa. Talk about specifically where in Africa and why did you even start that business? So what, where in Africa, and why? So this time, do you want to start from that end?
Sure. So I guess these guys are working more directly in Africa. We as an advisory company, help support projects like these that are looking to change the world. And from my perspective, I guess a high-level intro, just to expand on what I said previously. I think blockchain is really cool because it allows you to sort of provide services that used to have to be provided by a trusted middleman only through the self-interest of decentralized and disparate actors, right? And so you see that with Bitcoin, doing that with disintermediating central banks, with open finance, disintermediating financial intermediaries. You see that with Web3. And I think, and you can even see that sort of in the birth story of crypto itself, right? It came about in the wake of the biggest financial crisis of all time, since the Great Depression at least. And obviously it then grew in one of the times of greatest financial responsibility with central banks, QE, et cetera. And as much as a critic as I am of central bank policy, I also think that it's kind of the definition of a first world problem when it comes to Africa, right? In Africa, we have, 13 of the 20 countries with the highest inflation are in Africa. 80% of adults in Africa don't have access to semi-formal financial services. And over 90% of land in Africa is actually unregistered. Now, how can you save if you don't have faith that your currency is stable and won't inflate? How can you choose to build in your land if it's not registered as yours? And how can entrepreneurs build businesses without access to capital, without access to financial services, right? And I think...
Okay, we have the first rule breaker, 2 to 4 sentences, huh?
No worries. Oh, it was 2 to 4 still. I didn't get it. Sorry, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, please.
In terms of what we're doing and where, earlier this year in Ethiopia, we trained a cohort of people from Ethiopia and Uganda in our formal programming language for one of the blockchains that we build in Haskell code. It was a cohort of 19 Ethiopian women and 4 Ugandan women. We've since then offered all of them job contracts, and so our developers in Ethiopia and Uganda are Ethiopian and Ugandan women. In terms of other things we're doing, we're about to enter into a pilot program with the Ethiopian government where we will produce a stable coin tied one-to-one to the Ethiopian currency, the Ethiopian birr. And the key thing about that is that if we're serious about mass adoption of cryptocurrencies, people need a reason to hold them. And at present, they're a niche asset globally, even more so in Africa. But if people have a reason to hold them, because holding that asset allows you to more conveniently pay your regular utility bills, to sort out your vehicle registration, to do all sorts of things, then we're on the road potentially to mass adoption. And finally, why? We have a very strong focus on the way we should do business. Historically, Africa has been beset by relationships with organisations in the West which rely on, in that equation, one party in that equation being the expert and the other not being the expert. This may be heresy, but we also believe that's the case. But we believe the experts are the people on the ground in Ethiopia, the people whose day-to-day lives are beset with problems and a lack of convenience, government institutions and innovators who have already shown great resilience. They are the experts. And so when we work in these countries, we do three things. Very simple things, because it's IOHK. One, we ask questions. Two, we listen. And three, we learn on the basis that they're the experts, not us. Not once in all of our work in Ethiopia or any other developing country have people there said to us, we want technology. They may say, we've got this problem. This is a pain. We can't do this. They want utility, the ability to do things. And we help them to do that. And we also help them to capacity build. So in Ethiopia and Uganda, there are people from those countries writing code and developing their own solutions. And that's our approach.
Thank you, Rod.
We're stripping it back to the basics. We're connecting the unconnected. 50% or more of the world are not connected. We're all speaking about blockchain-related activities, and actually it starts with people being included. So we're talking about mass adoption, which is an incredible thing, but actually we should be speaking about mass inclusion. So we're seeing many innovations come out inside the space, and they're definitely changing the way that the world is working. But the communications sector, it was built so quickly, in such a rush, and in the quest to be connected, there's a big problem. And that problem is the business models that the mobile network operators have developed, from the shareholders and their requirements downwards, and the GSMA spectrum with the International Telecom Union. Those business models do not allow the existing mobile network operators to cater for the 50% of the world that's not connected. So we've put together the commercial, the regulatory arm, lawyers, a team on the ground. We have Andrew and RJ. RJ, thank you very much, flew in from Tanzania today, in renewable energy. And literally, we're able to change the scope of the way things work and deliver a mobile network at up to 10 times less capex and opex, and using blockchain technology not as the promotion tool, but actually as the vehicle that allows people to have transparency. And we're going to deliver. We're right now in Tanzania. We're rolling out ourselves, self-funded. We have deals in Rwanda and Botswana in line. We've been invited to several other African countries. We're dealing with the very, very top of the scope, because they've seen the injustice that's happening. And they also see that the MNOs, even if they wanted to help, they can't. So Google, Facebook, Microsoft have made it all possible for us to get to where we are with unlicensed spectrums. And watch this space. Half the world is waiting for our product.
Thank you, Mickey. Richard?
We are a financial inclusion cryptocurrency. We've always seen that cryptocurrency can solve this problem, but there's an awful lot of people in this space that use the word unbanked. We're going to bank the unbanked. We hear it from virtually every project now. But it's not a case of build it and they will come up. We know this because we built it, we've got it out on the ground. We've spoken to people and enabled small vendors to pay for things. We've got instant payment on our app. We've built our app around usability. But still, you were saying about custodying and making it easier to hold. But actually, what we found is, having been there, you also need to find a way to make it easier to earn, so that you get this cyclic ecosystem. So you've got a way of earning it, spending it, and then re-earning it, so it travels round and round in a system. So that's effectively what we've done. We've written a platform to enable people to sell their digital skills online, so and get payments take place in credit cards, and it gets remitted in ETN. Then you can buy things already through the system. So in Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania, South Africa, you can top up your mobile phone directly with ETN, and hopefully we'll be moving out into utility companies, etc. So exciting times.
Thank you, Richard. Akon?
Yes, so what, when, and where? What we're doing actually is a lot, so I'm going to probably just kind of condense it down to the top 3 up into the top 1. from entertainment. We built the Afrobeat scene starting in Nigeria, leading into the States now, which is doing very, very well. Branched off of that to do energy, which we're doing solar energy projects all throughout Africa, mainly sourcing the rural areas of all the major cities in Africa, building small solar mini hubs that led into paying prepaid energy, that led me into Akon, which is our cryptocurrency that we want to be able to utilize to stimulate young entrepreneurs throughout Africa and give them tools to develop for the future. Where we're doing it, pretty much all throughout West Africa, that we've pretty much lodged into 17 countries, and we're now going into East Africa, starting with Rwanda, which we've put together an amazing pilot there for the lighting and educational projects that we're doing, and slowly going to introduce the cryptocurrency there as well. How long I've been doing it? Basically we've been doing the energy side since 2014. The concept of crypto came around 2013. And ultimately, the music part, I've been doing that forever, of course. That opened the doors for everything that we're doing now.
I love that. I have to say that I've spoken in many conferences in blockchain, and I always hope that there would be a conference panel on Africa. And really, really a big shout out to this conference. Personally, I spent about a decade in sub-Saharan Africa and Southeast Asia, investing in commodity and energy. And I was very fortunate later on to be awarded by Thomson Reuters for some investments. And then that paved my way to really become an early stage angel investor in the technologies today that I believe can drive actually the change in this emerging markets. Personal experience told me that you actually need to do things slightly differently in emerging markets compared to, for example, US markets I'm working in right now. So move from the rapid fire questions, I want to open to this collaborative discussion here. Share with us the experience, how you have done things differently, specifically in the regions of Africa that make you successful. Who want to take up this question first?
I can start.
Yeah.
Ultimately, when you're dealing with underdeveloped or non-developed countries, you can't do it the regulatory ways that you've done it in developing countries. And I think this is the mistake that a lot of Fortune 500 companies has made going into places like Africa, because they would create models that worked in the States and try to apply them in Africa. It clearly doesn't work that way. You have to know the people, you have to know the environment, and you have to know the lifestyle in which they live and how they're living it in those circumstances, and then you find solutions that fit or actually works in better for them in that particular circumstances. And the best way to do that, you have to be on the grounds. You have to be in Africa. You have to live with them. You have to eat with them. You have to understand their cultures. You have to understand the tribal rivalries, the religion aspect of it, their ways of life. All that plays, and all that is a factor as to how you bring your business into that market for it to be accepted. And I think a lot of times people just bring, turns of ship someone there that they feel can spend a little bit of time, or feel like they can find a specific local that can give them the information. But that only happens and successful maybe 1 out of 1,000,000 times. You actually have to find your time to go in there, understand the market that you're in, and build programs that actually fits. That's what's worked for us. Being that I have been African and I've kind of know the people, being the fact that I am one of them, helped me to accelerate that process a lot quicker. But what we did for our projects, what we do, we go to every area and we actually hire the locals themselves, we train them and bring them a part of the project. So not only they're receiving it for their benefit, but we're also training them to keep it sustainable. And I think that's worked a lot for us.
Fantastic.
One of the things we believe in is that cryptocurrency's got a pretty bad rap. I think it can solve a lot of problems, but it's still largely people are nervous about it, worried about it, think maybe it's a scam. So one of the things that is important to us and has got us hundreds of thousands of users in that continent is by giving away a small amount of cryptocurrency. So it's not a block reward per se, but it is a reward, and it has some real world value. So if you can save that up and top up your phone once, as soon as you've done that, you and your peer group immediately know this isn't a scam, it's real, it has some real value. So I think that's something that can be done as well.
Great.
Hi. So it's not just the people on the ground in Africa suffering. The governments are suffering, the retailers, the distributors are suffering, everybody's taking advantage. So our approach is bringing a product that's needed. rather than a product that's wanted. So as we develop the relationships in the countries that we've developed, it's clear that the government needs transparency. It's clear that the government needs instant reconciliation and remittance so they understand taxes much better than relying on a third party to tell them what they owe so they can bill. Africa's an interesting place, you know. How do you become a millionaire in Africa? You go with $1 billion. So unless you know what you're doing, unless you have the right people, unless you have a real product, you've got to navigate this space, and experience counts for everything, and connections, as Akon will profess, is also a big thing. But ultimately, doing something good that everybody recognizes as benefiting the country while still being virtuous and profitable for everybody involved is a good way.
In terms of the changed approach that's necessary in Africa, I think there are two things really. As indicated earlier, and as Akon's referred to as well, you really need subject experts on the ground. It's necessary to understand that the experts, when you're working in Africa, aren't clever kids in Silicon Valley. The experts are the people living the life on a day-to-day basis, whether they're just inconvenienced by not having the utility that they require, or that army of incredibly talented engineers and entrepreneurs that are suffering because there's no backing, because Africa, by and large, is the land that global finance has forgot, deliberately. So that's the first thing. It's necessary to really understand what's required by speaking to the people on the ground. And the second thing is it's necessary to stop and realise that the way we operate in the West, often trying to dodge some of the regulatory restrictions put in place to prevent the development of an economy around blockchain and cryptocurrencies, aren't necessarily the case in Africa. There's an opportunity to engage with governments, as we tend to do, and to say, what are the problems? What would help? How can we add value in order that we can end up in a situation where those countries and the blockchain economies in those countries are self-sufficient?
Thank you, Rob.
I think these guys covered it pretty well. They have a lot more experience than me in this area, so I think I'll defer to their answers.
Do you mind if I just throw one more point in about that? I think some of the regulatory environments as well, people have seen Bitcoin particularly, but cryptocurrency as a potential way of capital outflow, money leaving their country. But this is actually an amazing way for value to enter the country, for money to enter the country. And I think when that is realized, I think the regulators are going to be more accepting.
This is a very good comment. It's related to we're about on the time. So really concluding notes I want to hear from everybody on the panel. I remember 10 years ago, it is really NGO, IFC, really centralized power to really support, grow, and develop Africa. And today we're talking about mass adoption of blockchain in Africa. So tell us why the world needs to understand Africa right now. Tell us why the world needs to know about Africa, go to Africa, and develop technologies. Very quick, concluding comments, one each.
Well, corporations are greedy, right? And if we can appeal to that greed, you'll always do well. So bear in mind there's a huge market of people that would be genuinely happy, very, very happy indeed to earn $5 an hour. And if you could get somebody earning $3 or $4 an hour, they might be jumping for joy. Even people earning $2 or $3 an hour could be jumping for joy. So actually, there's a huge market of people that if you can upskill, those people can provide a service to the global north, and both sides can benefit. So I think we can benefit from corporate greed by providing that service.
I think people need to understand and work in Africa for two reasons. First of all, if you're serious about working with the best talent, go to Africa. It's not the case that the talent and entrepreneurs and engineers and people who devise solutions are just as good in Africa. They're just as good as those in Silicon Valley and elsewhere, but with one big difference. In order to get to a place where they're able to try and demonstrate proof of concept of their innovations, they've already developed the kind of incredible resilience and ingenuity to get to that place that others in the developed world don't have to go through. That's the first reason.
Thank you, Rob. I would love to actually continue this conversation, but very quickly, if any other comments, one sentence each person, because they already gave me the notice it's ended. So any other?
I just keep it as brief as possible. If you look at all the major corporations in developing countries, they've maxed out their everything, from land to market share. There's nothing left to create in those markets, whereas Africa's a clean, white slate, and you can start from scratch and build from the bottom. The opportunity is there. You can't even deny it.
And ready to adopt the technology, which is the key part here. So we're very lazy when it comes towards taking care of our privacy because it's convenient. You know, we want fast internet, we want WhatsApp because everyone speaks on WhatsApp. We use Signal, but then there's a bug in Signal that when someone dials you and they press mute and they have a modified client. So these people, the Africans, they're disenfranchised, they're disincluded, and we're starting in sub-Saharan Africa with 1 billion people. From that 1 billion, only 150 million have access to adequate internet and adequate connectivity, and then it's at a huge price.
And which is also the key. You got 2 billion people in the next 5 years that you can market to. You're not going to find anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, thank you. So we all believe this is a huge market, and it is a market that can leapfrog to the future.
1,000.
Definitely.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, the great panel.
The Innovation Edge, 21st century startups and world-changing ideas. It is the mark of an educated mind to entertain a thought without accepting it. Let's take a look at the seed stage ideas of tomorrow, today. Moderated by Darren Parkin, Coin Rivet. Federico Tai, Takamaka.io. Ali Kassab, Centurion & Co. Wasim Ahmed, Vault 12.
Hey, good. See you later. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Gosh, applause, applause. Thank you very much. And special thanks to Akon for agreeing to be our warm-up act. Right. My name is Darren Parkin. I'm the editorial director of Coin Rivet, which is an independent, journalism-led news and information website serving cryptocurrency and blockchain. I've been a journalist for 3 decades, which makes me an expert in telling stories. It doesn't make me an expert in cryptocurrency and blockchain. I'm just extremely interested in that, and I get to tell the stories. I also get invited to moderate at panels quite a lot because of that journalistic background, which puts me in a glorious position that I can just sit here, act dumb, and ask lots of stupid questions and get some extremely intelligent people to answer those questions. So I've got no pressure, I've got the easy bit. So please, gentlemen, if you would mind taking your seats, and we shall begin. Now, while they're getting comfortable, if there is an opportunity, I'd like to see if we can have a bit of time at the end for some questions from the audience. Now, if you do have a question, you get the opportunity to ask it. Please bear in mind we're on a tight slot here, so keep the questions as brief as possible. We've all been to those conferences, haven't we, where someone puts their hand up, microphone goes over to them, and they just go on for about 5 minutes, and you lose the bloody will to live. So brevity is your friend here, as I will be also. So we shall begin. So blockchain, as we know it, it delivers some very solid foundational principles which allow us to do things that simply weren't possible before. And I think the switch from centralized to decentralized is an ever-present there, isn't it? So, Wasim, I'm going to let you begin here, if I may. And so, how does this affect innovation?
Well, it's great to be here. I'm Chief Crypto Officer of a little startup called Vault 12 that we launched last week. And I think this is a central, pardon the pun, this is a central idea around blockchain. The notion that you can build systems that are completely decentralized, there's no servers involved. And what that does to innovation. Innovation happens when there are constraints, and not having a centralized system is a constraint. There's all kinds of things that you're not allowed to do anymore. You can't store profiles of people. You have to think how you're going to do that. It affects usability. It affects all kinds of aspects of product design. But ultimately, it gives you a product that's way, way, way more resilient in a way that you've not really seen before. We designed our company, or we designed our platform in a way that if the company went away, it would carry on working, it could carry on making money, carry on operating. And that is only possible in a non-centralized or decentralized way.
Okay. Now, quite often we will see cases, won't we, where very large companies face huge difficulties turning an innovation into a profitable product. Is this something that startups could be playing a role in?
Absolutely.
How?
I mean, I think that startups are out there to find opportunities that larger companies have ignored, that the market's ignored, and figuring out a way to build a solution, take it to market. And then ultimately the big challenge is once all the technology is done, product is out, is how can you make money? How can you make it profitable? How can you make it so that people are jumping onto the product or jumping onto the platform? So I mean that's a central driver behind startups, behind entrepreneurship. And blockchain is the newest opportunity. We've had a lot of innovations around AI, around data mining. Blockchain is a big thing. Hopefully in the future we'll see the synergy between quantum and blockchain and AI. But these are all places that large companies are doing primary research in, but startups have to find real solutions that can make some money, and then hopefully larger companies can jump on that and make it even bigger.
Yeah. Ali, where do you see startups as their role in that?
Okay, let's say startups are good because they are building the ecosystem around blockchain, so they are pushing innovation. They are the one who are basically pushing boundaries to bring and experiment new things on blockchain, which is itself still under construction, because like you said in the beginning, we are coming to a decentralized network, which means we are also decentralizing power and decentralizing decisions, decentralizing privacy and everything. So blockchain require a lot of investment to build a stable and sustainable model that can serve community and the humanity. So, of course, startup contribution are important, but we should not start with the application side immediately. I think there are a lot of things to be built on the ideology itself, on the blockchain ecosystem itself, that need to be agreed, fixed, then we can go down to applications. The problem...
I'm seeing some people nodding their heads, actually, as you were saying that, so that's obviously hit a note there.
It is? I know them? Okay, maybe. So, but this is, I mean, important to mention, because if you want sustainability for the blockchain and continuity and protect it, we should also mention that cryptocurrency is only one application of the blockchain ecosystem. And because it is threatening the sovereignty of governments and in financial institutions, it's today badly perceived. It's giving a bad image of the blockchain somehow. I mean, there are hundreds of use cases around blockchain that can benefit to governance, to democracy, to transparency and trust. This is what we would like to benefit out of the blockchain itself. So, of course, startups are important, but let's, build their correct foundation, then we can start. Maybe we need a huge impact fund that invests into blockchain infrastructure itself and build the whole foundation that is required for the blockchain without giving the power and the control to a centralized entity or organization.
Yeah. You mentioned there, you just allude to the fact there that there are hundreds and hundreds of potential use cases for blockchain. So one thing that people do talk about is the accessibility to get things over the line. So are there barriers, do you think, which prevent enterprises from experimenting with blockchain solutions? And what are those barriers, Federico?
Yeah, so in my opinion, today we stand in a particular moment in which we have on the side a community of very brilliant, talented developers with a very deep technical expertise that they know very well, basically how blockchain works and how to develop a solution based on blockchain protocols. On the other side, we have the world of larger enterprises that normally work with their own process with a totally different logic. In my opinion, in this moment, the adoption of blockchain-based solution on behalf of large corporations is still going very slow, especially because this community of developers has still not understood how large corporation works, how innovation in large corporation is performed. So we have the responsibility to fill up this gap, to bring together those two separate words. We don't have to forget that innovation is a process. It's an iterative process between who has a problem and who can provide a solution. On the side of our community of blockchain developers, they might have a solution, but they don't know which is the problem. On the other side, we have the business people that they are very aware of the problem they have, but they are not aware that by experimenting on blockchain technology, they might find a better solutions. Yeah. So we have the responsibility to bridge those two worlds together. How, basically, we have to provide to enterprises an infrastructure on which they can launch and iterate the proof of concept very quickly, very efficiently, with security, safety, and at a lower cost. So, for example, the company I'm working with, Takamarka.io, in this moment has exactly this mission, to provide to large enterprises a platform on which to experiment a proof of concept very, very quickly.
Okay. Now, just thinking about what the three things you've all just said there, it actually touches on something that is very, very close to my heart. And obviously, part of my day-to-day job is to act as the go-between between us and them, yeah? The people in the outside world who don't yet know what all this is about. And we've got a room here and a whole conference full of brilliant and intelligent people with marvelous there are marvelous things about cryptocurrency and blockchain, but the one criticism that I think we can all of us, hold up against ourselves is that all those brilliant and intelligent people, we're a bit shit at getting the average person in the street to understand what the hell we're talking about, don't we? And how can we do that? How can we get more people to understand what this is about and get them to engage in a simple way?
So I think I know that blockchain has been around, or Bitcoin has been around for 11 years, but we really are at the very beginning of that next generation. Only now, like the end of this year, are we starting to see the first apps, the first platforms ready so that developers can build. And until ordinary consumers can touch an app that isn't to do with trading, are people going to start to sort of internalize, oh, that's what I'm getting from blockchain? And there still needs to be communication around, the benefits. But the apps are not out there yet. We're just starting to see them. I think next year is going to be full of all of that going out into the real world.
Federico, I saw you were keen to join in there.
Yeah, that's actually a very complex topic, actually. But in my opinion, in order to solve this issue, we have to work across different, let's say, different directions. One of them, for sure, is education. Nowadays, in universities, there are still, let's say, university departments of computer science, there are still not enough courses dedicated to blockchain. This is on the side. A lot of work has still to have done in the direction of communication. I mean, basically, in my opinion, we have to better find a way to fine-tune our messages to innovation managers that are working, for example, for large corporations, for accelerator. And for sure, we have to decrease the work on the technical side in order to decrease the complexity of blockchain solutions. in order to give accessibility to any developers, the possibility to basically build up a solution based on blockchain technologies.
Ali, I'll put the same question to you, but as I'm doing that, I'm very mindful. I'm going to look at what's written here behind us. How do we get people who aren't us out there to have that in their mind?
So we need to bring everybody together. You know, it's like, I think government need to play an important role. We need to bring experts, leaders, and also investment funds to invest into a sustainable structure that
to
can
invest in
serve.
more startups?
No. To invest into issuing
structure, right.
Policy, rules, make it supported and comprehensive to large communities. This is why we created the Global Blockchain Organization as well in Oslo, where I'm the Secretary General. And the role is to bring on the same table government bodies, investment funds, policymakers, enterprise blockchain, education, academies, to issue common, understandable rules to serve blockchain and make it more make the adoption more large and wider, and of course remove any misunderstanding that can be around blockchain, make it more user and customer friendly as well. Because today there's a lot of things that blockchain is disrupting on the back end, not only on the front end. Operation cost reduction, paperless, fraud fighting, crime fighting. There are a lot of benefits that will be generated out of the adoption of blockchain for governments and for enterprises and for financial institutions. So we need to help this large community to start getting the best practices of what Malta is doing, Estonia is doing, etc., and then start spreading this. This is a lot of long-term effort, but a journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step, so yeah.
A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. I love that. Now, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but in a very clandestine way, I keep glancing at my watch, aware that we might be running out of time. I'm so bloody blind. I've only just noticed these enormous screens here with the time on. So we've got 2 minutes left, and if anyone does have a question, if you want to just show us your hand, and we can address a question from the audience, perhaps. Anyone? I can't actually see for the lights. No? Okay, no problem. So, I did have another one, actually. So, incentivizing the community to work and therefore gain some reward from that is a principle that comes straight out of blockchain. So, how does that perhaps bring about innovation to a new generation of apps? 1 minute, 30 seconds. Who's going to have that?
Okay. Well, I think the notion of rewards is a great addition to sort of some of the tools that developers and entrepreneurs have. So designing systems where you can rope in your community to do stuff and then be rewarded for it, and designing the systems of how those rewards work, how that creates engagement, how that creates customer acquisition, and transactions on whatever platform it is that you're doing. I think that's a really important goal. It's something that I think entrepreneurs who come from the gaming world have excelled at, and now we're going to start seeing them in consumer apps, and hopefully one day also in enterprise apps that utilize blockchain. So it's something that entrepreneurs need to think about.
Cool. Federico, Ali, anything to say on that?
I mean, the concept of blockchain is a peer-to-peer transaction. The beauty, the creativity that has been done in many applications is to reward users if they are using the tokenized object or asset, which is an amazing concept, and this is how it should, this is how this business model is built. So, yeah, of course, I think, and maybe a lot of things can be built on the same concept, like voting, rewarding citizens who are voting, rewarding people who are generating renewable energy, etc. So yeah, of course, this is something that should be in the core vision and mission of blockchain.
Yeah. And on that bombshell, the seconds have dripped away. But I think we can all take away something that you said there, that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's been an absolute pleasure to be in the company of such great minds. Thank you very much. Wasim, Federico, and Ali, thank you very much indeed.
Rethinking public services in light of blockchain technology. Blockchain's open source and distributed nature is blurring the lines between private and public sector services. How can we improve public services and organization given this reality? Moderated by Liliana Carrillo, University of Girona. Pablo Coirolo, A Eternity. Kenneth Garofalo, University of Massachusetts, Dartmouth. Lewis William Quay, Nikoshi.Digital. Michelle Chivunga, the British Blockchain Association. Andrea Carbelli, Jaguar Lawyers.
Hi. Here we are again. We have here Pablo, Ken, Lewis, Michelle, Andrea, and Liliana. And I want to start this panel by asking you a question. Who would love to have a government with no corruption? Can you raise your hand? Yeah. I think we have a... Okay, so we also desire that. We are also working for that. So let's hear everyone a little bit, the experiences and what you are actually doing to contribute to this field. Let's say corruption, let's say better organizations or so on. So please.
Well, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. At A Eternity, we're working in various verticals. Last week we were in the traceability of cannabis, where we're also doing that. But one of the verticals that has to do with this is liquid democracy. We recently launched with the Digital Party of Uruguay, a digital democracy initiative. They're a new party, and their idea is that you do not vote every 4 years, but the representative votes according to what the population says. And we deployed on the blockchain voting, and we separated identity from the voting, because that's very important. You have to get really in the details when you're thinking of voting and government issues. So we were able to separate identity to the vote, and the population can decide what to do. An example of this that I think would be very interesting is Brexit, because everybody voted for Brexit. All the politicians says we want to follow what the people say, but after everything that they have passed through, I don't know if today it's their same opinion. And there's no way to really request that from the people. If we had a liquid democracy, we would know exactly what the majority of people would say about Brexit today.
Yes,
so that's a little bit of what we're doing at A Eternity.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Pleasure to be here. So my work is with Tezos Commons Boston chapter, and I do a lot of community building, host a lot of meetups, and we actually just recently had a really relevant meetup here, and had a speaker from Staker DAO. I want to talk a little bit about what the DAO can do in regards to curbing corruption in public services. So I know a lot of people that pay taxes, and they complain, I'm paying taxes, I don't know how it's being spent, it's definitely inefficient, who knows, it could be corrupt. So why not have a financially weighted smart contract on Tezos, have the tax money be filtered into this DAO, and then distribute tokens to the people that are actually paying that tax money, give them voting rights. Yeah, maybe they can elect a council that makes proposals, but then give them the ultimate power of passing those proposals so they can see how their money is being spent in a non-corrupt manner. And of course, the blockchain allows everything transparently verified. So hopefully more people can take that idea and run with it using Tezos financially weighted smart contracts.
Hi,
Thank you,
hi
Ken.
everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. Just quickly, it announced me as being from Nakoshi.digital, but that's not the case. I'm representing Tezos Malta, so I just wanted to clear that up. So, I mean, the way I kind of see this subject matter is that this innovation, it really addresses the prisoner's dilemma as much as it addresses the Byzantine general's problem. So we all kind of understand that this blockchain technology is allowing us to convey messages so that we can strategically align action, and that's, you know, a fundamental breakthrough. But the prisoner's dilemma thing, I think that is also like really, really relevant to what we need for a stable economy, a free-flowing economy, one free of corruption. So the way I see this is that smart contracts basically allow us to align economic incentive to the degree that we don't have to worry about the arrangements that we put in place amongst people. And I think what that means is that we can grow fundamentally different types of organizations. And I think the conversations that come out of the DAO space really point to possibility. My experience is that I actually try to bring innovation to the public sector by working with public schools to encourage creativity and encourage through music tuition. And we scaled up an ecosystem of like 150 teachers, and we had 5,000 customers. And that's when we really realized that Dunbar's number was a real thing. Like, once you get past 150 relationships, you can't really manage all those relationships. And unfortunately for us, like, we were trying to build this type of new system, but because there are these limits, at some point it kind of implodes. And that was a great shame, because we delivered a great service. So I think this technology really helps us kind of do this kind of thing, do things in a transparent and kind of strategically, economically aligned way. Yeah.
Thank you. Michelle.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I represented, various groups, British Blockchain Association, but also I work very, very closely with quite a lot of government groups to really sort of educate around the potential of blockchain, but equally so also working with communities, I think, around education. I think one of the limiting factors with, with adoption around blockchain is actually the lack of understanding of what the technology itself can actually do, and hence, because of the lack of understanding, there's very little leverage, that's coming out from, players like government and a whole range of others. I think we're starting to see opportunities with things like, looking at central bank, digital currencies and a whole range of other things. But one of our core areas really in terms of tackling corruption is actually using the technology to open up the transparency, be it when you're looking at things like, taxation, when you're looking at things like, public services and goods and services. I mean, we've been, for example, I gave the example yesterday around what we've been doing in Bermuda, for example, how the government is very much taking action and actually, using the technology to support, its delivery. So one of the core things that we really are focusing on is very much around education. But I also think in terms of, let's not focus too much on the actual tech itself, but actually trying to understand how we can leverage the two. It's, for me, I see it as a vehicle, to deliver trust, to deliver transparency, and to deliver opportunity, and also to help with that redistribution of wealth and value across, economic systems.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here. In IBM, we are working in providing infrastructure for blockchain to enable governments and businesses to use blockchain to make more transparent what they are doing. We provide secure infrastructure, both in cloud as well as for the data center. We work with the Linux Foundation and the Hyperledger Consortium to use an open source blockchain that can be the basis for the services. And we developed some services on top of these, or we are working with other partners that are developing services on top of these. And we had recently a large interest on blockchain from government as well as from businesses. We had about 400 engagements in the last 2-3 years in this space, and 200 of networks are today in production, working in our cloud or in the data center of clients. You may have heard of some larger consortia like TradeLens for shipping companies and port authorities, how they can collaborate together to share data in a more transparent and fast way. There is Food Trust, which is a consortium for the provenance of food, where you can trace the entire supply chain of food and understand exactly if you have a problem with something, where this is coming from in terms of, you know, what was the farmer, the shipper, and go on in all the chain. WeTrade is another consortium we are working on for managing the global commerce. And we had also some governments in some countries. You know, Dubai has launched together with us, with IBM, a smart government program where they are looking to different areas they want to enhance through blockchain, digital identity, healthcare records, digital registries of property, ownership of assets like, you know, real estate, lands, cars, everything where you want to have transparency on the ownership of something and the way it's moved between ownership of different people. Some other countries, you know, we are working with Gibraltar, we are working with other areas in France. So we are seeing a lot of interest in this area from governments that want to be at the forefront of what to provide in terms of usability of services, transparency of services, open data to their citizens. So I think it's a fast evolving space.
Thank you very much. There's so much varied knowledge here. And in any case, I want to give the opportunity to the audience to ask a question. So I wonder if anyone would like to ask something. Yes? Is there a microphone for him, please?
So you talked about reducing corruption. Thank you, sir. Hi, hello, my name's Alex. You're talking about reducing corruption using blockchain, and which sounds great, and having people able to influence democracy. Sounds great. But I think there's a massive fundamental naivety in what you're saying, and we're not addressing the real issue that you spoke about Brexit, right? The problem is that people are influenced and encouraged and led to make decisions that are completely contrary to their long-term best interests. And so it's all very well giving them government and giving them blockchain and giving them votes and all the rest of it, if they still go making completely ridiculous options because they're being influenced by the general media or politicians or Nigel Farage or whichever other dickhead happens to come along, it's Boris Johnson or whatever, right? Or, you know, so what I want to know is what I'm totally with you 100% on what you're on, but you're glistening over the top, because if there's any real solution there, it needs to address a more fundamental issue of there's no point just giving monkeys bananas or people votes. There needs to be more. And what are your thoughts in that?
Can I go?
Thanks for your question.
Okay.
Well, I will start as moderator. Okay, pin marin de doping. Okay, I will give the possibility to the woman to actually talk about.
Okay. No, I mean, it's a great question. Thank you very much. I think with everything, you know, it has to go with fundamentally and looking at what is actually key and important in some of these economies. So, for example, take leadership across a lot of, you know, African countries, for example. You know, how do we deal with, you know, strong leadership? Because at the end of the day, if you don't have that strong leadership, whether you bring in policies, whether you bring in blockchain, whether you bring in whatever, it is not going to help with the, you know, actual long-term development and sustainable development. So at the end of the day, I think we have to be able to, you know, clearly and freely address what the challenges are in each of the different countries. And certainly we're doing that. I mean, I'm working, for example, with the African Union, where we're actually starting to look at not just policy frameworks and designing policy frameworks, but actually trying to work with the private sector, trying to work with individuals within communities to understand understand what the issues are for them, and then tailor the policy frameworks or developments that we're doing based on consultation. This hasn't always happened like this. It's not just about votes, you're absolutely right. And then we always tend to forget about the millennials, for example. The millennials are actually really, really important. The young people often don't really get a voice, or even when they have a voice, they don't feel like they're being listened to, and they have no way of input. Talk about Brexit. A lot of young people did not vote for Brexit.
Yeah.
A lot of young people cannot vote because they're under a certain age. We need to start, capturing and learning what they want because they are the future. So, that's a clear example where you're absolutely right. I think we need to look underneath and fundamentally try to address some of the challenges before we even start introducing technology.
But one of the things that you're saying, which is correct, is if you look at what's happening in the world today, we are at a breaking point in terms of democracy. You have protests in Chile, you have protests in Barcelona, you have protests in Hong Kong. And they're different political systems. They have different political leaders. And you're seeing a common thread. And I think what's happening now is people are starting to speak up. And yes, the millennials are starting to speak up. If you look at the protesters, they're the young people that are saying, this is not what we want. Now, what we need to do in terms of blockchain, in terms of where we are, is that's why we're convinced in terms of liquid democracy, and we apply it on our blockchain. We drink our own Kool-Aid. That's why this political party was looking for a solution, and it says, we saw that you did it. That's why we wanted to implement your application. And we said, it's open source. Any political party can use it. So I think what we need to do is put our ear to the ground and let the people speak and give them a way for them to understand. And for us to understand what there really are and what are the real problems. And the politicians are eventually going to have to listen, because this is a global problem. This is not a problem of Africa, of South America, of Europe, of Asia. It's a global problem. And we need to give them the tools for them to express themselves.
I fully agree with
Real
that.
quick,
It's really a global problem. Yeah,
I got to jump in on this one.
Sorry?
So I have to jump in on this one, right? The answer does not lie with politicians, right? Bitcoin wouldn't have happened if we were waiting for politicians, right? It just happened out of innovation. Basically, what we've seen with crypto is permissionless innovation. We have to enable more of that. That's raw entrepreneurial spirit, right? And when we don't support raw entrepreneurial spirit, our economies collapse. They stagnate. The future generation doesn't see potential, it doesn't see opportunity. So if this technology is going to, continue to support life, then we all have to get creative. And for us to be creative, we have to be in the right environment. And I'm telling you this, the political environment that we see, like in the UK with Brexit, that's not a good environment for creativity. So when this technology, when it becomes clear to people what they can do with technology, then they can get creative in implementing that into new systems. And I think that's the solution.
Thank you very much. I can actually add something from research, from pure research, and it's that for example, referendums are actually not a very good way to manage a country. Why? Because it's a decision of a yes or a no, which immediately will bring us to a possible polarization, right? So then it's actually the think about how are we designing the systems in a way that we don't get in that situation, that we don't just get to a yes or a no, and that we start to actually look at the needs of the people. For example, I'm Colombian and we have to close. The peace agreement was a huge referendum, and it was basically asked to Colombians, do you want peace or not? But it was a huge document. What if we would have divided that document into little pieces and actually see clearly what the people were wanting? And we actually wanted peace. We just didn't want some of the narco-traffic people and killers actually into our government. So It's how we actually use the referendums, politics, and so on. And our time is out. So we could talk more, but we don't have more time. So I just would like to close this with a question, again, for you. For me, it's a fact that democracy is changing and that we are all getting a voice. So the question for you is, what is your role going to be in this change? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next steps. Web 3.0 to empower businesses and startups. The semantic Web 3.0 is just around the corner, and with it looms a dramatic shift in the way enterprises operate on the internet. Moderated by Maria Vovchok, crypto journalist. Yuval Halevi, Gorilla Buzz. Marie Tatiboué, Gate Technology. Marina Petrichenko, Farmium.
So hello and welcome everyone. I'm really happy that still a rather big audience is still here. If still somebody of your acquaintances are in the hall, please invite them here, and I would like to ask you to be here until 6 p.m. Afterwards, we will have a really nice, cozy party. It will be afterwards, but now still about very important stuff, why we gathered here today. Once again, I would like to ask everybody who's here to give a big hand to my speakers. I'm willing to introduce today Marina Petrichenko, business developer at Salamantex. Give her a big hand. Maria Tatiboué, a SMEO at Gate Technology. Just be louder, please. And also, I would like to introduce Yuval Halevi, founder at Gorilla Buzz.
Yep.
I am Maria Vovchok. As I mentioned, as it was mentioned before, I'm a crypto journalist. I'm a host at Blockchain and IT Conference, and also I'm a news presenter at CryptTalk, which is a new social media app for blockchain, for people in blockchain. So we may talk about this a bit later. But now, as it was mentioned, Web 3.0 will enable businesses to use new business models. Leveraging Web 3.0, companies will have the opportunity to enact lucrative business models. What do you think are these models type?
Shall we start from...
Whatever who would like to start.
Well, it's an absolutely new type of economy. So if Web 2.0 was all about platform economy, where we use platforms for free, but we pay basically with our freedom and our data. And Web 3.0 is community-driven. So people can contribute through voting, also in community and experts' point of view. Our data start to belong to us, and so do the whole system is changing. It's becoming decentralized. It's appearing new applications and new models.
I think we're going to see, obviously, blockchain technology is really going to help third parties third parties, I think, some of them will disappear, and those are the industries that need to change the most, where the third parties are able to take a really huge cut. Obviously, in a lot of these very traditional industries, they're fighting back hard, but I think we're going to see a lot of innovation, and I think the users are really going to call, and some of the people who are on the end of not from the agents, not from the third parties, they're going to call for using more transparency, more decentralization, and I think that's going to lead to new businesses.
So do you think this is the main sentiment behind the Web3 is going to supersede Web 2.0?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, you want?
Yeah, as I see it, it's not like all the companies going to provide only blockchain services in the future. Like we've seen in Libra, I think that companies will find a way to get blockchain as part of their services, but not become fully decentralized.
Okay. Will a Web3 eliminate platform risks faced by developers and startups? How do you think?
So I think, obviously, if it's more open source and less centralized, because a lot of these big platforms, removed API access, and that led to destroy a lot of businesses. Obviously, because there's more decentralization, that's going to be much more difficult, if not impossible. But we do have to remember there are a lot of blockchains that are not public. There are some that are private, in which case, obviously, this doesn't apply.
Yeah. It depends. Okay, if you compare private and public, in few words, for whom it will be like the benefit and for whom it's not?
Well, I mean, basically, if it's not a public blockchain, it's not fully transparent and fully open source, right? So then if it's private, then platform risk is still a possibility.
Okay, Marina?
There is always a risk, obviously, but for users, I think it's less risk to lose data. For example, we have this Cambridge Analytica accident, which we all aware about, when the huge databases were sold out, and they keep being sold out by big corporations and companies without us being aware. So I think for the user, it's definitely less risk, that our data will go somewhere. But of course, nothing is unhackable. Everything is possible to hack. But it's just the chances are much less.
Okay. If we are talking about big risk, big giant tech companies, should we observe that Web 3.0 be seen for them as kind of a threat, or does it provide for them as well new opportunities? Is it for the rescue, or is it a threat?
Go ahead, Yuval.
Yuval.
Well, I think that they shouldn't see it as a threat, like I said before, like what Facebook did with Libra. But I do think that at one point, businesses will be less reliable on the giant tech companies. For example, now I can tell you that I work in a marketing agency, and most of the companies that we get reliable on Google and Facebook as their main source of traffic. Now, every small change that Google is doing in the algorithm is influencing millions of sites. And that's the main issue. Yeah, I can give you a small example. Around 2-3 years ago, Google made a small algorithm change. So when you search for a lyric of a song on Google, you see the lyric on Google itself. So you don't need to get into the site. So basically, when you search for the lyric, you just see it. Now, what happened is that you had hundreds of different sites, which are lyric sites, and they based most of their traffic on Google. And in one algorithm update, most of those sites won't be able to exist. So that's just a small example of how reliable we are on the giant tech companies as resources. And I think that once it will change, companies will find new ways to get traffic and won't be reliable on those companies.
Marina.
Well, I do agree with this point also, and I think it's many opportunities for, you know, as we had the first question, to discover new business models. And we have already projects appeared, for example, like Steemit and Reddit, when it's community voting, which solving lots of problems like fake news, for example. If right now everyone can write an article and manipulate masses, we're talking about civil wars, you know, appearing. You know, it's very serious consequences of this. So now people can, through voting, sort out the content we're reading and vote for the content and actually get paid in tokens or whatever for contribution.
Yeah, that's true, but blockchain does not verify the information, whether it's correct, it's not.
But it's not about the blockchain to verify it, it's about the community to verify it. For example, how they done in Germany in Wikipedia, they hired a team of experts which went through the all articles, you know, they confirm every single fact and they close it to editing. It's just one example. There is a website, for example, like news aggregators website also, which you can see alarms like red alarms or green alarms. So community actually voting, is it good news, is it true, or is it just like some fake manipulation? And this helps especially beginners in new industries like crypto to understand what to believe and what not to believe.
And we've also seen different blockchains actually use people to verify on their back end, to verify the information that's flowing. So I think there's a lot of innovation there. Yeah, you cannot expect technology to account for human error, but you can design it so that on the back end you do have humans and you incentivize humans to be able to go back and check.
On the contrary, when we are talking not only about tech giants, but about small companies, how can they use the benefits, use Web 3.0 to their benefit? So smaller businesses, smaller companies, Web 3.0, the first step which may help them to get bigger and get to the audience, target audience.
I mean, I think a lot of smaller companies, they can benefit from blockchain technology. It's possible. Some of them don't necessarily need blockchain technology because they don't necessarily need it to be public. You know, they can just benefit from a very strong database and automations there. I think one of the biggest issues that we've seen so far is that we've learned how to collect data, but actually harnessing that data and, you know, making sense of it is still kind of a mystery for, I think, like for big companies as it is, but for smaller companies even more so. So I think like as time goes on, these smaller businesses are going to have a stronger handle on how to harness data to their advantage and utilize that so that, you know, they can make more profits.
Yuval.
Yeah. As I see it, it took us around 14 years to shift from Web 1.0 to 2.0. Right, so, and now it's like 15 years since Web 2.0 came out officially, and we still don't see adoption when it comes to Web 3.0. So we have many projects in the ecosystems, many different companies, but not many people are using those products. And it's something that I think that, you know, it might be, it's not a matter of weeks or months or even years. I think that it might be even a decade until one platform will really get into the mainstream. But once it will happen, I think that it will drive more companies with it. And that's where I think that we're going to see more adoption when it comes to the usage and more startups that can actually benefit from Web 3.0.
By the way, talking about startups, may we say that Web 3.0 will empower the startups to become smart ops? Marina, what do you think?
This is very good term, actually, smart apps, because it's actually like more intelligent internet, the decentralized web. It's not just a combination about Web 1.0 and Web 2.0, it's more intelligent model. And talking about beneficials for businesses, it's huge benefits, like starting from you know, saving costs on logistics and record keeping. And for example, I'm working at Salamantex. Right now, every user, when you use a banking card, you pay crazy commissions for it. Both merchants and both people who withdraw with crypto, you don't pay those commissions. And you can talk about this for hours, like about these benefits. And startups, it's making more business for people, economy for people, not for big corporations and governments.
I like that you're already calling them startups.
Yeah, I think in terms of startups and small businesses, obviously blockchain technology, cryptocurrency especially, enables payments, but also enables especially cross-border payments, which can often, run really, really high fees. So just in that sense, you can definitely benefit from that if you're a small business.
You what?
I have nothing to say.
By the way, you mentioned about that Web3 is almost here, it's just around the corner. So talking about Web3 is almost around the corner. How would your first step in your company, how would you apply it, the benefits of it to your company?
Well,
sorry.
Yeah.
We already applied it. We are a payment provider, for example, and we happen mass adoption to happen in order merchants and businesses to start to accept cryptocurrency. With this way, they saving on paying fees for the banks, and the transactions are very fast and much more secure than banking ones. And this is just only one example.
Marie?
Yes, so Gate.io is a cryptocurrency exchange.
Yeah.
So, we see it as our mission to educate people around the world to, what cryptocurrency is about, why you should trade it, and like the big innovation that we're going to bring to the industry is launching our new blockchain called GateChain. And it's going to have a standard account, so work similarly to a standard wallet, just like a Bitcoin wallet. But we're also going to have a vault account, which means that you can revoke those transactions, which solves the issues of hacking and losing your private keys. Sometimes people are a little forgetful. You're able to, retrieve those transactions. And that's a big innovation in the industry.
You know what, Mary, if we had time, I would definitely interview you considering cryptocurrency exchanges, because we have a big deal of interviews as well in Ukraine. Yuval, very quick question in your case. How would you apply it? Do you foresee it, do you expect it to be already implemented, Web 3.0?
In my company, no. I have a marketing agency, and if we will try to implement it, it's not there. That's not the goal. But it's funny because you have many projects in the ecosystem who also didn't need to try to implement blockchain, right? And I think that it's something that companies need to remember. Blockchain is not a solution in any case, and you can't just bring your company and implement blockchain in it. You need to think about a really right ecosystem model. You need to do it in the right way. And I think that in the 2017 boom, where you had many ICOs and many companies who wanted to become decentralized, I think that most of them are now gone. So that's a proof that decentralized is not a solution in any case.
At the end, because we are pressed for time, a quick question. You mentioned about your companies. Now tell a few words to our audience about your business personality. A few words.
If just for us, I think I'm a libertarian visionary. I'm really fighting for the freedom of personalities, data, and us.
So like I said, our company's mission is to educate people, and I see it as my mission to do that as well. My background is in marketing, and I think that I can use those skills to try and promote cryptocurrency around the world.
You will?
Yeah, my background is marketing, and I got into the blockchain world because I saw that there was lack of understanding in how companies need to promote themselves and how they tell their story. So that's what drove me into this ecosystem, and that's why I'm here.
My personal trait, I like to face challenges as much as I can. And I may say with the blockchain technology, when I get as a crypto journalist here, I see that there is very interesting, very big number of new challenges. So we are about to face them together. Thank you for watching us, for listening to us, and please be here until 6 p.m. We'll have another panel discussion, so stay tuned, as they say. Thank you.
Trust by design, censorship-resistant DAOs, and decentralized AI in 21st century business. Whether it's inadequate management or bad faith business, a new wave of censorship-resistant blockchains, such as Ethereum and Akon, are set to create organizations with no points of failure. Alessandro Bianchini, Alchemy Digital Enabler. Alessandro Toschi, Recepic.
Okay, well, this conversation is called "It's Time to Build." Basically, because now we have the standard to build a startup that makes sense into the blockchain technology, with the blockchain technology. As Vitalik said last DevCon, what really Satoshi Nakamoto invented is the concept of crypto economics. So the idea to solve, to create a network where people in an anonymous way can use it and build it without trust each other, without know each other, with economic incentive, economic disincentives. And this is what makes Bitcoin censorship resistant with 0 point of failure, so nobody can stop it, as always said in blockchain technology. So it's based on anonymous nodes, anonymous miners to validate or to mine, is based on POS, and anonymous wallets, so people that can be anonymous and interact with each other. After that, we had the idea to have a programmable blockchain, so a blockchain that uses this technology to run application on a virtual machine inside that is from Ethereum to other blockchains. So it had the idea of anonymous programmers. So what's the killer application today that we need to use to build real startup for the future? First of all is DAOs. DAOs is a very cool killer application, and in a lot of states, DAOs will be one of the new kind of idea to create companies that are censorship resistant. And I will show you how later. Non-fungible tokens are another incredible invention. And the DeFi ecosystem. So I work on this technology to accelerate the transition to build a future where people don't need to trust each other and don't need to trust a third party. So like a well-known company and this kind of stuff. And right now we can't do this. Because for decentralized application, we can have standards to build something that very makes sense. Like DAO and token as a voting token for the governance, like MakerDAO, for example. Smart contracts, obviously, for the back end. Stable coins and the DeFi ecosystem, instead of banking, instead of use tokens on Ethereum for money, because DAI is money. People love stable coin and to pay with stable coins. And non-fungible token and the ENS. For example, the ENS is very cool because we can stop using the classical domain name server and we can surpass it. And we developed a standard for DAOs that we call Decentralized Flexible Organization, solving all of the problems that decentralized applications have today to build a censorship-resistant startups without the need to have a well-known entities, like EaseMaker on MakerDAO. So it's about to use the DAO as a proxy, and is about to create all of the standards that anonymous programmers all around the world can build an application together without knowing each other, and maybe I can talk something about it later. And this is the future. The future is about create startups without founders. And this is I think, the next step to achieve. And IDOs, initially decentralized offering. So you know the application, you know the DAO that is work, so you don't need to know who built this application. And so this is very censorship resistant. And I think we will achieve this in 1 or 2 years. So. And another thing that is very important to don't underestimate is the importance of interoperability in next years, I think 5 or 6 years. And so to build standards that people can use, and when we will achieve some kind of interoperable standards, we will have interoperable application, and we can do more with this technology. And at the end of the day, another trend is decentralized DA. That is very, very early for that, because right now we are driving us to the distributed decentralized DA, like Singularity Net, that is a distributed system, not totally decentralized, obviously. And we have to solve a lot of issues like data flow decentralization, trading prediction decentralization, EA model decentralization, and we will have to achieve this as soon as possible, obviously. And there is some kind of idea to build EI algorithm that work like smart contract, and I think we will achieve that in 10 years or so. Ale? Yeah. It's your turn.
So for this reason, we have created the Decentralized AI community, a community based on convergence of artificial intelligence and blockchain. Our mission is to connect our decentralized AI ecosystem made up of private and public organizations, startup and innovation hubs, university, and media. We realize this contamination through our online channel, where we share content and video about the DI meetups. The DI meetups is the real exemplification of our mission, because we can connect in the same physical place some actors of our ecosystem, and there are moments where the speakers can share their vision about a future where the convergence of artificial intelligence and blockchain can create new value for the people and businesses. Always during our meetup, we host the Decentralized AI Observatory, powered by Luis Data Lab, Kachi, and Alchemy, that share insights and news about the decentralized ecosystem, the discussion on the decentralized ecosystem on social media. For example, we can see in this chart the discussion about the keywords decentralized AI during the month of October. On Twitter, we can find 5 star points. The star points are the other keywords more related to the keyword that we are analyzing. In this case, we find 4 star points that are technical trend, like blockchain, artificial intelligence, IoT, and big data. And only one that is a market trend that is fintech. It is interesting, this correlation between decentralized AI and fintech. But in the end, what we want to promote with our community is a vision sharing culture, where the people that work at the intersection of artificial intelligence and blockchain with their different skills, technological skills, business skills, philosophical skills, or legal skills, can share their vision about a future where artificial intelligence and blockchain, alone or together, can create new value for the people of this world in the same way that we are doing during this amazing summit. Thank you so much.
AI DAOs, communities that build intelligence. Autonomous computation running on decentralized infrastructure is here. How does AI come to bear on emerging intelligent systems? Dimitri de Jonge, Ocean Protocol.
Good evening, everyone. I managed to squash 2 buzzwords next to each other
AI and DAOs. I was actually thinking adding a third one, AI, DAOs, and medical cannabis, but I didn't. So a quick intro of myself. I've been working in the blockchain industry maybe for 7, 8 years now. Founded a few companies in it. The first one is called Ascribe, second one BigchainDB, and the last one Ocean Protocol. And more recently, we found that, well, to get adoption going, we have to go one step back, right? We're always looking 5 to 10 years ahead in the future, creating very interesting nonlinear technology. But we also have to figure out what's the adoption cycle here. So we created a new entity called Kiko. And what we're looking at really is ecosystems. But today I'm going to talk about a bit of the mission that I think, and I strongly feel that how machine learning is evolving and centralization is kind of hodling all the data. We're not going to get to equitable outcomes like this. So some of this technology just has to be open and public. It can't be in the hands of a few. Because these things get cringy, right? When they're really good, they get really cringy. So, but there's solutions to that. And you can look at communities like OpenAI, maybe Kaggle, there is WaveNet, ImageNet, there is a lot of open communities around machine learning and AI. And I think DAOs really can apply to that. So when I say AI DAOs, I think there's 2 variants of it. One of them is DAOs to create better and open, equitable AIs. The other one is more radical, and that's saying that, well, we're going to create autonomous self-owned agents, and they're going to basically form a network of an organization, and they're going to have a governance structure, and they're loosely going to release the human out of their system. Of course, we'd have to do some hand-holding there, but I think we can yield very efficient systems there. And companies like Ocean Protocol, companies like SingularityNet, Fetch AI, they're all working towards a similar goal, like a network of smart agents, very modular, creating value, interacting with each other, composing into solutions. Now, what I'm trying to get at is that if you want to create such an organization that's decentralized, maybe autonomous, maybe we should focus on ourselves first. So if I look at myself, there is something in my head which basically is consisting of 2 parts. One of them is this instant gratification monkey, and the other one is more like a rational decision maker, the governor. And they have different goals, right? My instant gratification monkey wants to play games, wants to have that very quick feedback. On the other hand, there's a problem solver, a decision maker, somebody that steers, and we have to balance those 2 forces that are in our heads. We have a lizard brain and we have a secondary brain, right? So bringing that to organizations, I think here I kind of sketched out how this could go. We start with everything is open and public and commons. Privatization kicked in around the 1700s, where all the land got basically assigned to people and individuals, which yields organizations. They're hierarchical, they tend to be slow, they sometimes have 8 layers. And now we're into something more efficient that we could call decentralized autonomous organizations. It can go one step further, and that's something that I'm really excited about, is when we create autonomous agents. These agents are not just decision makers, they also hold value. They have a wallet. You basically think about you're paying something to a non-human. That's possible now. You exchange value with entities. You maybe not even care if they're human or not. Now, if they start collaborating and stuff like that, then we do need to have solid governance to make sure that it ends well. But I'm seeing a lot of really interesting applications. The first one is more or less your crowdsourcing, right? Saying that, hey, we have a mission, we believe this should be built, we put in funds, people can apply, and then the smart contracts, basically, they release funds upon milestones and other types of things. But then you can also look into self-sovereign nature. We have a project called Nature 2.0, and it's all about how can we make sure that, well, natural resources can protect themselves from human interaction. Maybe they can be self-sovereign. Maybe they can hold value themselves without having like a human owner on top of it. But where I see the most and immediate value add is in art. I'm working on a few projects here. Maybe you should check out Abraham.ai, and it's more like a decentralized arts collective, which creates arts that doesn't really belong to a single individual, but it's basically a consortium of art generators. And it can hold value, and it can disperse value back into the community. I think it's interesting because it has a narrative with it, right? It doesn't really have like an efficient business case. It has a really strong narrative for people to believe in this. And it's a playground. It's a sandbox. Well, what I was doing at Ocean was more like looking at like how can we do data as an organization? How can we make sure that if we solve one problem by using machine learning techniques, maybe for lung cancer detection or lung volume detection, and we create a very interesting data set out of that, and then a set of gradients that are trained from the AI, can we maybe use that in other contexts? Can that community signal, like, hey, we solved these types of problems in the healthcare space, but maybe those algorithms might also apply to other things like autonomous driving and other things. There's a very interesting technique called transfer learning that allows you to cut up neural networks, the input-output layer, and then train it on something, apply it to the next things. So it's very interesting to see like how this community around a data set about a machine learning activity can signal themselves into different domains. What I think that we're heading towards is, well, we have a thin client, a wallet, you hold your keys, you're self-sovereign. If you're a validator in the system or a miner, you become a fat client. You basically make sure that the shared state in the network is consistent. And it allows you to do a lot of things like decentralized governance, DeFi, value generation, validation, resilience of that network. But you can add another layer where you make your node smart. Basically, if you have a full node, why don't you make it your full assistant, your DeFi assistant? And here's where we're using techniques like federated learning and multi-party computation to make sure that this network of nodes becomes a bit smarter and takes decisions according to yield, strategy, privacy. There could be markets attached to that. Here's one example that I think is a simple model, but it allows us to create federated intelligence systems. So think about, you have a DAO in the middle, and that DAO is the owner of a federated model. This is not more than a topology and some trained gradients. But it also has an incentive system for clients to contribute data or do like remote computation on that data and send back the gradients. Using tokens in that DAO, you can basically create a magnet for data providers to feed the model. On the other hand, and this is where it really becomes interesting, is when you contributed to that model, you're actually also a stakeholder in the model, right? Because you got the tokens earned, and those tokens can be used to use the model, but also govern the model. So your Twitter feeds are not pumped with ads, but the community decides what would be the ranking algorithm. So I think there's like a lot of things to explore, but we have to like keep in touch that one part is our monkey brain that thinks about how can we implement incentives for people to collaborate into this DAO community, whatever vertical you have. The other one is more thinking about the long-term strategy, the governance of things. So that's what we do at Kiko. We call it ecosystem adoption. And yeah, happy to have a chat afterwards. Bye.
A burgeoning DAO landscape. Case studies in decentralized governance. Decentralized autonomous organizations are leading the charge for blockchain innovation. The question is, how do we adapt traditional systems for today's evolving landscape? Grace Rachmani, DAOleadership.com.
Cool. Nobody taught him to say DAO, so he's going like DAO. You're still here. Great. So I'm going to talk about what's actually happening. You've heard a lot of people talking about what they'd like to do, experiments, ideas. What's really happening today in the DAO landscape? I'm Grace. I've done a lot of research in this area. I help organizations. I don't have a timer here. I thought there was going to be like a timer. Anyway, I help organizations actually implement these things. So what is being implemented? And the reason we're talking about governance is because we've created these new forms of money which don't need a government. And if your government isn't printing money, how are they going to pay salaries? And if they can't pay salaries, how are we going to govern ourselves? These are the really interesting questions. And we've been talking a lot about how to govern blockchains, but this is a whole new world of how we govern ourselves if we have our own independent currencies. So the first thing is, what's governance? What is governance? And you'll notice that the voting part is in red here, because we keep thinking that voting is democracy. Like, if we create voting systems, it'll be fair. And I don't like to say the word Brexit because it gets people excited, but what choices did you get? It was like bad choice A or bad choice B. And when you go to the ballot, all you've got is a list of bad choices, and I know we've all had that experience. Voting isn't really democracy. It's all this stuff around it. What were we talking about? What was the problem in the first place? Who made the problem definition? And then what are some variable proposals? How do we come up with good proposals? Like, wouldn't it be nice, thank you, to go to the voting ballot and be like, oh, wow, all these choices are okay, and this is the best one. And so the technology is done by technologists, and they focus on voting because for them, that's the only participation in democracy they had until now, so that's what democracy is. And they understand yes and no, we're technologists, so we can build that. But that's not what democracy is. So the second definition is, what's a DAO? What's a decentralized autonomous organization? So these are organizations. One is a centralized organization, and we know what that's the Pope. It's centralized. There's one top. There's one, and then there's this DAO, which is there's a lot of people there. Nobody's the boss of each other. These are Jews, and they all follow a protocol that says you need a hat, but they're all forked. They're different hats. They have 613 laws and numerous books that explain the protocol to one another, and this is a DAO. And it's so powerful that you can't get rid of it for some reason, even though people have tried. And it built its own country, but there's nobody to sue. It's like there's no legal entity. And so when we're starting to think about what is a DAO, what are we governing, this is likely to be the more future. And we can see that already. Like, we have multiple associations, right? I'm a citizen of the world, maybe I have dual citizenship, or I associate with, these kinds of political ideas, I associate with skiers because I love skiing, or whatever it is. We have multiple associations, and it's quite fluid. And that's more likely what we're going to be governing in the future, and how we're going to be thinking about what we want to govern. So I know that people have already talked to you about DAO tech, so I'm just going to go through this quickly, but basically we have voting and dispute resolution. And voting and dispute resolution assume that we disagree, that we weren't able to come to a consensus. And we're just going to have to go with majority rules, and then we're going to have to dispute resolution when people disagree. And that's not ideal, because we're dealing with a world where you can't fork. And again, if I go back to Brexit, you're British whether you like it or not. And you could even leave the country, but your family is still there. So majority rules isn't always ideal. We actually want solutions where we could find an ideal solution for the maximum number of people. So this is where we're seeing DAO tech, what works and what doesn't work. And what's working is fairly simple yes-no solutions. You want to take a look at that. If you're interested in more deep research, that's the URL. I've interviewed about 30 or 40 different DAO organizations, and you'll find that in depth here. And what's working is yes-no solutions. We have a decentralized exchange here. We have a stable coin. We have a company that pays salaries. We have a insurance agent. We have some investing companies. And it's like, yes or no, should we invest in this? Should we list this? Should we pay this? It's working. What's not working is more complex situations. Curacao, we're trying to make our country better in Curacao. We're trying to figure out how to allocate our marketing budget in the case of Khyber. Genesis DAO, we're trying to promote this technology all over the world. And these are complex questions, complex decisions. And the DAO technology is really inadequate for how do we collaborate as a community. And so these aren't working as well. And the reasons they're not working are these ones. Now, the reason I'm putting this up and going through it is we know that this technology has a lot of future. And if you're an investor or a developer and you're like, what should I develop? These are the problems we're facing. Reputation without identity. So many of these solutions have reputation built in. So I know somebody is a heavier voter or a lighter voter, but I'm not sure of their real identity because they're using MetaMask or some other pseudonymous thing. Community without cultural norms. So it's like join our community and become part of the DAO. But there's no onboarding process to have people move from this adversarial relationship to a more collaborative way of talking to one another. In fact, there are no cultural norms. Should we show up on time for meetings, not on time for, how does it work? So this is, and we have cultural norms that have already been built into us by Facebook and all these competitive kind of things. So we're in a competitive society, but we're not making the transition in a way that would work. Proposals without problem definition. So all of these technologies are, you make a proposal and then it gets voted on. But nobody ever defined, what's the problem? What would an optimal solution look like? Let's have 5 proposals and vote on the best one instead of just say yes or no in a chronological order. So I think proposal making is one of the areas where it's the most painful, like I said. Coming to a ballot where the proposals are all bad, or just saying yes, no, and not knowing if next week somebody will have something better, it's a very limited situation. And again, winner take all, if you put a proposal into these solutions, you either get approved for the budget or you don't. So it's a very competitive environment by nature. And so again, we get these DAOs that are talking about collaboration, but very quickly they devolve into this kind of competition because winner takes all. And then finally, one way for all decisions. It's not a natural way in an organization to have one way for all decisions. Some decisions are like, you know what, you got an idea, go for it. Some are, hey, if you can gather the money, go for it. Some are, let's have a competition and see who's the best. And some are, let's get everybody in the room and talk about it. So you need platforms that allocate different kinds of decision making for different kinds of decisions. So these are the technologies I expect that we're going to be adding to these DAO platforms over the next year or two. For me, like I said, what's most interesting is how do we deal with no-fork situations. And what I mean, like I said, is you're a citizen of where you're a citizen of. And even moving yourself doesn't really help you. So how do we make better decisions? We breathe the air, so pollution is a problem for all of us, and we can't fork to Mars yet. If we want interoperability standards within the blockchain, you can't fork an interoperability standard. So this is where I see the most potential for DAO. This is where we're falling short the most. And so that's really what there is in the industry today, where I see the potential and where I see the failures and the successes. That's me. Thank you.
Bridging the gap, the token economy and traditional finance. Let's explore the intersection between the traditional fiat money and the inevitable tidal wave of digital currencies. Georgy Sokolov, WireX app.
Hello, everyone. Hope some people are still not asleep, and yeah, this message doesn't go completely unnoticed. We were asked to talk about token economy, and I think that for the token economy to be an economy, one of the preconditions is it needs to have some users who actually participate in the economy. It's not enough to just have the world blockchain in the name of whatever business, and it's not enough to have a cool technology, however breakthrough it is. If no one is using it, it's not an economy. We can look at the DApp statistics with users' numbers in single thousands, if not hundreds. It's not an economy. So for an economy, it needs real use cases. So let me do a brief intro of Wirex. We've been focusing and building real use cases for token economy since 2014. The first product we did launch back then was a Bitcoin debit card, which addressed the pain point on the market of people not being able to spend their crypto wherever they wanted. Since then, we've grown to over 2.5 million registered users. It's actually getting close to 3 million now. We have 200 employees, over 6 offices around the world. We're headquartered in London. We're regulated by UK FCA. We're an e-money institution. Just on a side note, it's not an Estonian license available off the shelf for 2,000 euros. It's a proper license, difficult to get and difficult to continue using. And we have 3 main products. One is still the Wirex app and Wirex card, which allows you not only to spend crypto and not only Bitcoin, but many others. It also allows you to go back into crypto, so it's an effective on and off ramp. And when I buy myself a coffee, I also earn crypto back, cash back in Bitcoin. The second product which we launched this year is crypto-friendly hybrid banking accounts for companies called Wirex Business, which is another real use case. It helps crypto companies have a bridge with the real economy, or it helps traditional companies to dip their feet into the crypto economy. And the last but not least is Wirex stablecoins, which we are just about to issue, and we'll stop on that a bit later. So if we ask to talk about token economy, what is a token to begin with? Token is not an asset, it's a representation of an asset recorded on blockchain, which makes it secure and which makes it quite efficient because tokens have quite a number of advantages. They provide greater liquidity, especially for the less liquid assets, such as fine art or real estate. They are faster and cheaper, just because the technology is superior to what was used in the last decades. They offer more transparency, and they're more accessible. They have less geographical limitations, so any asset can become more liquid and reach more people. There are generally 3 types of tokens: currency or payment, utility tokens, and security. We're not going to stop too much on the classification. It's not a theory lesson. Depending on the tokens type, they can be used for clearances and settlements, for fundraising, for issuing securities, for trade finance, etc. Now, we at Wirex focus on particular use cases. Our main use case is payments. That's why we're going to talk about currency payment tokens, in particular stablecoins. We do believe that it's the future, at least for the near term. And so do 90% of members of European Payment Council, who think that over the next 5 years, tokens will change the payment industry dramatically. 3 main use cases for payment tokens or stablecoins. Number 1 is cross-border payments. Stablecoins eliminate the price volatility compared to more traditional cryptocurrencies. In order to be interesting, they have to offer a notable improvement over the existing technology, which, generally speaking, is not too difficult. When talking about cross-border payments, a SWIFT takes about 3 days to complete, not to mention the cost. So clearly, tokens in form of stablecoins serve the purpose there. They can offer instant settlement. They can reduce pre-funding requirements. If we're talking any traditional money transfer business, they have to pre-fund accounts in different countries, to allow for more or less reasonable timelines for the transfer, so user gets it relatively quickly and then the company settles it in bulk. They fall under existing regulatory framework because they're e-money, and they offer seamless exchange into local currency because that market has existed for ages. It's called Forex. Just to summarize, fiat-backed stablecoins as payment tokens we think they have got considerable advantage over other tokens with the, I don't know, probably Ripple will be a good example because they are regulated versus unregulated, they are stable versus volatile, and they offer direct conversion into between currencies. Now, merchant payments, not necessarily cross-border, simple merchant payments can benefit from payment tokens in form of stablecoins as well. At present, if a business decides to accept crypto, then volatility risks are quite high. If a business continues using Visa, MasterCard, or whatever card theme they're using, they pay fees. Stablecoins can help in those. They offer instant settlements, there's no chargebacks, they're cheap, and they reduce the rolling reserves requirement. And machine-to-machine payments. It's not there yet, we're getting there, but it's predicted that by 2022, the number of devices interconnected devices that will need to effect payments between each other will grow dramatically. That's the chart. And for stablecoins, for payment tokens to be relevant in that context, they need to be fast, they need to be scalable, they need to be cheap, and available globally. And we think that fiat-backed stablecoins meet all those criteria, and that's why they're, for the near term, for the medium term, they are the future for payments. There are several types of stablecoins. Great projects in decentralized space, MakerDAO being one of them with their DAI. Some of them are still being developed, still to prove the concept. Fiat collateralized stablecoins, we think they are already now ready to fulfill those missions because of their qualities. In the recent guidelines issued by the FCA, stablecoins are classified as e-money, which means only regulated e-money institutions and banks can issue them, which helps them fall under existing legislation. It means that there's no need to wait for new legislation to come in. We just have to adjust to the existing one. And that's what we're building at Wirex now again, having bridged the gap for the everyday user with the card, for businesses with Wirex business accounts. We're now issuing stablecoins in 26 different currencies that are going to be exchangeable at interbank rates that are fast, cheap, and scalable because they're built on Stellar. Stellar has 4,000 transactions per second. It's virtually instant transfers. I can top up my account with GBP and send it as stable coins to my friend in Singapore. It will reach them in seconds. They can cash out with their card in Singapore. They are regulated. They fall under existing e-money regulations with UK FCA, and they're focused on payments, on a real use case. So that's how we bridge the gap. If you want to ask any questions, talk to us, help us build the token economy, get in touch. Thank you very much.
At Loggerheads, FinTech versus DeFi. Blockchain is revolutionizing the payment space as transaction protocols and intermediaries like SWIFT, Visa, and MasterCard begin to feel the heat. As entrants with new operational models hit the market, where does this leave traditional finance? Moderated by Maria Vovchok, crypto journalist. Georgy Sokolov, Wirex. Kyle Chase, Master Ventures. Jose Maria Macedo, Amazix Capital.
Kyle
welcome to the stage. So, hello everyone, and thank you for staying here. I'm asking everybody to stay until the end of this conference because we are about to proceed. And to be honest, I already feel I missed this conference, although we haven't finished it yet. Once again, I'm Maria Vovchok. Probably you've seen me before. I'm a crypto journalist, as it was mentioned, host at IT and blockchain conferences, and also news presenter at CrypTalk app, social media for blockchain people. So we'll also, if you would like to know more about it, address me later. Once again, please give a big hand to our speakers today. Jose Maria Macedo, partner head at Amazix. Give him a big hand. Kyle Chassé, advisor at Good Money.
Founder, Master Ventures. Yeah.
And once again, to Georgi Sokolov, co-founder, head at partnerships at Wirex. So, as today, I would like also to get the audience know you better. How would you describe yourself as a business personality in 2-3 words? Kyle.
Okay, first of all, just to clear up the record, Master Ventures is my company, so one of the projects we advise is Good Money.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, so...
correct me if I'm wrong.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think, for me, I could just do this, I guess, like here. Be bold is kind of these are core values, and so B stands for benevolent. The first rule of thumb to be do no harm. Obviously, I think that's pretty important. O, open, transparent, honest. L is love, loyalty, like passion. D is decentralized, distributed, disruptful.
You know, it's really close to me because I mentioned before at the previous panel discussion that for me it's really important to be courageous and to overcome every fear. So it's really to be bold, really similar. Thank you. Jose.
I'd say probably curiosity is a big one.
Mm-hmm.
I like to find out how things work. I'm quite interested in things and people and stuff. And also then I like to build stuff. So once I find out how things work, I like to figure out what needs to be built and where I can best apply my skills to build that stuff.
I see. Georgi or George, how should I call you better?
Georgi.
Georgi, okay.
Used to different kinds of pronunciation.
Uh-huh.
I have a relatively short history in finance industry.
Mm-hmm.
My long-term career before that was in aviation, so I'm familiar with the concept of airdrop, not from crypto, but with real airdrop. The last mission I did at the previous work was flights and airdrops in Antarctica, where you drop real cargo into inaccessible areas. So I just generally like new stuff, generally like to try things, and not necessarily consider them dangerous. It's a very relative concept, but yeah, trying new things and trying to change things for the better is always good.
It's true. So let's back to the topic we have gathered here today, DeFi versus FinTech. So DeFi has become like a new paradigm in the world of financing, but what does it lack in comparison with FinTech? How do you think? Jose?
Go ahead. I'd say probably right now usability is a big one that it lacks, but that's improving quickly. I think what we've built with DeFi, or it's starting to build, is a really nice sort of piping system for a financial system in terms of the primitives and stuff that needs to be built. I'm sure we'll talk about more later. But what's lacking, I think, is assets that people actually want to trade, that mainstream people want to trade, other than crypto assets. So it's good to have the piping system, but now what I'm excited about is protocols that help onboard real assets that people want to trade onto these systems. And that will have to come with regulation and stuff like that as well, which is actually what will get the big players to start using this.
I think it's in the name. Like FinTech, financial technology, which was back like when I first started investing in the space, everything was FinTech investments. So we just kind of classified it as, but now we actually have DeFi, decentralized finance, and the name says it all, DeFi. Decentralized finance, yeah?
Yeah.
And so basically the difference is FinTech is PayPal, FinTech is Venmo, it's Cash App, whatever. So you have centralized entities that are taking out their margin from everything. Also, you have to trust them. There's custody. DeFi is decentralized. It's transparent. It's open source. it's obvious, like no one's taking their cut from middleman. You can see everything. You own your custody of your own stuff usually. So it's an evolution, I guess, of fintech. That's much better.
That's true, but still, they are lacking a lot of stuff. On the one hand, they're one of the, as you mentioned, the new way of evolution. But what should we do in terms, I would better say, to people in finances who are developers in financial world? What should they do? So DeFi would be compatible, not compatible, but it would be better than fintech in terms of performance.
You asking me this question?
Sorry?
You asking me this question?
Yeah.
Okay, what was the question again?
Again, once again, what then should be done so DeFi become better now than fintech?
Okay, so DeFi is still clunky.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, I tried to use Maker like 6 months ago, something, and I'm pretty technical. Like I understand more than most, but still I had trouble like with CDP. I think that they've improved it quite a bit since then, but I'm not sure. I don't like to like shill anything that I'm usually doing. I just like to educate people. But like perfect opportunity. We have a project called Money on Chain that we're working with. Has massively simplified the interface, kind of do what Maker is doing on top of Bitcoin, which Bitcoin's king, and using second and third layer solutions on top of Bitcoin for scalability, stuff like that. And also RSK did Riff Labs, which Riff Labs' whole purpose is for user adoption, like make things user-friendly. And so this whole thing, actually, it's much, much easier on like a Money on Chain to use DeFi. So I think that we're getting there, but we have to make grandma-friendly systems.
Mm-hmm. Please, Georgi.
In my world, I think what DeFi is lacking is bridges, on-ramps, off-ramps from the traditional economy and back. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing actually in partnership with Maker, which you mentioned. And I think the CDP is going to be a lot easier quite soon, at least by one of the interfaces. And they're working on many other interfaces as well. To the previous question, I would not necessarily separate DeFi from fintech, because DeFi is definitely fin and definitely tech. Yeah. Right? It's those applications that have a real use case, those that are not artificially invented just because of the blockchain hype. I think they will get their users in the end, provided there are sufficient on and off ramps and bridges with the traditional economy. I mean, with Maker, with Compound, with whatever, take a real use case with people in Argentina who see their currency devaluate every day. Give them an opportunity to store this money in a stable currency, whether it be, well, it's token of a currency, euro or dollar, whatever. That's a real use case which people will jump on, provided you give them the right interface and make it usable.
But in this case, I'll ask you like this. I have acquaintances who are doing with traditional finances, and they are also providing technologies. So they are developing fintech applications. On the other hand, developers who are in favor of DeFi. So the thing is, you may say that you may create bridges between them, but still there are a lot of claims that despite all the good idea of DeFi, still fintech will win because they don't care about centralization. They care about the application of this technology and its easy usage.
I can't even use most fintech because I've been banned.
Mm-hmm.
PayPal, MoneyPack, Western Union, MoneyGram, banned from all of them. So I have no option. But DeFi can't ban me. They don't even care who I am. Like, and as we start to become more.
Did PayPal ban you?
Yeah.
Why?
I've been in crypto a long time.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like, you have to ask them. They don't have to give you a reason.
But did they provide? No reason.
No reason.
What about the other applications?
No, they don't have to. Like also Western Union just called me to ask me a bunch of questions.
Provide you the reasons.
Yeah. Like it's the same thing with Libra. Like so, Libra's gonna if Libra's successful in coming out and doing what they're doing, they're going to make it easy for everybody to understand how to use cryptocurrency. And right now, they're saying in the white paper, they say they're not
But
going
still,
to
it will be centralized.
Well, in their white paper right now, the plan is to, the white paper is actually written really well. And the plan is to actually make the protocol decentralized. And if they did it how they say they're going to do it, it would be probably pretty cool. But we all know that what Facebook's going to do is start off with privacy protection, and then all they're going to do is send out a terms of service notification change and say, guess what, now like you don't have any privacy, we're using your data for everything, thank you very much, like 700-page terms of service change. But what's going to happen is people are going to be using Libra, and then they're going to get blocked, like I did, or they're going to get censored, or something like that, or whatever, and then they're going to be like, okay, now I can go use a decentralized finance solution, like Bitcoin or Maker or whatever.
I think another of the sort of big advantages, and the thing that your question sort of asks, is that obviously in the time of the internet, when the internet was coming up in the 90s, people said the same exact thing, right? Like, this technology, especially big companies, this technology is really cool, but actually it's way cooler if we can control it a little bit more. So let's do this intranet thing, invest loads of money into creating our own closed, walled garden ecosystems. And what we saw is that it's incredibly difficult to compete with the incentives of open source protocols that anyone can build on. You know, so I mean, I think there's sort of consensus that the reason the internet won is that it enabled developers from all around the world to build things that leveraged each other with, you know, composability, which is a big thing with DeFi, to build all these applications that leveraged each other, where they weren't dependent on a central gatekeeper, and where they could own what they built in a fundamental way. And I think we're seeing that already with DeFi, right? With the integrations with MakerDAO. Obviously, DAI is the main stablecoin that's used in most of the rest of the ecosystem. We're seeing things like SET protocol that combines DAI and other primitives of DeFi to come up with a decentralized index fund. And I think that's the big advantage of DeFi, and that's what makes it such a strength, is the fact that it enables this innovation at an unprecedented scale, because it breaks up what was previously siloed walled gardens of finance.
I see. Hilary.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would personally be a lot happier in the world if and when DeFi establishes itself as the central financial system, because it's borderless world, it's, you know,
in this case, you know,
full freedom.
If you name it central, it still sounds a bit, maybe we should say the main,
yeah, the main,
or the major,
let's say
probably.
the main. I think the way there is through cooperation. In that context, again, I would not necessarily draw a solid black and white line between fintech and DeFi. Wirex is a custodial solution. It's, technically speaking, traditional fintech. We work very closely with Maker, which is decentralized. We work very closely with Stellar, which is decentralized. And I think from this type of partnerships, something new will emerge, and hopefully it will shorten this distance between the two worlds.
Stellar's not quite decentralized.
Yeah, this is one of the... Wait, this is the question.
Can't burn 55 billion tokens and it...
Sorry, maybe a bit louder.
I was just saying, like, Stellar, like, let's just be straight up, and like Stellar is not decentralized. Maybe you can't make a decision centrally to burn 55 billion tokens, just like this, without consensus, right? So I like the team from Stellar, but like I just want to make sure everyone understands. Like, I want to be very I want proper information to be spread, right? So like, let's just say things how they are. They would like to be decentralized, maybe, I don't know, but they're definitely not right now.
They're getting there. I mean, it's a separate discussion.
Yeah,
just like Maker, they're getting there. The objective of the foundation is to remove itself from the equation by building the ecosystem, developing it enough, and then they'll remove itself. I think Maker Foundation have the same objective, so hopefully that's where they're heading.
And I do think, obviously, an advantage of DeFi is censorship resistance, as you found out. But I think there's also certain applications that actually benefit from decentralization in other ways. So you take something like derivatives, right? That was one of the greatest financial innovations in history. It allowed me to have exposure to an asset without physically owning it, right? So I could hedge all sorts of risks. Farmers could sell their crops ahead of time. People could buy their inputs ahead of time, etc. The problem with derivatives is it's a financial contract, so it requires two things. It requires a working legal system, and it requires a trusted counterparty that you can actually sue and know that, you know, they'll pay you back. So as a result, most derivatives, you know, over 90% of derivatives are traded between the same extremely large institutions in the same sort of two main legal systems. You know, with with DeFi, what we're seeing now with stuff like synthetics, with UMA protocol, is actually trustless derivatives, where I can collateralize my derivative with a trustless, permissionless crypto asset and have it automatically, trustless financial contract with someone else. And I think that's a huge innovation because it actually opens up derivatives to a much larger percentage of the world without requiring sort of a bank to be your counterparty.
Without the borders, yeah.
Without borders, without,
yeah.
If really we are talking not DeFi versus fintech, if we are talking about bridges, about hybrid financial instruments, you mentioned some. Kyle, please name also some of which you consider to be successful hybrid financial instruments.
I mean, okay, so I guess like Cash App might be something. If you, okay, I have a really big problem with hybrid models in this space, just because, well, it depends if it has a token or not, right? So you could have something like Cash App, which is totally fine. It's all for shareholders. There's no token in that ecosystem.
It's only about the technology.
Yeah, but we see a lot of projects right now that are trying to be hybrid models, financial instruments, crypto projects, whatever. That's completely just misaligned with values. They're basically raising equity, and also they're selling equity or not, or keep equity, but are selling tokens. And then they're kind of promising two different ways of like revenue generation, right? So they're talking about raising fiat revenue generation for shareholders, but then how do you put value in the token ecosystem? So like these hybrid models, I think really need to be understood a lot better, and people need to be very aware of what they're investing in. If someone ever tries to sell you a token, ask like what the value is of the token, and also is the revenue model based on fiat? Right now we have a lot of projects in the space where the founders are doing super well, driving Lambos, like hanging out, partying yachts, whatever. But their token holders are down 99.9% because they just use the token as a way to leverage it to raise money, but they just really have a normal business. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very deceptive, actually, and people just need to be very aware of what's going on. People mostly aren't.
But still, do you see a future for such kind of products?
I hope not.
Yeah, yourself.
Yeah, I hope not. I would like to see a world that's decentralized, like mostly, primarily. I think this is what I want to live in.
Jose?
I think most of the sort of protocol level innovation should be decentralized. There should only be a token, because if you have equity in a token, it's just a complex situation because they're competing value capture mechanisms, and the equity will always win out because you have a fiduciary duty to your shareholders. You can go to jail for not catering to your shareholders, whereas tokens have no such legal history. So it's very difficult in that scenario for a token holder to win. But I do think it does make sense for applications, certain applications that are built on top of those protocols. For instance, Augur's prediction market protocol. If someone's taking that and building a UI, I do think it makes sense for them to raise money with equity and to build a traditional application. I think that the protocols that run on tokens should kind of be the piping that runs in the background of all this. And I think we're also seeing interesting things where the token needs to be sort of an integral part of the ecosystem that actually serves a purpose. We saw with Bancor, they did a huge token sale, and they actually had 3 years, and Uniswap launched, forked their code, took out the token, and actually achieved sort of twice or their liquidity in a few months. So I think it's really important that the token's well designed in that scenario. Sorry.
As much as I love the concept of decentralized world, we also need to be realistic and look at things that are likely or not likely to happen. In the current conditions, in the current state of the world, I think if decentralized were to remain completely decentralized, it will ever remain a niche thing. If we want it to become more of a mass thing, there needs to be a connection to the real world. And we think that hybrid have a space, at least for a few years.
A few years.
We don't drive Ferraris.
A few years.
We have a token which has real use to the users. They get discounts, they get special features, and yeah, I think we are contributing both to the development of traditional fintech and all those DeFi projects we cooperate with. So I think that's where the path and the power is.
I think I tell people that have hybrid models or building something like that, I think that you have, if your plan is to exit and sell to the next biggest sucker, like in 2 to 3 years, go for it. But I think that my goal in 2 to 3 years is to educate the world enough to understand the difference between centralized and decentralized systems and the value creation versus value extraction you have. So decentralized systems create value within an ecosystem, Traditional models are value extraction. You have basically a closed loop in a token ecosystem that keeps bringing assets and value into the ecosystem.
I know we're finished, but can I
Yeah.
Yeah.
A few words you may add.
A few words, yeah. I think it's important, the decentralized stuff's important, value creation, value extraction, but the reality is, for important stuff to be built, smart people need to come together to work on it, and those people need to be rewarded appropriately. Because if we're competing with the centralized companies that are going to pay huge salaries, we need to come up with business models, whether they're token-enabled or equity-enabled, that allow us to bring the smartest people to help us build this stuff.
Okay. Thank you so much. Please give a big hand to our speakers.
Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for the discussion, and please stay here because you're about to listen to 2 more presentations. Thank you for watching, and see you soon.
Bitcoin SV. Massive scaling to be the global enterprise blockchain. A chain is only as strong as its weakest link. It's time to get the lowdown of Bitcoin SV use cases in a rapid-fire presentation. Jimmy Nguyen, Bitcoin Association.
Leaving the chairs up there. You want to take them off? Yeah, if you can. It's okay. It's all right. Yeah, it's okay. All right. It's fine. Thank you. We've convened here in Malta to explore artificial intelligence and blockchain. The 2 fields can intersect, but they need a bridge to connect them. And that bridge is big data. But big data requires a blockchain with big blocks and big transaction capacity. And I'm here to tell you that the only blockchain project that can deliver that is Bitcoin SV, BSV. And it's because we understand in the BSV world what Bitcoin is. Bitcoin is the fusion of data, bit, and money represented in coin, recognizing in a single native token, transaction, and system that data has inherent monetary value that can be commercialized. I'm not the only one that recognizes this. Matthew Chu, who is an entrepreneur in China, wrote this recently to me. I work in the field of big data and blockchain. The first time I had a chance to transfer BSV, I was pleasantly surprised by its speed and by its ultra-low cost. On that very day, our team decided to create a Bitcoin app that uses big data. His team created this FastPay button, the first FastPay wallet built on the BSV blockchain in China. It's advertised as a payment experience as good as or better than WeChat and Alipay. He's not the only one. There is a world of BSV ecosystem development that is emerging because people realize that Bitcoin SV is the only version of Bitcoin that exists today that adheres to the original Bitcoin protocol design and vision released by Satoshi Nakamoto. It is keeping a stable protocol once that is restored to the Satoshi design and massively scaling to be the global electronic cash system that can power things like FastPay button, as well as a global enterprise blockchain that can power such things as big data. Since BSV emerged just almost a year ago, the 1-year anniversary is next Friday, November 15th. Emerging from the world's first Bitcoin hash war, I have spent the last year traveling the world, talking to people about how BSV finally unlocks and enables all of the uses of Bitcoin that have always been there all along, but that were restricted. Electronic cash, smart contracts, tokens, decentralized apps, all the enterprise blockchain usage you've been talking about here in Malta, the MetaNet, Craig Wright's transformative concept of a new, more powerful commercial internet built on the BSV blockchain that allows users to have more control and value from their own data. But we haven't yet talked much about this, big data and the link to AI that is uniquely possible on the BSV blockchain. Bitcoin SV is the only Bitcoin project that can tick off all of these needs that enterprises have for a blockchain to build their applications on. But it's 2 in particular that lead the path to that bridge to big data: scalability and low and predictable fees. So let's begin by talking about how Bitcoin SV is massively scaling and how that's enabling this bridge to the future. Well, unlike the BTC camp, we're not trying to artificially limit and cripple the Bitcoin blockchain with tiny 1 megabyte blocks, which create congestion and high fees. We're not trying to create an after-the-fact narrative after 11 years of Bitcoin not achieving what it should have done and trying to say, well, now it's just digital gold and a store of value. That's not what Satoshi Nakamoto birthed with the Bitcoin white paper. He did not birth a peer-to-peer store of value system. He birthed a peer-to-peer electronic cash system that needed to scale, but BTC is not. It's the same problem that's happening on Ethereum right now. It cannot scale. And finally, its leaders, such as Vitalik Buterin, are coming out and publicly acknowledging what we've all known all along. Ethereum's blockchain is almost full. It's running into scaling problems. Businesses cannot onboard because it's full, and they need to create a new version, Ethereum 2.0. Well, my friends, the answer has been staring us in the face all along. If you just trusted in the original Bitcoin design and plan, as Satoshi Nakamoto wrote 10 years ago at the very beginning of Bitcoin, that Bitcoin, with its design, never really hits a scale ceiling. And that is what we have to trust, and that is what we are trusting with BSV. Unlike BTC with its teeny tiny 1 megabyte blocks, BCH at 32 megabyte blocks, which, it's nice but doesn't allow very much, Bitcoin SV is believing in an unlimited scaling future. Our current default block hard cap on the network is 2 gigabytes. That's over 2,000 megabytes in size. We recognize the network needs time to adjust to these dynamics, so most of the mining pools are setting lower at 256 megabytes. But after our July protocol upgrade that took us to that level, we already saw world record-sized blocks of 256 megabytes mined on the actual mainnet. And in addition, we're doing the technical work necessary to push the boundaries of scaling. Our team runs a scaling test network for Bitcoin SV, which on July 24th successfully mined 12 successive blocks of the full 2 gigabytes in size. And what does that mean in practical terms for enterprises? It means we're building a network that can provide immense throughput capacity and speed. These are theoretical calculations based upon different data size for simple transactions like payments or tokens, which are smaller in size. But at 2 gigabyte, you can fit 5 to 8 million transactions into a block, and you can have transaction speed of 9 to 14,000 transactions per second. But even that is not enough. In February of this year, we have our major moment in Bitcoin's history, the Genesis upgrade on BSV, so named because it is restoring the Satoshi protocol as closely as possible as our team can do it to the original Bitcoin design, removing artificial limits, restoring certain features that enable more use, and most importantly, completely removing any default block hard cap set in the code. That means it's no longer up to the dictatorship of protocol developers to tell the network what the block size should be. It's up to the miners, based upon their own economic incentives and market forces, to set what block size is right for them. And their consensus will drive the network to potentially unlimited scaling, which our team at nChain believes can grow to terabyte-sized blocks, 1 million megabytes. Not now, but sometime in the future, where you have blocks with billions of transactions and 7 million transactions per second, potentially. That means in practical terms, we can have low and reliable fees, and this is critical for achieving big data. BTC has very unpredictable and spiking fees. This chart shows a huge spike in January of 2018 during the crypto buying craze, when it hit almost $40 US to send a single BTC transaction. While that number has come down, it's still high and unreliable. In May of this year, you were talking over $4 US to send a BTC transaction. I checked this week, it was almost $1.40. That's unpredictable, makes it difficult for businesses to plan, and far too high to enable micropayments. But if you come to BSV, our transaction fees right now are less than 1/10 of 1 US cent. And that's still even too high. We think it needs to be even fractions of that. Do you know why? Because BSV is enabling a new world of micropayments and microtransactions, where you can send small amounts of value and use the blockchain to record all kinds of data really, really inexpensively. And that is why Bitcoin SV can become the blockchain upon which business and developers record data for all kinds of industry usage, make it universally available to the public that's accessible, and you may have to pay a fee to access that data, but then everyone can have a universal source of data for big data analytics, all available in the same place. Let me now conclude by telling you how this is already unfolding in the BSV ecosystem. Chronoverse is a company in the United States in the video and online game world. It's creating an esports monetization platform that's creating a decentralized, transparent multiverse for competitive gaming. Its game that's about to go into beta is Crypto Fights. It's a skill-based strategy game, kind of like Dungeons and Dragons, where you roll dice virtually and you compete against another avatar in a battle. And so what it's doing is that it is using the BSV blockchain to actually record all of the individual moves in a player battle to the blockchain. Why would you do this? Well, players like to go back and evaluate old battles to see who wins based on different competitive features. They're creating not a block explorer, but a battle explorer so that people can go search for old game data to evaluate it for all kinds of analysis, including big data. They believe this will transform the world of esports and potentially even esports betting. Let's talk about network intelligence for websites. Businesses use services to test the up and down time of their websites. Well, now you can do it using BSV through a project out of Australia called Uptime SV, which crowdsources that task so that all of us with our mobile phones can contribute to it. How does this work? Well, you download an app to your mobile device, you provide the computing power of your mobile device as well as your geolocation, so they're constantly pinging to test websites that want to use the service in real time from you as a real user. This creates nodes all around the world, and in their beta test, they already have people participating from over 60 countries to provide to enterprises real-time intelligence from many locations about where their website's performing or not. As an enterprise, you get a dashboard, and you can see in real time the performance. As a user, why would you do this? Because you get to earn small amounts of BSV streamed to your mobile wallet. And it changes the dynamics we have in this world of having to buy crypto and sell it instead of now being able to earn it. And that data also lives on the blockchain for big data analysis. Financial data is getting this treatment as well. Rate SV is a project out of China that allows the streaming of channels of crypto prices, stock exchange prices, futures prices, all available on the BSV blockchain for history, for analysis in the future, to record information and evaluate it from a big data or other perspective. And finally, there's weather. Did you think you can actually have weather data on the blockchain? Well, you can now. A project out of Australia, Weather SV, allows you to open up a weather channel from anywhere in the world that you want. Here in St. Julian's, Malta, my home city of Seattle in the United States, you pay a small amount of money, $3 Australian right now. It opens up a channel that's constantly recording the state of weather in that city to the BSV blockchain for a number of months. And why would you do this? Because there is a market for weather data for institutions, educational organizations, government organizations that want weather and climate data, for private enterprises that have devices that use climate data, such as your mobile device, such as your fitness trackers. And there is a market that's going to develop to be able to access this data and evaluate it if you want from a big data perspective. So Paul Chiari, who's the CEO of the company behind Weather SV, sums it up best. Our belief in the potential of the original Bitcoin protocol has been realized in BSV. We can now build on a platform with the inherent benefits of blockchain technology that also meets the technical and economic demands of high-volume data applications. This is just beginning. This is not fully solved yet. But we see the beginnings in the BSV ecosystem of recording huge streams of data that have value to businesses and industry because of the scalability and the low and reliable fees that enable micropayments and microtransactions on BSV. You can come learn more about it at our next major Bitcoin SV conference coming in London, the CoinGeek conference from Calvin Ayres' CoinGeek Mining and Media organization. We hold these, and we're coming to celebrate the Genesis upgrade right after it, February 2020. You're the first to hear the dates. We've just confirmed them, February 20th and 21st at the old Billingsgate event venue in London. Come join us to learn about what is possible with Bitcoin SV. The global money, electronic peer-to-peer cash system, the global enterprise blockchain, and because we believed in Bitcoin's original design and scale and micropayments capability, the world's universal source of big data.
Satoshi's vision. How Bitcoin's original design creates honest commerce. Scalability and financial stability go hand in hand with Satoshi's vision. It's time for the expert to demystify the abstraction. Craig Wright, N-Chain.
So I'll start this by saying I've got Asperger's, so there's only so much stupid I can take before I get a bit riled and annoyed. And I'm going to start going back to 1996. Back in 1996, there was an article published called The Wild Wild Web by Mr. Greg Spears. Greg, our journalist, the real one, actually wrote about the concept of tokens. You know this thing that everyone says is new? 1996, because pig and poke type scams, tokens, ICOs, they were calling them web IPOs back then, but they were distributed. They were going to decentralize and free finance. We see the same things now, we just call them ICO. It followed Lawrence Lessig's concepts of Coder's law, going back to the 90s, that was totally, utterly debunked by a professor of law called Timothy Wu. That was in 2001. Unfortunately, most people in this space seem to be too young to even remember the development of the internet or anything like this. So we're sitting there going, tokens and whatever else, no law. Tell that to MyGo. MyGo were a distributed partnership, effectively. They launched a whole lot of token sales back in 1999. The SEC basically put them over the table and raped them until they squealed. Because they said, we're a partnership. Oh, sorry, we're not a partnership, we're just a distributed group of developers. And the SEC figured out every single one of them that they could reach. And they said, you're liable, you're liable, you're liable, the rest are a partnership. You guys chase them up. We're putting you in jail if you can't get the money out of these guys. Guess what? Every single thing that you're saying about tokens not being covered is utter bullshit. It was all covered with cryptocurrency law, Mondex, CLP, eCash, Mark Twain Bank. Yes, the first cryptocurrency bank was launched in the mid-90s. All these things are not new, but you're running around going, decentralized. Decentralized is about a distributed system. Peer-to-peer technology means someone can come and go, not that every person on earth runs it. And the biggest mistake I made is in October 2008, when I was talking to the known, and which I didn't know at the time, child pornographer, James Donald. And he is. He's been put on a whole lot of things, and he's run to different countries now because the media actually exposed him. He is a child pornographer. He was arguing about this whole concept with me, and he tried to tell me that Bitcoin was broken. And I didn't get it at the time, because this guy didn't want Bitcoin. He wanted child porn coin. He wanted, like all the others want, this system that works outside government. Do you know how many nodes you need to freeze to basically force miners to take Ethereum anywhere in the world? 3. You know how many court orders you need to do that? 2. That covers every token ever issued on Ethereum. Full fucking stop. Bitcoin. Whether it's the real one because it's set in stone, protocol doesn't change in Bitcoin, or these deceptively altered versions where you try and take out the ability to have digital signatures like seg shit and put lightning and try and lie to people that you don't need to keep records in a financial system, which you do. Well, none of them require more than 2 court orders. With 3, done. So a month ago I said there are 3 fentanyl dealers who are going to get arrested. They were yesterday. Guess what's going to happen next year? Their BTC is going to be taken. There's already freezing orders on it. Do you think the miners in China are not going to follow this? If that miner in China does not follow the court order, 3 options. Number 1, they can stop mining. Full stop. Go home, shut business, turn off. The end. That's a valid option. Number 2, they can apply the change and reassign that BTC to the government under proceeds of crime legislation. Any exchange that doesn't do this will be fucked. Number 3, they can abuse the system and say to the government in China and America, fuck you. Now, under Chinese rules, that makes them equally liable. That means anyone in the executive team of those miners or exchanges is liable to the same punishment. And the lucky little number 1 fentanyl guy has just got a suspended death sentence. So their choice is stop mining, 1, actually implement something to stop heinous criminals, 2, die. The end. If you're an exchange and bucket shop, because we don't have real exchanges. I worked for real exchanges. I worked for things like the Australian Stock Exchange, or now Security Exchange in the past. That's an exchange. These other things that we have here are not. They're called bucket shops, is the correct term. The SEC has lots of papers on them. If you want to try and do different, too bad. Your exchange will follow the law or be screwed. That's why Binance is now hopping over to the Ukraine, because they think in January, MLD5, well, we're in Europe, they're saying it won't apply to us. Of course it does. Doesn't matter that you decide to move to the Ukraine. You still can't have US customers, you still can't have European customers. And no matter how much you giggle and laugh because you're too stupid to see what's happened before, it doesn't change it. And these rules happen, and they'll all be in effect, and they've been nice and easily designed. So, it's a system to keep money secure. Money being secure doesn't mean criminals get to run round anonymously. Anonymous systems favor corruption. That simple. Privacy is the exact opposite. If you're anonymous, you're not private. If you're private, you're not anonymous, by definition. Because the definition of private means you can exchange information with another person without the rest of the world knowing. That is not anonymous. They're utterly different. So we have all these rules right now. Every single Fortune 500 company since Sarbanes-Oxley has introduced 302 decades ago is required in American law to implement worm storage. That is, write once, read many. They are required by law to never lose a record. That has been happening for 20 years. Immutability doesn't mean you can't update a database. Don't think that stupid bullshit that you get told by people. It is not what Bitcoin's about. Bitcoin is designed to bring everything out. The one thing that was always missing from every crappy token thing, every crappy e-money, every Shawmian system that failed to understand the real world was tracing. Money requires tracing. Full stop. If you have any decent amount of money that you're transferring, you have to follow tracing laws, or it is not legal. If it is not legal, it won't be used. That simple. You can sit there and you can fool people for a long time, and basically you've got 12 years out of the whole web IPO scams and everything like that. And we're right at the point where finally regulators are understanding, oh shit, I've seen this before. It's a pig in a poke by any other name. And we're doing the same bullshit again. And they're falling for it again. So democratization of finance is the thing everyone runs around saying. What the hell does that mean? This decentralized because it's decentralized. Really? Do you even know what the frick the word means? In computer science, it has nothing to do with everyone running a node. Even in peer systems such as Gutenala and whatever else. That's why they had ultra peers, and then peers, and then distribution nodes. This equality of systems. Everyone must run a Raspberry Pi. It's the wet dream of the James Donalds of the world who want a system to allow them to have their child porn secure. Well, Bitcoin isn't that system, and blockchains are not that system. There is no way possible to make a blockchain that cannot be traced. No way to make a blockchain that cannot be seized. There is no, absolutely zero way that you can have a system that cannot be taken. And that's good, because there is no world government. That's where people get this wrong. Governments are decentralized. To do something, you need to have it bad. Child porn, people smuggling, all these things are wrong. They will be seized. Doing some minor traffic infringement and not paying your parking fine won't end up getting seized. Why? Because no one's going to be able to take action across multiple jurisdictions with enforcement in China, America, Singapore, the UK, over your parking fine. On the other hand, for money laundering, Liberty Reserve, way more decentralized than Bitcoin would ever hope to be in its biggest wet dream days. Way more. 42 countries simultaneously took down banks across the world, arrested people around the world, grabbed people in countries that had no extradition treaties. If you do crime on a blockchain, your time's up. You better stop and you better run. Just earlier this year, 2IC, Mr. Vanity Jones of Silk Road, was grabbed. And luckily for him, he wasn't in America. So, unfortunately, he gets to spend the rest of his life in a Thai prison, not an American one. So, good one. Choose your places to run. Probably not Thailand. Thank you. Yeah, if you want.
Why do you pretend to be Satoshi?
I don't. Why do you pretend to not be a total fool?
Well, I saw you in an interview on screen saying, I don't ever want to be in the public again. You know, you've bothered my family, you've bothered me, you've bothered the people I work with. This will be the last time that you ever see me. Those words from your mouth.
No, actually, I said I didn't want to go on television again. Please don't bullshit. One, that was an hour interview that was cut and changed, which you'll find out in court soon, which they altered, and they asked different questions and gave different answers to.
So we'll do a new one. Are you Satoshi?
Yes.
Okay. So you wrote the Satoshi white paper.
Yes.
And you implemented the 1 megabyte block limit.
I put a temporary limit in there after being badgered by Mr. Finney.
Right. So when you had access to the code base and could update the GitHub, and when you had access to your account on Bitcoin Talk, and when you had access to your satoshin@gmx.com email, when did you decide that you would stop using those and stop having influence over the project, and then side channel appear as a broke guy later with no successful business interests, no Bitcoin tied to his address, no running from the government in Australia, from the Australian tax office?
Sorry, I'm not actually running from Australia. I'm in Britain. You know there's extradition laws in Britain to Australia? Sorry, morons who make things up, that's called libel and slander. That's why I've already got a number of people in court, because they're dumb. They have no idea that you can't basically be a public figure in Britain and run from the government.
Right. You're only a public figure because you cosplay as Satoshi, right?
No,
the real Satoshi would still be writing Bitcoin improvement proposals.
No,
the real Satoshi would have been there with me fighting against BCH and taking the brand, but you didn't even fork real Bitcoin. You forked a copy of Bitcoin. You made a copy of a copy.
I did not fork Bitcoin. Segwit forked Bitcoin.
Bro, I don't think you can spell Segwit.
You want to say these things and whatever else, and you want to say blah, blah, blah. No. I actually made a deal with Jihan. Jihan actually stabbed us in the back, so that's a different issue.
I was watching you during the hash rate race when you were competing with Calvin's hash rate from CoinGeek to try and actually take over as the authoritative chain against Bcash.
No,
and you
actually,
said you would
did
take
not.
over, and you lost.
So, sorry, didn't. We limited what we bought.